Hey guys. Once again, I might as well just I should just like record a standard greeting to just play at the beginning of every live. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Because that's how I start every live. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Um, I have a better reason than average today though. I have some kind of food poisoning. It's been pretty unpleasant. I can't eat anything without terrible stomach pain um and my because of that I haven't exercised enough. My body pain is much worse, and so I'm kind of struggling a lot, but I didn't want to miss this live, and better late than never getting started. Not quite as I mean, it's not much later than what I originally planned, which was 11:30. So Doc will be joining us around 12:30 a.m., I believe, for FROMacademy. And let's see who's here. Hey, Muncher Luncher. I thought this wasn't happening, but it's here. Yeah. Sorry, I've been a mess. I didn't schedule this until the last minute. You can pretty much assume, unless you hear from me that something is canceled, like well in advance, then you can assume it's happening even though I didn't schedule it. So sorry about that.
Why is he telling you to stream from the toilet?
Oh God. Yeah. Thankfully I
Food
haven't had to do
poisoning?
that.
Is that what's happening?
What?
Food poisoning?
Yeah, I have some minor food poisoning. I ate a sandwich that had been sitting out for too long, and so I can't eat anything without really bad stomach pain, and um, even drinking water hasn't been very good. So I've been pretty dehydrated because I'm struggling to drink enough water because that gives me stomach pain too. But anyway, I'll manage. Uh, I just had to. I was able to finally drink a lot because I was recording a video and I really needed to drink water. It took me an hour to record this Handmaid's Tale video. I spent so much time on this, but at least people are paying attention to the videos now. I mean, I'm not making them for nothing because they take a massive amount of work. Covering a show that's in its final season and is as complex as The Handmaid's Tale and trying to unpack the journeys of all of these characters, it is a massive undertaking. Um, and it's just so much work. Oh my God. And now I'm super dehydrated from talking for the last hour without having enough to drink today because, yeah. Um, I should find something else to drink other than water just to be more hydrated, but I don't know. I have, my mom has ginger ale, but I don't like drinking soda. I don't need the extra sugar. Um, I almost never drink soda, and I've given it up a long time ago. So, um, oh man, Amy, so tired I'd sleep during a tornado. Yeah, I could sleep during a tornado too. Um,
Uh,
yeah,
not me.
well, stay safe, Amy. It's that time of year, thunderstorm season, and hope you don't lose power. That's always a bummer.
Yeah, I got
Um,
to I got to get my boyfriend and the cat downstairs during a tornado warning while I was on a live last night.
yeah, that's scary. I've experienced that too. It's terrifying, and I never thought I would have to deal with that in Rhode Island. Rhode Island never got tornado warnings until climate change. Thanks, climate change. Um, a couple years ago, there were a few really like actual not a tornado watch. Which is the more imminent threat, a watch or a
A
warning? I
warning.
forget.
A warning is when they sound the sirens and they tell you to seek cover.
Yep, that's what happened to me too. I was terrified. Yeah, it's scary.
Actually,
Um,
talking about yellow jackets is somewhat comforting to me, so I was like, well, if I gotta go out, I might as well go
yeah,
out talking about yellow jackets.
it's not a bad way to do it then.
As the
Yeah.
top of my house goes up, Wizard of Oz style.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Actually, it
That would
wouldn't
have been
go
a
up
unique
like that. It probably just, yeah, they do sometimes go up because I remember my one of my girlfriends living in what they called a tornado belt in Indiana, and part of the city just was gone. The tornadoes came through and just took out all the buildings.
Wow.
And lucky enough, there were like factories and some businesses where people weren't in, but they just were gone.
Oh, that's wild. It's crazy. Yeah, like you see that in movies, a tornado picking up
Yeah.
a building. It's mind blowing. Uh, Horrible, but I'm glad
But it
it
always
worked
seems
out
to happen
though.
here when it's 86 degrees during the day and it's going to thunderstorm. I just expect it. I just expect them to be severe thunderstorms and or a tornado watch or warning. It just seems what
Uh,
happens in May and June.
Yeah, we had a legit tornado come through a couple years ago when the tornado warning happened. There was one that did
Mm-hmm.
come through a few miles from where I lived, but luckily it was a very rural area, so it wound up just blowing through a wooded area and not taking out
Yeah.
any property. So people got lucky there, but it could have been really bad. Um, there's no predicting it.
It was still funny having my boyfriend in the basement though because he could feel like because we were talking mythology and animals are yellow jackets, so he could feel the pronunciation of a lot of things in Japanese mythology.
Oh, okay.
So it's funny. You'll hear me like talking to Chris. I'll be like, "What's the name of this?" He was trying to sleep
Yeah.
on the basement floor because he had to get up really early for work, so he's just kind of sleeping with the cat on the floor.
Well, that's
Oh,
comfy.
oh, we
Yeah.
don't
I,
die.
I and the scariest thing is that it's unpredictable. Like they
Mm-hmm.
only are able to give you a very short window of time to get into a safe spot. They
Mm-hmm.
can't predict it well ahead of time, and they can't predict the path of a tornado. That's the
Yep.
scariest part of it. So,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Julie Duster, Julie Duster. That's a lot of Julie Dusters. Um, Good morning, Dieter. I haven't seen it yet. The new series Duster, the new J.J. Abrams series
Oh, I see.
starring Josh Holloway from My Precious Sawyer from Lost.
Oh, yeah.
Um, I'm really excited about this series. I haven't gotten a chance. I haven't had time to watch it yet, but I am going to this weekend. And from what I read, the part was basically written for him. J.J. Abrams called him and asked him to do it, and it's he has a similar Sawyer-like character with the oozing charisma and all that stuff. So I definitely plan on checking that out. He plays a getaway driver for an organized crime syndicate in the 1970s. Um, I hope it'll be good. If it'll be good, I want to find a way to cover it, but it's going to be tricky because it started now, and I
Mm.
don't really have time for another new series right now, unless I just say screw it, The Last of Us, because a lot of people don't care about it anymore anyway and abandon the show. But I like to see things through. I'm not a quitter. I don't know.
Is it
I'm
episode to episode?
It's episode to episode, so
Oh,
that's exactly what I need. I
all
wish they had
right.
just held off for a few weeks because I'm going to need something to take the place of The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale. Anyway, um,
Well, we could go on and do a really short Last of Us and then come back and do the other one.
right. You know, I, I was able to get through The Last of Us breakdown
Yeah.
faster than ever last time.
Uh-huh.
Um, it might be possible to do it, and if not right away, then maybe, miss the first couple weeks, but then just play catch up. So we'll see. Have to check it out, of course, first, but I have a good feeling about it. Anyway, okay, so let me scroll down here. You guys were chatting before I got here. Thank you for uploading all that stuff, Dieter. I see it here. I appreciate it. I will have access to that. Hey, Doc, we'll see you on panel here soon. Um, oh, and Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Let's see. Oh, Doug. Doug came in the chat. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but hi, Doug. Always nice to see you. Um,
I think he's
I
still
hope
in
I
the
didn't
chat.
miss. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah. Nice to see you, Doug. I hope you're doing well tonight. Um, let's see, we're going to be diving into more mystery solving techniques and how they can help you attack a show like From. How you can analyze it, how you can take it apart. And Doc did some amazing research, so we still have a lot more to get through, and it's lent itself to some really fun theory conversations naturally because there's so many ideas that these mystery solving techniques spark when you apply them to From. The way that mystery box series work, and we can easily come up with examples of how this is happening in From and what we could take away from it, how it can help us understand what's going on, how it can help us take more organized notes. And in my case, those of us who take notes, but like, if even if you don't take notes, just processing what you're seeing and trying to come up with theories in a more efficient way. So yeah, we're having a great time with that. So this is week 3 on that theme. uh, Doug said, Peter said, "Hey Doug, how are the?" Doug said, "How are the what?" Or were you trying, or were you trying to say, how art thou?" That's funny. He was trying to say, "Doug, how are you?" Uh, yeah, Shakespeare never said "hey." That's true. They didn't use that kind of terminology, that's for sure. Um, Samuel, I don't know if I said hi, Samuel, but hi. And Bill Chill. I, I'm I'm in rough shape, so excuse me if I repeat myself or I'm kind of foggy tonight. Hey, just me. Nice to see you. Hey, Saggy Star. Nice to see you. Hope everyone is doing well. I hope you're doing well too. Um, Yeah, I've had some real shit luck more than usual lately. More than my usual shit luck, Saggy Star. But I'm I'm looking I'm training myself to look more at the positive side of things even when I'm in a really negative situation. Like, here's what I've been thinking. I've been thinking, okay, well, this sucks right now. I have this minor food poisoning and my physical pain is a lot worse right now, but I'm thinking back to the fact that none of this stuff happened with the timing of ruining my concert experience. I was able to go to the concert without any of these kind of things happening. Yes, there were mishaps, but nothing like all this other stuff, and nothing like what could have happened. I could have lost my cat last week, who was gravely ill. That would have ruined the concert for me. I mean, how could I really enjoy it if I lose my cat a few days before? Thank God that didn't happen. My mom was violently ill with a stomach virus all last week and into the weekend. In the back of my mind, I couldn't help but think I was pushing the thought away, but oh my God, if I pick this up and I'm too sick to go to the concert, it's going to be a disaster. And I don't like I spent a lot of money. I can't afford to just waste that money. Like that's the only thing I've spent money on in the last year. So I was like, screw it. I'm gonna get this for myself and enjoy it. I deserve it. I never spend money on anything. Concert tickets are not cheap, you
Oh
know,
yeah.
but I didn't get sick. I didn't pick up my mom's horrible contagious stomach virus, and this food poisoning thing, it didn't happen until after. So I'm thinking, you know what? I am really lucky that that went as well as it did, and I felt good enough to enjoy it. So I'm silver linings. That's how I'm trying to get through things.
So
It's not
what we
easy.
need to do is do a watch party of Monty Python's Life of Brian, so you can sing "Always Look on the Bright Side of Life,"
Yes.
because that's a
That sounds
song from
perfect.
it.
That sounds perfect. Yeah, that's what I need. Look on the bright side of life. Doug has actually been a really positive influence in this regard. He's kind of given me advice on this, and it's helping. I think I'm making progress with it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it all the time. Shifting your perspective. It's like retraining your brain. Hey, Shadow Skulk. Hello, beautiful people. Well, hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Thanks, Kelly. It's unpleasant, but it could be worse. It's not severe, like I'm not violently ill. It's just it's not fun, that's all. But it could be again, positive spin on it. It could be much worse than it is.
Did you
Uh
leave pad thai on the top?
n no, it was a sandwich. It was a roast beef sandwich that sat out for too long. I'll never do that
Uh,
again. I
you gotta put it in the
I got
fridge,
over,
man.
huh?
You gotta put it in the fridge.
I could have, I'm so forgetful, but I get complacent because I've always had an iron stomach. Like
Mm.
I can't tell you how many things I've eaten that sat out for hours, even all night, and I never got sick.
Ah. Ugh.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've done it. So I got overconfident, I guess. This wasn't even out for
the
that long. Maybe, I don't
the
know,
one
four
time one time
hours.
in the one time in the teachers lounge there were some gourmet pizzas that sat out for a long while, probably too long, and I took them all because they said they were going to throw them out, and they were very good.
Mm, yeah.
But they were really
Well,
good. There was like a gourmet pizza place. Those are like top notch pizzas. I'm not letting them go to waste.
Well, pizza and anything with tomato sauce in general, I mean, I'm not endorsing doing this, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but pizza and anything with tomato sauce is one of the safest things that you can eat when it's been sitting out, even after it's been sitting out, once you reheat it, because the acidic nature of the tomato actually kills bacteria. So there's that. I can't tell you how many times I've eaten pizza that sat out all night. Nothing ever happened to me. I'm not endorsing it. Don't
I
try
was
this at
gonna
home.
say,
It doesn't work
Julie,
for everybody.
Julie B. Deep Dives does not endorse leaving food on the counter for hours and hours and then eating it.
Yes, disclaimer, don't
Disclaimer.
try this at home. I've gotten away with it. Some people just don't. I don't know, maybe
Won't at
some people
all.
are more averse to food poisoning than others, like me. I'm kind of averse to it more than others, but Doc, you've had a rough night too. What's going on with you, Doc? Um, I don't think it's a virus. I mean, it's possible. I was just in a stadium full of people, full of
Uh,
70,000 people on
70,000
Monday.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a stadium with no roof, so
Mhm.
it's there's free air flowing in there, but still, you're packed in there with 70,000 people. But I'm proud of myself. I didn't think of COVID even once. You have no idea
Oh,
what progress that is for me. The thought did
yeah.
not even cross my mind, and there was a time I was so scared I thought I would never be able to feel safe enough to go to a concert again because of COVID, since I since we learned that it was never going to go away.
Mhm.
Um, but I'm proud of myself. I didn't give a single thought to COVID or getting sick or anything. I am done living my life in fear. Done. I suffer enough as it is without borrowing trouble. I'll exercise caution, of course, as you should, you know, um, absolutely. But I'm not going to live my life in fear either. So, um, those images I uploaded now seem for a different reason now. Okay, Dieter, I'll show those. Um, Saggy Star. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've done deep dive videos on all of the Handmaid's Tale season 6. And it's been an amazing final season so far. I can't recommend it enough. I feel like it's heading for an amazing conclusion. I'm thrilled with the direction it's going, so definitely check it out when you have a chance. And yeah, I've worked really hard on my videos. Some of them are pretty long, but yeah, that'd be awesome if you want to check them out when you get to season 6. Um, hey Alexis, nice to see you. Um, what did Bill say? Electrolytes. Yes, I need something. I need to get some Gatorade or something. So I'm having trouble drinking enough water. Yeah, Doug, you read my mind. I didn't even see that. No, I don't have any Gatorade in the house. I'll have to get some tomorrow. Yeah. Dieter dropped the link to Love Crochet by Alexis. And thank you for the suggestions, guys. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, here's her page on Instagram. So if you want to order a crochet doll from you can send her a DM. And what else? Let's see. Doug said I've never been through a tornado, but I did experience a downburst once. I'm not, what's a downburst? Never heard of that.
Yeah,
Um,
downburst is.
Foods are the best source of electrolytes, really. Fruits, vegetables, salty food, whole foods. Samuel, you've always got a lot of knowledge on this kind of stuff. It's great. Nutrition and that sort of thing. I'll have to remember that. Anyway, let's see. Tonight we can watch it all together. I asked you, but you didn't see it. Duster. Well, I don't know. We could, but I was thinking about finally watching Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4 tonight. So we'll figure out what we're gonna do and we'll let everybody know. Um, okay, so um, Saggy, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, please like the stream. It helps people find us. Please like the stream. I didn't get the word out enough about this stream, just like the last one. I'm a bigger mess than usual this week, so um the kind of the debacle of walking around getting lost for an hour after the concert really messed me up pain-wise. So my pain has been worse than usual. Yesterday I had to have a skin biopsy to test for small fiber neuropathy. So I just I'm all over the place. And I've got this stomach thing going on. So I didn't I didn't publicize this stream enough. So if you like the stream, that will help get it out there more. Um
Julie, can you hear me?
yeah, yeah, were you
Okay, so
talking before?
a downburst is a powerful downdraft of wind that originates from a thunderstorm and spreads out rapidly upon hitting the ground. These intense
Oh,
concentrations of sinking air can cause severe weather events and pose a threat to aviation and infrastructure.
wow. That's
Air is not
scary.
rotating, but instead dropping quickly downwards from a storm cloud or a vertical cloud. Yeah, the pictures of it are pretty crazy.
Jeez.
It looks like a
Yeah.
mushroom cloud in the air. It's really kind of frightening.
Wow. Doug said when he was experiencing that, he was doing a show and we had no idea it happened. And we came out of the theater after the show and the town looked like a war zone. Wow. That's wild. That does sound surreal. Lucky, that's lucky that you're where you were at was safe, that building.
Yeah.
Um, hey Trace, and with Alice. Um, let's see. Okay, yeah, thanks, Doug. Hope you're feeling better soon. Get lots of fluids and yes, some sugar if nothing else. Yeah, I definitely will. I have my mom bought since my mom had a stomach virus, she bought a bunch of Italian ice. So I'm gonna have some of that and some Jello and I need to get some Gatorade tomorrow. Uh, let's see. Yes, I will definitely try to be kind to myself, Saggy Star. Hey KP, what's up? Nice to see you. Um, oh Amy, I'm so sorry. That's those anniversaries are really difficult, I know, for grief, and there's no time limit on grief. So I know that firsthand, and I'm sorry, that's terrible. That I I mean, it's always so hard to get a like if you need to get a holiday off for some other reason other than the fact that it's a holiday, it's very difficult, I know, because they think that you just want it off for the holiday. So that's terrible timing. I'm sorry, Amy. Um, that sucks. I hope you can, I know your job situation hasn't been great. I hope you can change that soon, like you've been wanting to do. So, um, happy birthday. Whose birthday is it? KP's wife. Happy birthday to KP's wife. I hope she had a nice birthday. Close to mine. Mine was Monday. Um, KP has let's see, stuck at home with a staph infection. Damn, that sucks. Wait, what? Well, someone is out with his competition. I don't know what that says, but out with my competition, my evil son, Dave. Evil? What in the world? Evil? That's
I need some
evil son
backstory
is
on your evil son, KP.
evil son is crazy.
Why is he evil?
That's why is he evil? Jesus, you're funny. CBT, yes, Doug. I'm basically doing CBT on myself, cognitive behavioral therapy for Dieter, who wanted to know. Uh, what about milk? Can I eat that after overnight? Oh, milk. Are you talking about milk? Um, well,
If you
hell
if
no.
you are I'm gonna say if he's eating milk, then your milk's probably bad.
Yeah, if it's
Please
turned
don't eat
into a
your milk,
solid,
Muncher Muncher.
yeah, don't do that. Milk is one of the milk is one of the worst. Milk products are one of the worst things that you should eat if it's been out. That goes bad really, really quickly. Anything made with milk. So believe me, I don't endorse eating anything or drinking anything like that after it's been out. Trust me. Don't try what I do. Um, I just hate wasting food. It's like the principle of the thing. And in this case, I didn't really have anything else around to eat that was handy. So, uh, bananas are an excellent idea too. Oh yeah, we have a ton of bananas right now. We have like two bunches of bananas that all went ripe at the same time. So I need to eat like four bananas or something so they don't go to
I made some
waste.
banana bread.
Ugh, my
Yeah, I made
mom
some banana.
loves that. My mom loves that. I hate banana bread. Ugh.
Oh,
It,
that's
it,
good.
it I love bananas. I just hate banana bread. It just doesn't seem right.
Weird.
Doesn't taste right.
That's really weird.
Uh,
Because usually, if you don't like bananas, you don't like banana bread. It isn't like liking bananas and then not liking banana bread.
yeah, yeah. It's just yeah, it's not my thing. I don't know. When I was a kid, I really wouldn't eat it because it had like when you make banana bread, it's like full of all these little black squiggly like particles from the banana, and I always thought those looked so gross and just it turned me off. I'm a picky person.
It's just a banana.
That's not what,
It's a
huh?
banana in another form, a transformative form.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just
Banana
it's
bread with
weird.
walnuts. See, it's kind of a comfort food for myself. Oh yeah, banana
Yeah.
nut bread. I think it's because my family used to make it when we'd have bananas that were too ripe, so it was kind of like a tradition.
Ah, yeah. Well, oh, thanks for the link, Dieter. Yeah, I need to get some food boxes, some healthy food boxes. So that might help me feel a little better. Hey, still the sage. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, I'm gonna eat a ton of bananas. 'Cause I hate when they all go ripe at once. They're all, it's really difficult to time it. But anyway, before I ramble on too much about that, um, let me see. So before we get started, so while we're waiting on Doc, Dieter uploaded some AI stuff he made. We got this. Um, oh, and I was gonna use this as a backdrop if I can, so maybe I'll try and change it to that actually. If I can do it. Um, the only thing is I need the link to this. Um, Dieter, if you send me the link to this in my DM, then I can probably turn this into the backdrop, actually, which I think would look cool. Um, you probably already DM'd it to me at some point, but it might be buried at the moment. And there's another one. Oh, that's so cool. It's so cool. I love these. Thank you for making these. They're so awesome. I saw one that he made for Doc too. That's gonna be for a podcast Doc is gonna do on From. So Doc can tell us more about that when he comes on. I'm really interested to hear about it. I didn't get the chance to discuss it with him. I just got a message from him about it tonight, but yeah, I'll be interested to hear about Doc's plans for that. And this is something this is a cameo Dieter got me. Apparently, you could get a cameo from the CEO of Cameo for $5. So he went ahead and did it just for the hell of it. So we've got the CEO of Cameo here. Let's watch this. It's short. It's just a short little thing.
B
Wait,
going on. This
there
is
we go.
Stephen Glanis, CEO of Cameo, reaching out to wish you a happy belated birthday. I saw that it was on the 12th. I'm so sorry I missed that. Was actually in New York with my parents for Mother's Day, and they were having so much fun. They kept staying, and I got dragged to more Broadway plays this past week than I've done in my whole life. Anyways, thank you so much for all the loyal support over the years. Dieter told me that you've had like 7, 8 cameos, and I really appreciate that. And Father's Day is coming up, so hopefully you can go get one for Father's Day too. Take care. Bye.
So there you go. The CEO of Cameo. It's so funny that the CEO of Cameo does cameos. I think that's hilarious. Anyway, so yeah, there's that. You can get it for $5. Some are free too, he said. Um, uh, Doug, he says, I'm afraid I can't say it's almost past my bedtime. Well, we appreciate you stopping by and chatting for a bit in the chat here. I think I missed a message from him too earlier. Sorry about that. I've been hard at work on a video. And trying to deal with the stomach problem at the same time. But my Handmaid's Tale video is almost done. I'll be able to finally release it by morning. And Shadow Skulk, I don't know if it's an option for you, but I know I got a Medicaid aged and disabled waiver, and with that, get frozen meals sent to me that equal one per day that are healthy and easy. Oh, well, I don't know. Because of my situation, I might qualify for something, so I could definitely look into it. That's great that you're able to do that, though, that you can get that resource. That's awesome. That's awesome. We need programs like that. Um, I'm too lazy for banana bread. Yeah, me too, Samuel. I'd rather make a banana sandwich. Bananas on a peanut butter sandwich are really good. I haven't had that in years, but they're really good. I usually just eat them in a bowl of Cheerios. That's my go-to breakfast. Plain Cheerios with bananas and almond milk, vanilla almond milk. Really good. Um, and everyone's saying good night to Doug. And maybe next week he can join us. We'll see what happens. If he's available, maybe he can join us again. Obviously, much earlier than this. Um, and look at my other StreamYard account. There are the other images. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, I see. Well, I don't know what you mean by the other StreamYard account, but I do see the other images. This is so cool. We were joking the other night about how it would be really tempting for me to open the window for the man in yellow. Real tempting. Now that we've gotten to know him so well and he's our friend. So I said Dieter should make an AI image of me about to open the window for the man in yellow. So he did. He did. And yeah, there I am. I'm about to open the window for the man in yellow, and I think a lot of us would be tempted to let him in now, right? I mean, it's it would be it would be really tempting because he's our friend and we know him so well, so he could fool us. He could fool us. That's one. This is another one. Um, he's trying to stop me from reaching for, I don't know, some kind of handle to open the window. Um, but that's great. That's scary. Yeah, right? It's scary. I wish I had seen that before Doug went to bed, but we'll show it to him later. It kind of looks like I'm scared instead of me stopping Julie. I don't think it looks like you're scared. Nah, I don't see that at all. I don't think you look scared. You're just like trying to stop me from opening the window. It's cold outside. Let them in. Yeah. Amy said I would let him in. Does the man in yellow need me to sacrifice some
You're
children for
kind of
eternal
like
life?
you're
JK.
kind of like the Megan in the situation.
I am. Yeah.
Megan, get away from
Yeah.
that window.
Yeah. Megan. Megan, get the fuck away from that window. Yeah, I'm the Megan or the porn stash, but yeah. Yeah, just either way, being fooled into opening that window. Yep. Uh, if you're cold, they're cold. Yeah, let him in. Let him in. Teeter looks like he's encouraging encouraging her to do it. Oh no. No, I think it kind of well, I don't know. Like, I think it kind of looks like he's trying to stop me, like warning me, but he's like, Julie, let him in. It's just Doug.
If he had some orange,
Just
that
Doug.
orange cake he talks about in his hand, like that orange dessert that he makes, then I'd probably let him in through the window.
Oh yeah. See that's how he can manipulate you. Like they always
Hmm.
target however they can get at you specifically. They know how to get in your head. So he'd show up with one of those cakes then.
Oh yeah.
If he showed up outside the window with his saxophone or his harmonica, or even it doesn't matter what he shows up with. I'd still be tempted to open the window, even if he doesn't have anything. It's just him. No, Julie, in that image, I'm helping you for your stomach pains. Uh, Doug's locked outside in the cold. His trick is to befriend us before going full monster. Yeah, he's playing the long game with us, maybe. Yeah.
Ah,
He's the man in yellow and he's lulling us into a false sense of security. He's befriending us first. We see how he's doing it. Julie, oh hi Doug. Peter, Julie, no. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like the Megan situation. Bill chill. Samuel, it would be better if you came outside. Yeah. You'll feel so much better if you come outside. Someone summoned Doug back. I'll tell him
Doug,
about this so he can look at the replay. Damn,
Doug
why
comes to
didn't
the
I
window
see
with a
this?
coat. Yeah, Doug has a
Hmm?
coat. I let him in.
Yeah, that would do it too. God, I wish I had seen this when he was here. That would have been funny. Oh, Doc is here. Sorry, Doc, I didn't see you down there. How long have you been there?
Greetings, dear denizens of planet Dirt. It is I, your future alien overlord, Doc Kaiju.
Hey,
I have
Doc.
not been there for very long. Can everyone hear
Let's
me
say,
okay?
Oh,
oh, hey,
yes, I hear you. I hear you fine.
Good all
Scarlet, you
hail.
hear me?
I hear and
Okay.
obey.
Excellent. Uh,
Um,
sounds like everyone's had a little bit of an interesting past 24 hours. I lost my
Oh
keys
yeah.
somewhere at work, and then because I was all frazzled looking for the keys, I forgot my phone somewhere at work and set the alarm and everything, left the building, doors locked, and I don't have the keys to get back in to once I realized I forgot my phone inside. Uh, so
Oh,
I'm gonna have to
that's
try
tough.
to show up there in the morning because I can't I have no way of contacting any of the people that are going to be there tomorrow, any of the like staff that goes in and does like weekend work, because we're not open on the weekends, but we do like administrative stuff on weekends. So I'm gonna have to try to show up there while they're there and hope that someone can let me in because I my 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 tag to get in and out is on my keys. Uh, but I want my phone at the very least.
Yeah,
They
that
won't find my keys
sucks.
probably until Monday. One of the staff will find it. I'll have a, I'll leave a note for the head nurse to be on the lookout and have the other nurses be on the lookout for it, and someone will find it. I left it somewhere while cleaning.
Ah, well, I hope you get that sorted out. Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I thought I locked it in my locker, and I went and I took out the bolt cutter from the basement there and busted open my lock, and it wasn't in there. Now I need a new lock.
Oh no.
Okay, so you just add it.
Just keeps
Problem.
going.
You just compounded your problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Sorry to hear
At
that.
least that, yeah, thank you. At least I've got plenty of other phones to use. I've got three of them here. I found I realized I had another one that is like kind of like all cracked and stuff, but I'm using that to watch the chat because it's easier to use another device to watch the chat than to do it through StreamYard.
Yeah. Or
Right.
if you need to contact people on other planets, it's good to have a few spares.
Yeah, and well, I have to make do with what my human host has here on planet
Yeah, that's
Dirt.
true.
And thankfully, I've been putting all my notes up on my Google Drive and putting them
Mm.
all in that folder. So I still have access to everything, including all the amendments I made today. I made bullet points of everything to kind of streamline things. Um, and then
Okay.
I've got all the details after if we want to look at any details. But I figure this way we can get through the rest of it in this session. And hopefully it won't run too long since Julie's not feeling well.
Yeah, I won't do an all night thing. I and I think I can actually stand by that for a change. I mean, I actually got done at a reasonable length the last live. So, um, I did with the Last of Us. It was like 4.5 hours, which for me, that's pretty short, actually. Um, so so yeah, s- we can dive back into more mystery solving techniques and how we can apply them to unravel the mysteries of From. And we still have it looks like we still had quite a bit that we didn't get through the last 2 weeks, right?
Well, we have a lot of worksheets there, but we kind of covered most of the material from the worksheets, but we can bring them up and look through them.
Yeah.
Hold on here.
So where would you like to start? I'll pull up the I still wait, I need to find the Discord. I'll go back into the Discord to get the drive thing so I can pull it up. But where would you like to start?
Let's see here. I think we should start with red herrings, and that is found in. Double checking. Okay, it's on first one. So it's in that first opening folder, and it's under understanding red herrings. It's the
Ah, I see
fifth
it.
one down, I think. At least the way it loads on mine it is.
There it is.
And I did actually cut my finger slightly on my cracked phone.
Well, that sucks.
It just kind of
Yeah.
like shaved a little bit of skin off.
Yeah, like the tiny little glass fragments. You gotta be careful with that. I've I've cracked many a phone over the years, so I have lots of experience with that.
Don't like it. All right.
So,
Oh, okay, good. You have it up. Let's see here.
hmm
All right, so red herrings are intentionally misleading information designed to divert attention from the truth, often pointing to a wrong suspect or conclusion. So, anyway, this is a guide here to just kind of understanding red herrings and differentiating them between, well, from real clues. And so there's a longer document here. People are bored and want to look through it later. Um, but anyway, I broke everything down into these bullet points here to kind of make things go a little bit faster and easier. Um, so for so here's some definitions for red herrings. I already read that part. Real clues are hints that guide towards the solution, forming part of the cohesive narrative. And sorry, I have to sit down and I have to bring this device closer. All right, so key differences and strategies for spotting red herrings versus real clues. You want to challenge the obvious or subtlety. Red herrings often appear overly obvious, hyped, or emphasized. Um, Clues that scream guilty. They tend to be wrapped in excessive elaboration or seem to demand attention, where real clues tend to be subtle, quiet, and easy to miss, requiring careful attention. So a good strategy is to question clues that seem too perfect or convenient and to look beyond overly hyped or ignored clues for subtler, significant hints.
right,
Julie, can you think of? Yeah. Oh, go
hmm?
ahead.
Like on the residents, um, I think I think there are a lot of red herrings. I mean, you've got a chef who literally says, "I am going to kill you." Um, I think a statement like that is a red herring. That's too obvious. Um,
Right.
Things like that. On From, trying to think like I think now red herrings on From are up for debate. Of course, From is not over yet, so it's highly debatable. But I think Jade's software company could be a red herring, because
Mm,
it's brought up pretty early. It seems like too too neat and easy of an explanation that quantum computing company could be responsible for all this, implying that it's all just a simulation. To me, it's just too simple. I mean, it might not be a simulation. It could a quantum computing company. I mean, it could maybe have some kind of ability to transport people to, I don't know, another timeline or an alternate universe or something. I don't know, but I don't know. I think that might be a red herring, but it's not a super obvious one. I don't think there are really super obvious red herrings in From. Like I don't think so because everything is pretty ambiguous and they really like to keep the mystery going. Um, they 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 don't make anything too obvious. It's not like on The Residents where you literally have somebody saying, "I am going to kill you," and to the person who winds up dead. That's an obvious one, you know?
mm. Also, too, like Harry, I think is kind of fits into the obvious red herring because
Oh
he's
God,
just
yeah.
too blatantly like the investigation needs to stop and all this. Uh, we don't want the administration to look bad, security failure, this and that. He's just making himself way too suspicious all the time, and it would be way too convenient.
I completely agree. I
And
was
I want to.
thinking of
I'm
Harry
sorry.
too, actually. You know, he's he's right in their face from the beginning, in their faces saying, this is a suicide. Let's move on. It's he's in AB's room or office rather, looking for documents, political documents, when he knows that AB wouldn't have political documents. So I think he's definitely a red herring too. Way too obvious.
And I want to circle back later when we get to clues that fade out about the Jade Software Company.
Okay.
Before we get to the next part, do we have any comments from the chat? Let's see here. Diversion. Bill Chill says, diversion, Jasper from Harry, the residence. Yeah. Randall from, yep. And Acosta thus far.
Yeah. Yep. Let me see. Yep. I agree. Jasper. Yeah, Jasper's a great example of a red herring. Making us believe he was going to talk, or at least making some of us believe he was going to talk, leading us in that direction. And then he just turned out to be really a nothing burger. Just went back to what I think is the symbolic meaning that he had from the start, not anything more than that. And yeah, Harry Randall, let's see. Yeah, Randall with his suspicions, his paranoia. I think some of the stuff he brought up, that could qualify for sure. Diversion. And Acosta? Hmm. Trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. Donna is I don't think there's a mole either. Um Now it's still up for debate, of course. Luncher, like Donna being, that making her look suspicious, that could be a red herring. They might have done that deliberately, or it could have been us as the audience who um came up with that. But I mean, they have her walking around with her hands in her pockets and telling Jim to keep his mouth shut about the voice on the radio. So they may have intended her to be a red herring, the mole idea. So that could absolutely be a red herring. Still holding out for Jasper being more than just a doll. I would love that. I love haunted puppet and dummy and doll tropes. Trust me, I love that. But yeah, I don't know. At this point, I doubt it. But you never know with this show. I just want to see Jade put his arm up Jasper and start talking through him to Ankui slash remember Samuel. That'd be great. Yeah, like how Victor uses the drawings. Yeah, maybe like, and also how Tabitha was able to recover a strong, vivid memory from Miranda by getting closer to Victor and hugging him. Um, that finally triggered that memory, and if Jade could connect with something from Christopher's past, there aren't any people there who are connected to Christopher, but if he could connect with something like the puppet, that's a great idea. That could work. Victor's memory is the mole. Um,
I think sometimes with clues like Jasper, I think that they can be a red herring, but also be a clue at the same time. Like there's a misdirection there with Jasper, that Jasper was going to be the one telling the story and be like a possessed doll, but really there was something else going on with Jasper the whole time. I mean, I think some people felt like a little cheated by that, but I don't know. There's possibility that we'll come around to Jasper again because he's kind of persisted a little bit.
mhm, it could be. Um, I mean, I don't know. I think that it could be like what Samuel, I think, said, that his significance will just be to help trigger more memories for Jade. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I think he was put there. The way I originally interpreted it was just that he's a metaphor for what this place wants to do to people, which is use them as puppets, manipulate them. So I think his role is mainly symbolic, but hey, you never know. Hmm. Jasper's scream should have some significance. Well, I think it does. I think the significance is the fact that his scream sounds exactly like the guy under the boulder who Jade saw in his first vision. I think that's a clue. The fact that that's appearing to Jade, I think that's a clue that that man under the boulder was Jade in a previous life. So I think that does have significance. Um, I think all of the people Jade saw in his visions were himself in a previous life. And so basically, this place made Jade its puppet in previous cycles and misled him, including that man under the boulder. And that's why that man's voice came out of the puppet, in my opinion. That's what I've always believed. But anyway, um, Muncher said, I think the Ankui kids are a reverse red herring. That is, people that think they're good, but in reality, they're evil as fuck. The first time we saw one of them, it had an evil expression. You're right about that. There was one snarling in the cage at Tabitha down in the cave. It was snarling at, I think it was a girl snarling at her. Um, so I don't know. I think the children are a good entity that are just victims of the place, because they were sacrificed. But and if they're angry, well, the anger may have just been, you failed to save me in the origin story. So that might have been why she looked angry, in my opinion. But we'll see. Uh, Samuel, that would be super creepy if he found the puppet there, if it was already there, and it would fit this creepy place if he didn't bring it and he just found it there. Anyway, let's see, where are we now?
All right, we're at track the clues timing.
Okay.
Do you want to read that part?
Oh, I'm actually trying to get some food in my stomach. Would
Oh,
you
okay.
mind?
Yeah, sure. All right, so track the clues timing. For red herrings, they tend to appear early to steer you astray or at dramatic moments, such as before a big twist. They the early overload of suspicious details or sudden flashy revelations. All right, so the early overload of suspicious details or sudden flashy revelations can be distractions. For real clues, they tend to build slowly over time, appearing subtly and consistently. One strategy to telling them apart is to flag early loud clues and compare them to later quieter hints. Note when the story shifts gears, as misdirection may occur during disruptions.
Hmm.
So I think
Okay.
in the residence, like for example, I think Harry like appeared early.
Oh
I think
yeah.
Harry is just supposed to be like the stereotypical red herring. I feel like we're probably gonna see him appear on a lot of these. Well, we're gonna be able to point to him with a lot of these anyway. Um,
I agree.
yeah, tends to steer you
That
astray
was
at dramatic moments as well.
Yeah, and that there was an early overload of suspicious details regarding him. There was a lot. There was a lot. So, yeah, I agree on that. And with From, I don't know if there's anything that's like an early overload of revelations, or like everything has been so cloaked in mystery. So there
Yeah,
isn't
it's
any
kind of
super obvious.
I'm having a hard time finding I'm having a hard time finding one from as well. From.
Hmm. Hmm. Like, let me see.
I guess
Yeah, I don't
Victor at
know.
first, because they threw a lot of creepy at you from Victor.
Oh,
And he was also too obvious too.
yeah. Also,
Mhm.
I think the way they introduced the boy in white, I believe, is a red herring. Um,
Oh.
he was introduced early in a very sinister way. The very first time they showed the boy in white, he was standing outside Ethan's window, looking at him, really creepy, standing like a statue. Then he waves at him. He does the shush motion. Um, I mean, it's creepy. It's creepy, and there's a creepy stinger in the musical score. I think we are immediately supposed to distrust him, to think he's evil, and possibly, the villain, like at least one of the villains of the place. Um, that's the creepy kid trope. And for me, I
Yeah,
fell for it. I believed it at first. I did. And maybe he really is evil. That's up for debate, but I was sold on that at first. But it could very well be a red herring, just using the creepy kid trope, all that creepy music, and trying to lead us astray when he actually may be a helpful entity. And then later, I do think there's evidence showing that he's a helpful entity. So, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, another thing,
uh-huh.
that early flashback of Victor to the massacre was early in the series. And again, they portrayed the boy in white looking extremely sinister, leading him to a merry-go-round with bodies, ripped up bodies all around, and he's smiling and playing on the merry-go-round. Again, it makes it look like he's enjoying the carnage. But this could very well be a misdirection. He could
Mm.
be trying to distract Victor from the carnage, and help him, befriend him. So, yeah. But yeah, that's still up in the air. I hope they keep that mystery going till the very end. Let's see.
And what are folks saying?
Um, Bill Chill said clues Randall and Acosta will slowly build an alliance against Boyd and Sarah. Oh yeah, I could totally see that.
I can see
Um,
it.
maybe even I mean Acosta could even get Kenny on her side once, if Kenny finds out that Boyd is still lying to him um about what Fatima did, killing Tilly. If that comes out, then Kenny could turn on him too. So yeah, like Amy said, there will probably be a divide in the town. Um, Samuel said maybe it belonged to him in a past life and he recognized it. Um, yeah, the puppet with Christopher. Yeah, I think so. Um, what is this? Teeter. Give me an F. Give me an R. Give me an OM. What's that spell? From. Doc Kaiju Labs is breaking it down on Julie B. Deep Dives. Don't miss the mystery, the madness, the monsters. Oh, you're funny. Now we've got cheers. We've got a cheering squad. That's great. Give me a twist. Give me a scare. From's got folks trapped everywhere. Doc Kaiju's got the braids. Julie B's got deep terrain. Dive in now or monsters might complain. I like that. Hey, AA. Nice to see you. Okay. Um, what do we have next? No.
All right. So we did track the clues, timing. So spot the misfit. Test for consistency. All right. So test for consistency and spot the misfit. Red herrings tend to feel jarring, disconnected, or contradictory to the bigger picture. They also tend to create confusion or don't align with other evidence. Real clues, on the other hand, tend to fit logically into cohesive narrative and into the cohesive narrative and tie into the bigger picture. So some strategies are to test each clue against the main thread and see if it belongs or it pulls you off the course. Uh, and also to check the alignment with other evidence.
Hmm.
So testing the clue against the main thread to see if it belongs or if it pulls you off course, and check to see how it aligns with other evidence. Red herrings will
Yeah.
feel jarring or disconnected or contradictory to the bigger picture, create confusion, and don't align with other evidence. Like that, yeah, Jasper kind of feels like that with me too, because like Jasper didn't seem to fit, but like kind of disconnected from the rest of the story
Oh yeah.
when we thought he was like a haunted doll.
Mm-hmm. Another one,
Mhm.
um, the spider webs. Um,
Yes.
the spider webs suggest that maybe there are giant spiders here, and that just feels contradictory and disconnected to the bigger picture. It's jarring for sure. So I definitely think that applies. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll get giant spiders, but I don't think it's very likely. Not at this point.
And in the residence, what are some misfit clues or
Hmm.
maybe the weird guy,
Yeah, the weird guy with
Larry?
the eyes.
I, I think his name was it Larry? Big Mr. Piff or whatever.
I don't remember, but his name, but the guy with the weird eyes.
Yeah, because he was looking
Yeah,
around at everything.
yeah. He's he's a very odd um piece to the puzzle. Yeah, so that could that could be a misfit. Um,
Oh, some obvious misfits probably would be like the celebrities. So what's her name?
Kylie
Uh
Minogue,
Kylie Minogue and the guy who plays Wolverine there, even though they don't actually have him in the show.
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, yeah, there you go. I can't remember any names right now.
Yep,
Yeah, I think those would be some obvious misfits because they're not really connected to anything else.
right. I agree.
As
Yeah.
far as going back a step to clues timing and challenging the obvious, um, part of like for I keep I keep wanting to think that I can't remember her name, but it's the woman who is basically now in AB's position.
Oh yeah, Ms. Haney. It's Haney.
Yeah, I feel like she would be a little too obvious as well. And she is also one of the first people they introduced and made suspicious by things that happened. So I think that she could be a red herring, but I don't know. I feel like she's still suspect.
I think she still qualifies as a suspect, but a bit too obvious of a suspect since she was next in line and she was supposed to be getting AB's job. Um,
Right.
and then we saw her have a furious meltdown that very night when she found out from him that he'd changed his mind. So yeah, suspect, but bit too obvious. Um, JT Moore. Huh, that's an interesting question. How do these apply to Severance? Um, are there red herrings in Severance? Let me think. Now that we've gotten some reveals, were there any red herrings that we can point out now? Or anything that could be a red herring? Let me think for a minute. I
Yeah, the
don't
goat
know.
people. They
Oh
made the goat
yeah,
people extra creepy.
the goat people. Yeah, that was very jarring and out of place. That qualifies for sure. Yeah. So the idea that that could have anything to do with this in any major way, that has major significance, that would be incorrect. Now we know what they were for. It's very simple, actually. They're just there to be sacrifices for this cult of Kier. Um, they're not like, I know there were theories where people thought like something about, I don't know, they could be trying to transfer someone's consciousness into a goat, or I don't know. So I've heard some crazy things, but it's actually surprisingly simple. Occam's razor. It's the purpose of the goats is surprisingly simple. Um, that's the only one I can think of. It's a good example. I can't think of another one. Uh, yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure that there
Because they
were,
don't. Yeah,
I'm sure there were a ton more, but I just haven't really thought about Severance a whole lot in a while.
yeah. I haven't in a while. Well, that whole thing with Mrs. Selvig. Um, Mrs. Selvig. That persona that Harmony Cobell took on. That was. I mean, that was jarring and disorienting, and it led to people theorizing that maybe she's severed too, and um
Oh yeah.
she has, you know um that was so that could qualify. I don't know if they intended to use that to lead people astray, but it definitely led to some odd theories. um and like her mother's hospital bracelet, it's not part of the mystery, as it turns out. It led to
Hmm.
some theorizing that maybe Copel is trying to uh like resurrect her mother or something, like her deceased mother, through the severance process. Like I've heard theories like that. Um that maybe her mother is in a coma, and they're trying to experiment and see if they can bring her back. So there were theories like that based on her mother's hospital bracelet being in the shrine to Kier. But as it turns out, it's just there because she lost her mother and was traumatized by it. That's a big reason why she fully embraced the cult. So the answer to it actually turned out to be very simple, the significance of it. So you could say that was, it's not like a jarring thing, but it's something that definitely misdirected people into thinking it was something more than it was. Anyway, um, Bill Chill said the crows, the radio in the diner, the third guy slash man on the resident. Okay, so for misfits and red herrings on From the crows and the radio in the diner. Um, yeah, it could be. The crows may just be. Some people thought that the crows had more significance. That like the monsters might turn into crows in the daytime or something, or the crows are directly working for the big bad or whatnot. But I think they could just very well be symbolic of something. But the radio in the diner, um, yeah, maybe a red herring of some sort, or just like some kind of misfit thing that's not actually that important, just there for thematic reasons. Um, on the residence, the third guy slash man, yeah, that was just a random oddball thing for sure. I, I agree. And on Severance, yeah, Rickon, that's right. Rickon and his weirdness and his weird friends, that's another thing. His very weird friends like Rebecca, it I think they were probably placed there to confuse people a bit. kind of make you think there's something wrong with these people. Maybe they're severed in some other way, and maybe Rickon is severed because he's an oddball, and so are all his weird friends and his like culty followers. So that's a good example. I agree with that, Bill. Um, yes, Dylan's wife. AA said Dylan's wife was a red herring. I thought she was going to turn out to be evil.
And some people
Okay,
thought that she might not even be Dylan's wife at first,
really?
right? Well, did they? Maybe that was when we saw a trailer, or
Hmm.
I don't know. I think initially we thought that when they talked about Dylan being able to meet his Audi's family, that they wouldn't really actually be his Audi's family that he was meeting, or going to meet. People theorized that,
Right.
and I think that they did show in the episode where he met his wife that it was actually his wife.
Oh yeah, yeah. But initially, we thought, well, maybe they hired her to pretend to be his wife because why would they let him meet his real wife? So yeah, yeah,
Right.
definitely could have been a misdirect. Shadow Skulk said the only reason I think the giant spider in From isn't a red herring is because of Ethan's dream when they first arrived. Which that thing that he said could also be a red herring too, though. He said when he woke up from his uh, unconscious state after he had the seizure, he said something about the spider came down from the ceiling and someone screamed, and so yeah, hey, it's entirely possible. It's still a theory that's at play. Um, I can't, I just can't imagine it in this at this stage after everything that we've learned from like the lore that was revealed with the reincarnation and the monsters being people who sacrificed their children originally. I don't know where spiders fit into it. It just feels to
Dream
me like it's out of
catchers?
place. Huh?
Dream catchers, maybe?
Maybe.
Is are spiders connected to dream catchers? Probably. I feel
Yeah,
like that would make
that's
sense.
true. That's true.
We see those
That's
all over
true.
Colony House. And I think there might have been a drawing of a spider somewhere in the show. I could be misremembering that though.
Oh no, you're right. There are multiple. There are a bunch actually. Victor drew multiple ones, and some of them are in his peach truck too. So, and all
So
by
I
the
think
way
it's still
though,
possible. Go ahead.
but all it's also possible that all those drawings with spiders could be part of the whole spider red herring thing, if it is a red
Mm,
herring. So I think in the end, if there is no literal spider connection, then we're gonna point to that and say, oh yeah, that's a classic red herring, even though it comes up a few different times. Yeah. I could totally see that. Because the Ethan saying that about the spider coming down from the ceiling, that could be a metaphor. It could be a metaphor. He said somebody screamed and the spider came down from the ceiling. If you think about it, they're all trapped like like they're caught in a web.
mm,
They're all
yeah.
trapped and they're being fed upon, you know, spiders. What do? They rip open their prey and like the monsters do. So it could be metaphorical, but we'll see. We'll see. Um, the R in Helly R is a red herring as well. Well, it implies that she's not an Egan, so yeah, could be that yeah, it is kind of. It is. Where'd they get the R from? They just made it up. And that's true. Shadow Skulk spiders are attached to a lot of different lore of different peoples. Yeah, very true. And we've got a lot of mythological references in the show. There's spider lore attached to Native American mythology, for one thing. Um, AA said, "Are the dinnerless dinner parties a red herring? We never found out if there was any type of food shortage, so I'm guessing it was something Rick and friends came up with." I think I think that whole plot line with Rickon's weird friends was a red herring. The whole thing, not just the dinner, but the whole thing was meant to misdirect us and make us think that's significant in some way. Like that maybe his friends are also severed and he's severed. Maybe he's an Egan, that there's something. That whole thing, I think, was a red herring. And their dinnerless dinner parties, it's just, there's that's just them being pretentious and weird. Yeah. James Egan is a blue herring. Dude is evil as fuck and looks evil as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. He's the opposite of a red herring. He's as obvious as it gets that he's legit. I agree. Whatever the entity is, it could be spiderish in its true slash original imagery, even, or even the man in yellow. I need to look deeper into all the spider imagery and lore. Yeah, it could be.
I am
Hmm?
I am coming around to the spider theory now, actually. As I think about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll think about it more as we go through the red herrings.
Okay. Yeah, what's next here? Where did we leave off?
Dig into the source, evaluate the source of the information. So red herrings tend to be linked to unreliable characters or dubious circumstances, such as a gossiping bystander or overly accessible documents. And red herrings tend to come from sources with motives to lie or mislead.
Oh, oh, I've already
Yeah.
got one right from that. I mean, Tilly, anyone?
Oh yeah.
Tilly was a gigantic red herring with her gossiping self, always walking around spilling the tea, popping up in weird moments, and it being super sus. Yeah, Tilly was a red herring for sure.
Oh yeah. Turned out I should have figured. And real clues tend to originate from reliable sources or observable patterns. So a strategy for differentiating is to verify the source's credibility before trusting the clue and suspect shaky origins as potential misdirection. So things like Victor is like, obviously a perfect example of this. Like he's not credible. Um, any information from him tends to be shaky. So like for example, like Eloise being in that grave, that's very shaky. It points at a very obvious misdirection, and Victor is not a credible source of information.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. He is the most unreliable narrator in history, I think. It doesn't get more unreliable than him. To forget he had a sister, yeah, he's unreliable. Um,
And in the residence, as far as like, well, I don't know about red herrings, but unreliable information. I mean, uh, you're not going to get reliable information from the president's brother or the the lady who drank too much.
oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, Nan. Nan
Yeah,
Cox, yeah, you're not gonna get reliable information out of her for sure. Um, Muncher Luncher,
or Harry.
I've heard people say this. I've heard other people say this too, that Tilly is not a red herring, that she's coming back and effing up the town post-death zombie style. I don't know
I love
if
it.
you mean that literally, or but there are people who have the theory that she is gonna come back and still be some kind of a threat. I and I think that comes directly from the statement that she made shortly before her death when she told Ellis that death isn't the end. I don't remember her exact quote, but she basically said that death isn't the end, it's the beginning. I think she said of a grand adventure. And like when she found out she was dying of cancer, like she wasn't afraid. She said it's just the beginning of a grand adventure. And what I think that's a reference to, though, I think that's a reference to the fact that some of these people here are reincarnated. I think it's a clue. I don't think it means everybody is. I don't think it means that maybe it does. Who knows? Some people have the theory that
you don't think that Tilly's gonna join the Monster Grandma Coalition?
no, we know that's not how
The
monsters
Menson,
are made.
you get a purse with
That'd
some
be such
mints
a
in it,
troll.
and you always carry your
Yeah.
purse though. Even when you're attacking somebody, you always get that purse. Even if you lose your wig, you still get the purse.
Oh yeah, you still gotta hold that purse, like
Yeah,
Granny. And she had
it's
that
very
purse.
important.
Yeah, I think that when she said that death is just the beginning of a grand adventure, she doesn't think it's the end. I think that was a clue, a little nod to the reincarnation reveal we were going to get later, which was the fact that Jade and Tabitha's original death was the beginning of a fucked up grand adventure for them. Death was not the end, and death was not the end for all those people who sacrificed the kids. It was, it was a very twisted new adventure.
Yeah,
And
I was gonna
who
say
knows?
it depends on what your word adventure means.
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe others are reincarnated too, including her. Some people have the theory that means she's going to be reincarnated as well. It's possible. That's the only way I could see that going down. But I don't, if it would happen, I don't think we would ever see it on screen because they wouldn't have the screen time to show us Tilly being reborn and coming back to town as an infant or something. Like, you know?
I guess she'd have horse racing tickets in her bag along with the peppermints and the lottery tickets.
Yeah, she probably would. Yeah. She likes the betting on the ponies. So.
Yeah, I think there was a theory that the grandmas carried organs. The grandma monster carried organs in her purse because they weren't eating them. They had to be somewhere. They're in her purse.
Seriously, was that really a theory? That's
Yeah.
funny.
Let me get a peppermint here for you, Ethan, but it's underneath all these organs. Okay, here it is. It's got a little yellow mucus on it. It's cool. Clean that off for you.
That's gonna be the
No.
reboot in 20 years.
Ooh.
Peter, imagine next season is only with the people who died, like it's on the next level. Oh no, that'd be terrible. Yes, Amy, we were always debating on what was in her fanny pack. What's in that fanny pack? And what's in Donna's pockets, too. Those were big topics of discussion. Peppermint
Hands.
peppermints and lottery tickets. Huh, Doc?
She's
What'd
got
you say?
hands in her pockets.
Oh, yes. That's it. Yeah. Said I think one of Tilly's kids will come to Fromville next season. That would be cool. Maybe with one of Tilly's grandchildren. Oh, that would be really interesting. Another connection between like how Marielle showed up for Christy. If someone else comes who's connected to someone who was there. She said
Elton's
she made that
grandma.
point of saying she has 4 kids and 7 grandkids.
That's what I'm saying.
What was
They're all in an RV and they're all going to show up at the same time.
that? They're all gonna come at
All of
once.
Tilly's family.
Her 4 kids and 7 grandkids. They're on their way to a family cookout. They're all together they rented a bus or
Yeah.
something. I don't know.
Yep. Yep.
That's great. They all show up. Oh my God. It's funny.
What if Elton's grandma is alive and shows up and everyone has some explaining to do?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's going to have to crochet in my eye patch.
Too soon, too soon.
I was gonna say she was gonna crochet a crow and an owl, and it was gonna fight the crow, but then I realized he lost an eye, and I forgot.
There'll be
Yeah, no,
you know that there'll be
the
an
eye
owl
patch.
on that eye patch.
Oh yeah.
It's gotta have there's always owls. It's gotta have an owl on it. Yeah.
It'll be an
That
eye
would be
owl patch. That was terrible.
I see what you did there. That would be amazing, actually, though. if his grandma showed up. I would actually be here for that. Um, yes, that's true. Shadow Skull. Victor's memories are messed up due to all the trauma he's been through. Trauma can cause a great deal of dissociative amnesia, especially in folks with CPTSD. Um, yeah, and Victor himself, I think Victor, in some ways, he may be considered a red herring too. Um, in that a lot of people have, and who knows, maybe they're correct, but a lot of people have thought that he's suspicious, that maybe he's behind it all somehow. He knows everything, but he's just not telling. He's the only survivor of the last cycle, so like there are a lot of theories around that, and if assuming that he turns out to be innocent, then he could be considered a red herring too. Um, anyway, so I'm gonna have to get on the treadmill soon, but
Yeah,
hopefully it
you
won't be
probably
too
should.
loud in the background. Anyway, so let's see, where did we leave off on the worksheet
Gauge
here?
gauge the spotlight. So red herrings tend to receive excessive attention, dramatic music, lingering shots, or suspicious little focus to trick you, or suspiciously little focus to trick you. Whereas real clues tend to strike a balance and, well, tend to strike a balanced level of attention. So a strategy that you could use would be to question clues that are overly hyped or oddly ignored. Hmm.
Hmm.
So you,
Yeah. Yeah.
well,
Like the dramatic music. When the boy in white showed up. Lingering shots on
mhm.
that could be considered a red herring if he turns out to be a good entity. Um, what else? Um,
The dummy received excessive attention, but we did get some kind of answers from it, just not what we were looking for,
the dummy. Yeah.
Jasper.
or not what we expected, I should say. We end up
What a
getting
nothing burger.
answers that,
Where's nothing burger on your list, Doc?
yeah. Well, we end up getting information, just not what we not the information that we expected, or at least it didn't come across the way that we expected it to come across, right? Because we expected the
Or a
dummy to
walking, talking Jasper, smoking a
yeah.
cigarette, hanging out at a colony house.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome though.
That would have been amazing. I just wanted him to say one thing. I would have been satisfied. Just give me one creepy statement. Like make the entity talk through him. That wouldn't be so strange. It wouldn't necessarily be that the thing is actually haunted, but that the entity could make it move and talk through it just once. That's all I
Yeah,
wanted, and I would have been
like just like
satisfied.
it would just say like Eloise is alive.
Yeah.
She lives. Oh wait, that's too much like Severance. She's alive.
Yeah. I would have enjoyed that. I was very disappointed that we didn't get that. Oh,
Or Smiley
I don't,
lives.
yeah. Another one, another thing that kind of received unnecessary attention and turned out to be a nothing burger, the bile bullets. That was
Yeah,
pointless.
yeah.
So,
There's been a couple times when they've gone out like on the hunt and stuff, and it's just fallen flat.
yeah.
Like when Void was gonna go out and hunt the monsters too, that in season 3, that didn't really quite happen like we thought it would.
Yeah, and that was it was a very dramatic moment where
Yes.
my cat is licking my bowl and now I can't use it again. Damn it. I hate dirtying an extra dish unnecessarily. I hate doing dishes. It's painful. Now I have to wash that before I can eat it. Anyway, um,
Well, with uh
what were we?
with that, I feel like
I
they
forget.
treat the oh sorry.
I was just saying I forget what we were just saying.
I feel like they tend to treat on From, they tend to treat a lot of the clues like puzzle pieces and kind of misdirect you as to where you're going to place that puzzle piece. So like Jasper is an example of that. And I feel like the crows have been an example of that. Tilly's been an example of that. Um, there was another clue that I was thinking of. Right, we just mentioned it too. It was a red, oh, the bile. So like I feel like the bile is still a clue, but it's not going to be. But I feel like the whole bullet train uh, of thought was a red herring. So I think the bile is still in play as a clue to be placed somewhere. It's just not to be used to unalive them, because as we know now,
Yeah,
that cannot be done.
right, right. So, um,
And then for a dramatic spotlight in the residence, we obviously have Harry, like I expected. He's going to show up under most of these, and maybe the brother. The brother tends to take up a lot of spotlight.
yeah, yeah, he does. He does. The oh yeah, the for some reason we said that I was thinking of the dude who's actually the president's spouse. No, no,
Oh yeah,
talking about yeah, not him. But the brother, yeah,
he's actually
the brother is very much in your face. The president's spouse isn't as much. He's more low key. But
he's
like
actually one of my prime suspects.
yeah, I think that he's a good suspect. He's not obvious, that's for sure. So somebody I have my eye on. We haven't given up on that, by the way. I the last couple of weeks I needed a break. I have been struggling to keep up with covering both The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us, and with
Personally,
everything I've been dealing with personally. But we're gonna hopefully be able to do it next week. Finally finish The Residents. Anyway,
well, that's given me opportunity to rewatch episodes, and The Residence is really great for that because they throw so much at you in every episode. And there is so much distraction because there's so much humor, so much stuff going on. It's a very entertaining show. And so I'm fine with taking longer to finish The Residence. Hopefully, other
oh
people
yeah,
are too.
hopefully I hope so. Yeah, I hope. I mean, I know it's like it's a big ask to still stick around and wait, but I mean, we only have two more episodes to get through, and then we'll be done. I haven't gone ahead and watched them yet, so I'm still in the dark. I know a lot of people don't have the willpower to wait these days, and I understand that completely, but I've had a lot of other stuff to take up my time, so I just haven't had the time to fit it in. So next week we will. And they do throw a massive amount of information at you in every episode. It's very complicated, so rewatching it has got to be helpful, probably for coming up with like a sequence of events too, because has different details they throw out that happen at different times that evening, and you find it out in all different episodes. So yeah, like you could actually map out what happened when based on different people's accounts of the night. I didn't have the patience or the time to do that, but something that you could do if you have the time.
Hmm.
Like actually that's a good mystery solving technique in terms of a murder mystery, trying to lay out like a schedule of what happened when based on the evidence in the show and people's accounts of what happened,
I will be
putting it
right
in
back.
sequential order, you know. Huh?
I will be right back.
Okay. So I just realized I forgot to even tag everybody. I always tag everybody. That's one thing I don't forget to do. So I'm gonna do that just in case because we are still gonna be doing this for a bit. Um anyway, so let's see. Um, oh, thanks, Amy. Hugs to you too. Hi, Michael. The bile's just an indicator of their monstrousness in terms of Greek thought of the four humors, in my opinion, but no magic bullet from it, sadly. Yeah, I agree. I think that there's probably just an esoteric meaning behind it, like you described. Like a lot of things in the show, I think, are probably more esoteric or symbolic than anything else.
Right.
Like possibly the spiders could just be symbolic. Jasper, I think, is just symbolic, and the bile, yeah.
I think
Um,
that being symbolic, it can still be like being symbolic is still a subtle clue. It's not a big clue. It's not the distraction that it was giving, like with the bile bullets, but it's still a subtle clue.
hmm
I feel like
Oh, I
it's
think
giving
so
you
too.
a little bit more illumination into their nature.
Definitely. Yeah. Um, oh, and I think the reverse of this thing that we were talking about here, things that receive excessive attention, like or wait, there was something here. Where was it? There
That
was
don't receive enough
something.
attention.
There was something I read that was like, where is it? Oh, okay. Real clues strike a balanced level of attention. Um, like if you look at the clues to Tabitha being reincarnated, they were slowly introduced over time. Like up here, it says tracking the clues timing. This is something I meant
Yes.
to say earlier, and I lost my train of thought. The clues to the reincarnation built slowly over time, appearing subtly and consistently. So it started slowly with imagery like Tabitha and Jade both getting knocked unconscious shortly after they arrived in town. A clue to the fact that they died there before, um, or they died and came back there again. There's like in season two, it ramped up more. Tabitha finding the wedding dress down in the cave and seemingly recognizing it, finding the crayon holder in Victor's room and recognizing it. Later, let's see, there was what was the next? There was something else too. Well, in season three, the clues started coming, um, getting more obvious, building more. So in season three, that's when it became more clear, like, okay, something could be going on here. She finds another bracelet. That bracelet, that was one of the first things that was a clue to the reincarnation in the diner, season one.
Yeah.
But then season three, she finds another one in Henry's car, and she had that maternal bond with Victor that kept growing and intensifying in season three. And then she had the what was that dream she had? She remembered a dream she had when she was a little girl, uh, about those totem things. That was another thing. She dreamed about
Oh,
the place when she was a little girl. So that's how the clues were intensifying.
I feel like they also misled us a little bit with time looping and how the time looping works in From with Tabitha's dream sequence and then with the initial introduction of the bracelet.
hmm Yeah, the bracelet thing definitely, I think, it made people think, well, then okay, there must be some kind of time loop situation going on, and that's how the bracelet was found there. Like the bracelet is being passed through time, but in reality, she just keeps making the same bracelet over and over again. It's kind of, you have to suspend your disbelief because it's kind of odd. How do you make the bracelet with the same exact imperfection over and over again, even if you are the same soul being reborn? It's weird. I hear what you're saying. That was actually the premonition dream. There was another clue to her reincarnation in that too. It was a subtle one, but that shot of her in an empty town, I think that was a clue that she'd been there before. So these clues were distributed, widely throughout the show over
Hmm.
time. That
And those early ones
that was
foreshadowed basically the story walking, I feel like, and how the time does kind of loop, but not how we were thinking with the bracelets initially.
right, right. Oops, forgot to unhighlight that one. Yep, absolutely. Um, oh yeah, Dieter, sorry, I forgot to show these. I'll show these really quick now that I'm thinking of it. Dieter made these really funny AI images of us. There's
Oh
there's,
no,
there's
Julie,
me
I
stuck
told
in
you
the
not to go through the tree. Well, we saw what happened next.
yeah, yeah. I went through the tree, stuck in the pool wall. That's so funny. And then Dieter, that looks
Oh
exactly
God,
like him.
it does. That is funny.
That that one is shockingly accurate. That's amazing. Wait, it looks like the same one is here twice. Oh no, it's two slightly different ones. That one's good too. Oh my God. Wow, how did you get it so perfect? That it looks like it look, might as well be a photograph. That's wild. That's great. Oh man. Yeah, Dieter, you shouldn't have gone through that pool wall. What is wrong with you? I mean, you shouldn't have gone through the faraway tree. God. Yeah.
This almost makes me want to subscribe to ChatGPT, but I'm still convinced that Sam Altman is going to take over the world, or ChatGPT will.
Oh, yeah.
I do not trust them, but
Yeah.
their tech is pretty good.
I was
Yeah.
What should put out
almost
It
hoping. I
is.
was almost hoping that Dale would survive and just give people like snarky like advice. Like Donna would need advice, so she'd go talk to Dale about From, and he'd just be there stuck in the pool wall. It's a pocket dimension.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, if we're, I mean,
Pocket
we could
dimension.
still live stream from the pool.
Yeah, sure we could. Um, Bill Chill said the residents' red herrings. The calligrapher was definitely a red herring with his bad handwriting, possible traumatic brain injury, or dyslexia. This could explain the switched guest seats. Yeah, that seemed really out of place and random. The
Yeah,
calligrapher.
we didn't get any backstory on the calligrapher.
No,
Why?
at least not, at least not yet. I haven't watched the final two episodes yet, so I don't know. But as of
I'll say so
episode,
far.
yeah, there are 8 episodes. I've watched 6 of them, and so far nothing at all. So I'd like them to at least give us something, and maybe it's just meant to be a running joke, though. Uh, Michael says so far we only know about the 3 bracelets, Miranda and Henry's, which Miranda made, and then Tabitha's. Not sure we've heard any evidence of any other ones, unless I'm forgetting anything. Um, well, what she said, what I was referring to is what she said um, to Jim in the very last episode. She said, um, "That's why I found that bracelet." She said, "I keep making them." She said, "I keep making them because I've been here before, because I was Miranda." So the fact that she said, "I keep making them," to me, I think it implies that she's made one in every cycle, potentially, that she keeps making them every time. And even if there are only the 3, how did she make the same how did she use create the same imperfection in all 3 of them exactly? That the whole point, I think this is a flaw in the writing, to be honest. The whole point of her logic on that when she talked to Jim is that this has to be the same bracelet because look at this imperfection. And she said, "I was so upset when I made it for you, and you said you like it this way because it makes it one of a kind." meaning you cannot make another one exactly like that due to the imperfection. There shouldn't be even two of them, let alone three. So I think that's a flaw in the writing. Even a show as well written as this is gonna screw up. But
Yeah, but if
you gotta
somebody
screw up.
thinks that's the design, they're going to design it with imperfection.
Yeah, but not if she's. The whole point is that it's one of a kind, though. She said you can't. That she literally said
But
it's one
it's
of a kind.
not one of a kind. There's like four of them, right?
But how do you make the same imperfection every single time? It seems it stretches the bounds of believability for me. Uh,
Mm. Well, as a
you
person who
know,
makes jewelry, if I saw like in my head something that was a design, I was like, I have to make a bracelet this way. If it had imperfection, I wouldn't see it as imperfection. I would just see it as the design.
yeah, you could if she had some kind of memory of it, like buried memory, she could.
Hmm.
But when she said I keep making them, I took it to mean that she keeps making them in every cycle. So there could be
Hmm.
more of them popping up.
As long as there's bootstraps available.
And yeah, it's possible, you know. Um, Hi Gabrielle, nice to see you. They did not start filming yet, but we have heard rumors that they're in pre-production. The actress who plays Marielle, I don't, you probably heard this already, but she shared an Instagram story um, with sets that were being built. She didn't say anything about it, but we could pretty much assume that that was a set they were building. And if they're doing that, then that means they're getting ready to start filming soon. And the rumors have been that they're starting in June. So we'll let you know when we hear anything at all, hopefully soon.
There's a new set.
Someone, yeah, someone, the person who plays Marielle posted a picture that it looked like, it was an aerial view and it looked
Mhm.
like multiple rooms that they were constructing. So I don't know what that could be. Weird. I don't know what they
The
could need that
hotel.
for.
Hopefully, it's a hotel
Yeah,
manifesting itself.
it could
Or
be.
the
It could be
hotel
the
for a flashback.
Ah.
it could be the hotel. Yeah. Maybe finally we'll get our Star Magic Motel.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Talk
What
about
are
red
you guys talking
herrings.
about?
Star magic.
Amy, it, yeah, I would love to see if that's the case. That would be a fun twist.
Could you imagine if
Amy,
instead of it waiting to
uh-huh.
another cycle to pop up a new building, just a few new buildings just pop up in town?
Mm. That's how I imagine it goes in between cycles that new buildings just materialize there when once everybody's dead. Um, that they just appear over time, and that's how you get newer looking buildings there mixed with the old ones.
But could you imagine they
Um,
just walk out of they just wake up one day and all of a sudden the Star Magic Motel is actually there with the sign?
oh, that would be
That'd be
funny
right.
if
And
it
also
could happen
Julie,
while they're still alive. That would be funny. What
and
were
I'm
you
not
saying?
saying you and I'm not saying you should do it, but it occurred to me that Mr. Grant Gregory could probably turn that image of you in the pool into a talking avatar. And I'm just imagining you doing a video with that avatar.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I
God.
wanted I wanted to do one with Yellow Jackets, so it would be the Queen of Hearts card talking.
That'd be fun.
Oh,
Or
The
the
llama.
Antler Queen.
mm.
Well, the llama would be perfect because that already has a mouth. It has everything you need.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, Michael. Yeah, she definitely said, 'cause I take notes on the dialogue and everything, and she told Jim, I keep making them. That was an exact quote about that bracelet. Yeah. Um, and what is this? Amy had said asked to Dieter, why do you have a reason that would make you walk through the tree? He said he's stuck in the pool with the carrot out. God. Phil Chill said, don't make Amy pop out and show you something. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show him. Yeah, it's a Kendrick reference. He's speaking my language. You're speaking my language, Bill. Um, from knows no bounds to as far as impossible. Indeed. Yes. Um, Julie must send the bracelet back or something. Yeah, I don't know, Gabrielle. It sounds like they're just Tabitha just keeps making more of them. Well, not the same Tabitha, but in different lives, different, incarnations of herself.
I wonder if she
Um,
always one before she has a kid. Didn't she say she made it like around when Julie was born?
yes, she did. She
Oh,
did. Yeah.
oh wait, no, it's a
Uh,
thing. Everyone named Tabitha makes that bracelet. I'm pretty sure it's a
no.
thing in the real world. I think I read
Oh,
about it
really?
online.
I just remembered. No, she made the bracelet for Jim when they were dating, and then she lost it in the hospital when Julie was born. That's what she said.
Oh,
Anyway,
all right.
yeah, yeah. Um, yes, Amy,
She's
we're
also in
gonna
the
have time
hospital
to
that
do.
Story Walking Julie found it. Sorry.
It's okay. Well, that was a
She's like, I
popular theory.
lost the bracelet. And then all suddenly Story Walking Julie, teenager, walks in and takes it. Walks off.
That was a popular theory. Um, but now it's like, well, I mean, once Tabitha found that bracelet in Henry's car, it was just like, all right, she just keeps making these. There are multiple of these around, so we don't even need time loops anymore to explain the bracelet. And before, it looked like time travel was the only way you could explain it from the sound of it at the time, but it seems like, yeah, we don't even need that at this point. Amy, yes, we're gonna have time to do a watch party tonight. Probably like 10 p.m. Thinking we can watch Nightmare on Elm Street, like we've been talking on doing about doing the third one and the fourth one, maybe. That's what I was thinking we'd do.
Patricia Arquette. Dream Warriors.
Yeah, Dream Warriors. It's the Nightmare on Elm Street that has the most similarities to from what
It's
I've heard
got the
about it
song.
anyway. It's got what?
Got the song where the Dream Warriors
Oh
not gonna
yeah,
dream no more.
it had a
Not
pretty
good.
rocking soundtrack.
Oh yeah.
There were actually there are actually a lot of Nightmare on Elm Street music videos, and I think a lot of them are actually from the soundtracks. There's one band that has like multiple Nightmare on Elm Street songs, and I think that they were for a soundtrack. I don't know if they were for like three, four, or five, or there was a six, right? I think before Freddy's dead.
There were six. Wow.
There was many.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. One of my favorites of them is actually not
Yeah,
related
and they
to the
get more and more
series. It's the new Nightmare.
they get more and more surreal as they go too. Like they're just telling people just to like come up with like incredibly surreal scenarios and just wing it, and we'll just back you.
Oh
And
yeah,
Freddy will
Freddy's
show
Dead was
up.
totally. Freddy's Dead was trippy. I kind of loved that one
Yeah.
as a kid.
Hmm.
I heard a lot of people hate that one, but I enjoyed it. But my favorite
Freddy's
was
dead.
yeah, um that was the one before I guess next in the story would be Freddy versus Jason, because
Oh my
between
god!
that
The
was
more I got, it's
between that
surreal.
yeah, that was pretty surreal too. But between that was Wes Craven's New Nightmare, and that one I really loved. I think Julie, you might really like that one too. Um, it
Hmm.
was basically it took place. It was a meta film that took place in the quote real world unquote. Um, and it was about the demon dream entity that inspired Nightmare on Elm Street that was haunting, coming after like Nancy and them in the real world, like the actors and the people that made and like Wes Craven and Robert Englund and everyone.
Oh my God, I love that concept. I love
And
meta stuff.
but it was terrifying because they made the film like more grit, like not gritty, but it maybe gritty. I don't know. They made it more like realistic kind of and um tug at your like emotional heartstrings because it's got the main actress. I think it was the actress that played Nancy. She's got a son and
Yeah, Heather
she's worried
Langenkamp.
about him. What'd you say, Scarlett?
Heather Langenkamp. I
Yeah,
have a
sure.
delay. Heather Langenkamp.
Yeah, sure. If that's her
Let me
name,
go
I
back.
don't. I don't remember. Oh, my phone I was watching the chat is dying, so I have to press comments to stop.
Um, well, I love meta stuff, so I think I would love that. I love that concept already.
Also, too, it's one of the few movies that I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I have screamed during. There's a scene in that film and also Candyman, and I'm pretty sure that they are identical scenes. I'm pretty sure that New Nightmare took it right from Candyman, basically, but makes me scream, made me scream the first time seeing it. Actually,
Wow.
Candyman, I screamed when I rewatched Candyman as an adult, but I also hadn't seen the film in like 20 years, like since I was a kid or whatever at the time.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I can't think of anything that's really. I have actually had a reaction where I've like gasped out loud. So sort of like that type of reaction. I don't know if it's an all-out scream, but I've definitely gasped out loud at things. It takes a lot to make me do that now, though. It takes a lot.
It's like a, ah!
Yeah. You know, like for one thing, I think one of the problems with me is like I watch everything now on a Chromebook or a laptop, and it's not as immersive of an experience. If I were watching something on a bigger screen with a volume, more um enveloping and the light off, and then maybe I'd be locked in enough to actually jump when there's a jump scare. But the way that I watch things on a little bit laptop screen or a Chromebook, it's nothing makes me jump. I've got to get my TV replaced because I miss watching things on an actual TV. I have a TV that's brand new, but it's never worked, and I keep forgetting to contact the company or contact the store where I got it and get it replaced under the warranty because it's a smart TV that won't connect to anything. So it's effectively
Oh,
useless. It won't connect to the Wi-Fi.
what about?
Yeah,
Oh, I just noticed Scarlett dropped off. Hopefully she'll be back, but it's already 2:10, so she might have faded. But I think
it's
she'll be
probably her
back.
her
She's probably
network.
having internet. Yeah.
Gasped, Dieter. I said I gasped. GASP. Gasped. And
I think we've
nobody
all
uses that
gasped out loud.
we don't use that as a verb anyway. I mean, well, there's slang. There's popular slang now about something being gassed. I forget. It's something people use in the rap community, and I don't remember what it means. But anyway, um, hey Panda Kalima, nice to see you. Just popped out of nowhere. Hello. Um, what is all this? Oh my God, it's a lot. This is a lot. Ready? Okay. Who's got brains? Who's got screams? Doc Kaiju Labs breaks your dreams. Julie B's got the tea. Deep dive with me. Let's get frommed. Let's get frommed. I don't want to get frommed. No, thank you.
Yeah, that sounds dirty. I don't think I want to get from either. I'm engaged. That sounds just really kinky. I'll have to look that up. I'll have to like download a VPN and look that up.
2468. Who do we appreciate? Doc Kaiju. He's got facts. He's got flair and weird stuff and monster hair. Julie B brings the boom. FROMacademy's in the room. Now Dieter is Dieter. I just now noticed this. I'm so out of it. I can't even pay attention to details. It says Dieter the cheerleader. I didn't even see that until now. That fits. He's Dieter the cheerleader. That tracks. With the
I love it.
cheers. Yep. Um, Phil Chill said Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4 were good. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching those. So I'm thinking 10 p.m. Saturday night. We can watch them if all goes well with me and I can do it, hopefully. Shouldn't be a problem though.
Oh, and you asked me about my podcast. So
Yes.
it's about the Friends in Red and their erotic adventures in Fromville.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding.
what? I was like, wait a minute. Erotic
No.
adventures. So what is it about?
No, it's basically me turning the training materials and my study materials that I make into AI podcasts like some of the ones that I've made and posted before.
Oh, nice.
I'm calling it the Fremily Connection, hosted by Apixa and Magnum.
Cool. Very cool. Um, well, let us know when when you're ready to start posting stuff on
Okay.
your channel for that. You're gonna put it on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, I'll put it on YouTube and TikTok, probably Instagram as well. Yeah, definitely
Cool.
Instagram and Facebook.
Cool. Yeah, let me know so I can start putting them in the descriptions of videos and help you promote them.
Okay, maybe I'll try one of those premiere things. I haven't done one of those before.
Yeah, those are fun. The premiering it live, it's fun. There's a little live chat, you know. Sometimes people get confused though, and they think that I'm actually doing a live stream. That's happened many times because it looks the same. The way I do it,
Mm.
it looks the same. I use StreamYard for both, and it looks exactly the same. It's me talking over a bunch of images. So they're like, "Oh, Julie's live in the morning." And I'm like,
Ah,
and then they see me talking in the chat a lot, and they're like, "Oh, wait, is this not live?" And I explained that it's a live premiere, but with what you're doing, it won't look like your live streams, so it's a little different.
okay. So do you need to use StreamYard to do a premiere or no?
No, you
Like with the
don't.
chat and
That's
everything, and
just
people get to chat?
Yeah, you don't need StreamYard to do that. That's what I happen
Okay,
to
cool.
use to make my videos, but anything that you upload in any way, you can set it as a premiere within YouTube. Yeah, if you have any issues, just let me know. It's just a little box that you check. But what you want to avoid doing is the mistake I made the first video I released. I accidentally, well, I didn't, it wasn't an accident. I didn't know that you shouldn't do this. I instant premiered it. If you select instant premiere, it premieres immediately. And if you do that, then you don't get the notification goes out instantly and it doesn't give people enough time to get there when they don't know it's coming. It's better to schedule it ahead of time so that people can see it, you know. So yeah, that's how it
Okay, cool.
works. But anyway, um, hey, what happened to what the heck? I had
The list up,
the
bullet
worksheet
points.
up and It went away. I'll get it back. It
There's
said
the
that it
man in
was still
yellow.
it said that it was still sharing my screen and but it wasn't. Anyway, it's back now.
We are on resist the emotional tug. So red herrings tend to use strong emotions, or will often use strong emotions such as shock, sadness, fear, to cloud reasoning. They tend to be wrapped in high drama, such as tearful confessions, to distract from facts, or can be anyway. Real clues consist of colder, harder facts. So one strategy is to acknowledge emotions but analyze clues objectively. I feel like this ties more to the detective stuff. Like full mysteries. But anyway, and pause to question if a clue's theatricality is manipulative.
Doc, there's something wrong with my treadmill and it's much louder than it
I
normally
don't
is.
hear it.
How loud? You don't hear
I
it?
don't, I don't hear it at all.
Okay, good. Good, because there's something wrong with it. I thought it might sound terrible. Okay, so anyway,
Nope.
so let's
So I
see.
I feel like that's not well. I feel like with this one isn't always the case, but I do agree that often red herrings will use strong emotions to kind of like distract and cloud reasoning, especially in like murder mysteries.
Mm, yeah, yeah.
Like the uh, crap. I can't remember what you said her name is. Um, the woman who works for the White House that was drinking too much. Um, like she exhibits a lot of strong emotions all the time.
The one who. So you mean Sheila the butler who gets
Yeah.
drunk all the time? Yeah,
Yep. Sheila the butler,
yeah, yeah.
and then of course Harry. He's just always overly emotional.
Oh, he's always kind of throwing a tantrum and you know bitching and he's very theatrical about it. And then he's very theatrical with his relief too when something happens that he likes. High-fiving the other guys when the FBI agent said that he thinks it's a suicide. He's like high-fiving them. Everything with him is strong emotionally, like over the top. And the high drama, like that scene where he came into the senator's office and he's got this like caveman scruffy beard from
Oh
stress
yeah,
and he's saying like you've got to shut this down and they're gonna like assume
I
they're,
love
they're
that
gonna
scene.
think that I'm guilty of this or something, and so I think that was meant to be a distraction too.
And I love how they reveal how corrupt that congressman is right in that scene.
Right. Yeah, he's like, oh, we'll just make a deal with her, like we've done that many times before, we'll just make a deal with her. And it was very true to life. Very true to life. Um, as far as from, I can't really, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of an example. Um, hmm, I don't know. Strong emotions. Very drama.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time thinking of this one too. I mean, like Victor being emotional over Eloise's supposed grave, but he was also emotional about his mother at the same time. But the emotional, I don't, I don't think that any of that convinced anyone that Eloise was buried there. I feel like it's just it's so obvious of a red herring.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I think I think her grave is a red herring. Um, So like his emotions are real, but yeah, that emotional moment, it can be a distraction. Actually, that's a great example because it, like the situation and the powerful performance that he delivers with all of that emotion and Henry's emotions as Eloise's father, and you know that's a huge emotional tug, and if you're pulled into that, then you might overlook Victor's subtle wording when when he was asked by his father, is that Eloise? And he said, yeah, I think. You got to really pay attention to every detail. And he said, I think she was, but then he immediately goes on to say something else that tugs at the heartstrings. She was so small. There were only pieces. She was so small. So it would be easy for the viewer to get wrapped up in those emotions and overlook those two little words he said, I think, which to me are a dead giveaway that she's not dead. And yeah, this is a red herring. I think so. That's a perfect example of that. Oh,
I'm still trying to think of more. Let me see what folks are saying.
I can't really trying to think if there's any other obvious one. Um, well, I mean the whole death scene of Jim is it's packed with emotion. Might be easy to overlook clues, potential clues of
Mm,
in what the circumstances are and what the man in yellow is saying. If you're caught
yes,
up in the fact that he kills Jim and Julie is screaming,
I've been
you
thinking
know,
a lot about that actually. I feel like there's got to be a red herring in there and also real clues at the same time.
yep, that that scene is probably loaded with stuff like that.
Oh,
You
the radio
know,
tower. They were all excited and turned out to be
yeah, yes, you know that there was this inspirational, uplifting mood that was easy to get sucked into as a viewer, but I didn't get pulled in. I was sitting there like, you people are idiots. What are you doing, assuming that you're going home just because you're building a radio tower? You're getting ahead of yourselves. But I could see how a viewer could get pulled into the emotion. They were all cheering and excited, and it was it was uplifting. But yeah, it was not likely to work.
actually.
Yep.
I'm noticing that there's a pattern of them doing that with pretty much every season finale because they did something similar when Tabitha, went through the window of the lighthouse. Well, got shoved through the glass of the White House and out of the White House.
Mm.
Not White House. Oh my God, residence. The lighthouse.
Mixing shows.
Mixing shows. The lighthouse. Yeah, suddenly the White House showed up in Fromville, and the boy in white brought her there, very aptly named, and then shoved her out the window.
Well, in a way,
I would read
it
that,
kind of
watch that.
in a way, the White House kind of the lighthouse in From kind of is the White House because it seems like it belongs to the boy in white, so it's his White
Right?
House. Oh, that's hilarious.
I think Harry would be very upset, especially upset if he found himself stuck in Fromville.
Um, but yeah, like there's some big dramatic scene at the end of every season like that for sure. Um, with that's emotionally charged and all that stuff. Um, Dieter, we're not talking about anything dirty. Um, Yeah, it's just the dirty treadmill, that's all. So, hold on. I can never type and talk at the same time. I was typing something in the chat. So, um, so then, so real clues consist of cold or harder facts. Yes, like the cold hard fact that Victor wasn't sure that it was Eloise's body. Yes, it's a beautiful emotional scene. It's it's heart-wrenching. There's a little stone that he painted for Eloise, and he says how there were only pieces, she was so small, and Victor and Henry are crying. You could easily get wrapped up in that, but the cold hard fact is that he said, I think. He doesn't know for sure that it was her body. So yeah, acknowledge emotions. That's a good strategy, acknowledge, yeah, this is a powerful emotional moment, but you have to look at the situation objectively. And yes, pause to question if a clue's theatricality is manipulative. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take away from the emotional gravity. It's not like, oh, this is just superfluous and it's just there to manipulate. It's still a father and son grieving their family, and the son feeling immense guilt, no matter what, even if the scene was designed to distract us a bit from the fact that Victor doesn't know for sure that it's Eloise's grave. I think the emotion is still, it packs just as much of a punch. It's not overly histrionic. It's not melodramatic. It's still, it's just enough, it's just enough. It's
Right,
not there just to be a distraction.
and it's part of a buildup and a layering on multiple occasions of clues and mentions of Eloise. And so they can't just leave it there. It would be a bad place to leave it as far as writing goes. And there are too many obvious, you know, things like you mentioned that say, okay, this her being buried there is a red herring. She's not buried there, and she's probably not dead.
Right.
Because
Like,
if she's not buried there, then she's obviously going to be alive. Because they're not going to make, oh wait, she was dead, but she died in
somewhere
this
else.
other occasion.
Right, exactly. No, they're not going to do that. Um and they're also kind of like, people can easily overlook and make assumptions, overlook the fact that there could have been other children that died there. We don't know that there can only be two children there at any given time. That's just an assumption or a very popular theory that fans have held on to, but that is by no means established. So, in
Right.
fact,
We don't even know how many cycles of children have been sacrificed. If it was only the one, there have been multiple. I'm leaning towards it was just the one, but
mhm.
and the rest are just, there as playthings for the monsters that are there. I don't think they're trying to increase their population by having other people live forever. I could be wrong.
And no, I think that makes sense. And I keep meaning to go look at the pictures of the massacre again from 1978, because I've heard, and Scarlet saw her, Scarlet says she was able to find it, that there's a child's body wearing tap shoes among the dead bodies. I have to find that and look at it for myself. I always forget to do it, but that would strongly suggest, okay, if there's one other kid, then there very well could have been another one. In fact, well, no, that wouldn't have been his sister's body, but it could have been. That could have been the one he buried, but I doubt it. I think there's probably more than one other kid there. Um,
I
so yeah,
agree. There
we have
probably
to,
was more than one.
yeah, we have to like remember that certain
And
things that we
also
believe to
too,
be true or could be just assumptions.
right, and they didn't have the little girl, Megan, I think her name was in the beginning. She wasn't sacrificed. She was just, ripped open.
Right. And if there are supposed to be two kids there in every cycle, well, and then Megan was just killed, well, two more kids just came. Well, before they came, Megan was the only kid, so that doesn't even fit with that narrative that there's supposed to always be two kids there. Um, yeah, I just don't. I think that's an assumption that's just kind of stuck. Anyway, but
And then the
but
next
yeah, the
one
next
is
one, link it to the
link it
core.
to the core. Oh, did you want to read it?
You can go ahead. I'll
Okay.
let you read it.
So link it to the core. Seek purpose. Red herrings can often lead to tangents, dead ends, or fizzle out without resolution. Red herrings can also demand high mental energy for little payoff, where real clues tend to tie directly to the mystery's central question, driving the story forward. And real clues tend to deepen understanding and lead to meaningful progress. So, some potential strategies are asking, does it solve the main puzzle? Or drop clues, that don't pay off or require excessive effort to fit. So clues that
Hmm.
don't pay off or require too much effort to fit are probably red herrings,
Yes. Um, and I think given what we know now,
like the
after
simulation theory.
after 3 seasons, I would say the simulation theory and the idea that Jade's company has anything to do with this. And I used to be someone who thought Jade's company might have at least some part in the plot line, but I just don't think that it fits now with everything that we know about the main story, the central question. Um, it, and if you try to come up with a theory using Jade's company, like maybe Jade's company created this place, then it requires too many logical leaps. We don't have enough hard evidence. So, like this is saying, it demands high mental energy for little payoff. It's too many logical leaps. If you have to come up with a theory taking a bunch of logical leaps and assumptions, it's not as likely to be the answer. So,
Like space aliens, extraterrestrials, extra dimensional beings such as fairy type creatures I could see, but like UFO type aliens, no.
yeah, too many logical leaps for that one too.
Mhm.
And and yeah, I think the whole giant spider thing, in my opinion, could be in this category too. Uh, it could just be a dead end, um, demanding high mental energy for little payoff, in my opinion. I just don't see how it fits with the lore that we've now seen the show create, with the history of the town. Unless I don't know, the entity that promised the people they could live forever was a giant spider. I mean, who knows? Something did.
Right.
We don't know what it was because Fatima just referred to this as it. Um, that they sacrificed their children because it promised them they could live forever. I mean, I just find it hard to imagine a giant spider promising immortality, but I mean, hey, who knows? Um, but it just doesn't seem to fit with the lore that they're developing, I think.
It does make me
Um,
think of Stephen King's It though, with the weird creature at
yeah,
the end.
yeah, they kind
So
of
it
be
could
ripping it
be just
off
a
if they did that.
right. It could be an Easter egg and just be more symbolic, or like
Yeah,
yeah. Next one
I
is oh go ahead.
I know that you know, the showrunners are big Stephen King fans and they're influenced by Stephen King.
Mhm.
Stephen King also loves the show. If they were to say that the big bad is some kind of giant spider entity, I think that'd be too much of borderline plagiarism, you know? Too much. It's too similar to it. Just too similar to it, I think. But
Right.
but that's, you know, they could put their own spin on it. But if that's the big bad and it's a spider, yeah. Although that was mainly the TV series that made him manifest as a spider at the end, the miniseries. In the book, I don't know if that was his true form or not.
Wasn't it
I
like
don't
a
remember.
turtle or something?
The turtle was the good entity. The turtle
Oh, okay.
was
I didn't read the
the
book.
turtle. I didn't either, but I read about it, and the turtle was a creative entity. The Pennywise was the destructive entity. And the turtle created the universe, and Pennywise is the entity that is, you know, wanting to destroy everything. So I don't know.
And are we
Spider
on
might
the
have been his
turtles?
true form, but
And in that world, are we on the turtle's back, like in Discworld?
I think I think that the story is pretty bizarre. I don't remember the details, but it was something crazy, like the turtle like threw up the whole universe or something. Like the turtles vomit. I don't know, something bizarre like that. Stephen King must have been doing some wild drugs when he wrote that.
But
Let
the
me see.
Discworld movies are definitely worth watching, Julie. I think you'd get a kick out of them because they're a comedy too.
Which one?
Um, Crap, I can't remember the name of the one that I of the one that I watched. It was like a two-part miniseries, I think. I'll look it up later and let you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, let me know. Next time for more suggestions. Um, there's a lot of Stephen King stuff I've never seen, so including some real classics.
Oh,
Um,
Discworld is it's not Stephen King. I can't remember who wrote it. Was it Terry Pratchett, maybe? I think it was Terry Pratchett.
what is it? What is the name of it?
Discworld. It's like I don't know if it's the name of his book series or what, but there are a bunch of movies or miniseries too that are based in it. And
Is
the one I watched was
what
really funny.
it was what world again? I couldn't quite hear that.
Disc.
Disc.
Yeah,
Like Disk? Huh. Okay.
yeah,
I mean not DISC. DISC.
one of them.
Okay.
Probably C, but I can't remember. I think C. That sounds right. It's
And
not
they're like
DICK world. Don't go to,
yeah.
and don't try looking that up.
Yeah. Gotcha. Um,
That's where I go Saturday nights. No, I'm kidding.
um, yes, Michael said the opening of the show has what looks like a dead kid leaned up against a building. That's right, actually. And there's a drawing of some dead kids. Yes, indeed. Um, Hi, Decipher. Red herring is also a fallacy in symbolic logic. Oh, okay. Luncher Luncher is back. Welcome back. Um, Bill Chill said Jim's background and intelligence, red herring and or real clues. He contacted the man in yellow, made the radio work briefly, and discovered the musical notes scale. Well, his whole roller coaster engineer thing, I think that definitely helped him. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think I was just legit, in his case. Panda Kalima said the term red herring originates from a practice in hunting where the strong scent of cured red herrings was used to distract hunting dogs from following the scent of other prey, like hares. Oh, wow, I never knew that. It's literal red herrings. How about that? Um,
So it wasn't named after the character from a pup named Scooby Doo. Oh man, things I learned today. Oh, and I looked up the movie that I was thinking of. It's called The Color of Magic, and it's got quite a cast too. It has Sean Astin, um, David Bradley, Tim Curry, and Christopher Lee. But yeah, really funny movie. I highly recommend it. If you liked Monty Python and you like any fantasy type stuff, it's kind of like that combined almost.
Well, which one is
The Color of Magic.
The Color of Magic? Okay, cool. I'll add that to my list too.
Kind of a hidden gem.
Color,
British film.
cool. Um, okay. So,
We got anything else from the chat before I move on, or
let me see. So Maturin is the name of the turtle, I'm guessing. Pennywise says that it choked on a galaxy or two, but it probably lied. Yeah, it probably lied. That's really funny. It's just so crazy though. A giant turtle throwing up the universe is it just sounds nuts. But yeah, the world mythology has some weirdness, like Michael said. Quite a lot of divine emissions creating the cosmos in mythology. Interesting.
I actually only learned, I think it was this or last year, that in the Gamera franchise, in those worlds, turtles do not exist as an animal. And so when the giant monster Gamera, this giant fire-breathing turtle that can shoot fire out of its body to fly, um, appears, it's the only turtle in existence. And so people are like, wow, it's a turtle, it's a legendary creature, because turtles are like a legendary creature or something like that there.
Weird. Very weird.
Very
Um,
weird, just little mythology thing that they threw into the series there. And they don't really like discuss it. It's just like very subtle.
Interesting. Um, Panda says that in the original novel, Billy glimpsed Pennywise's true form in the deadlights for a moment, and he described it as an endless, crawling, hairy creature made of orange light. Well, that's disturbing. Reminds me of like an endless millipede or something. An endless orange millipede. That's nightmare fuel. Michael said in the opening, that's yes, I remember this clearly. Yeah, there's a drawing of a girl in a blue dress with her face and arm ripped off and a teddy bear next to her and a bunch of blood. So yeah, and it doesn't look really dated like it was that long ago. So I think there would be other kids for sure. In many Native American creation stories, particularly among the Iroquois and other indigenous groups, a giant turtle is the foundation upon which the earth, or the turtle island, as it's sometimes called, is built. This story often involves a fall from the sky, sea creatures helping to create land, and the turtle bearing the weight of the world. It's interesting, Bill.
Oh, they did a play on the Turtle Island thing in Gamera Guardian of the Universe, where Gamera appears first as an atoll, and the scientists in Japan go to investigate it, like, hey, this atoll just appeared here in the ocean, and turns out to be a giant turtle.
Interesting. Mm. Who knew there were so many stories with giant turtles in them? I'm learning a lot here. So I think we can move on to the next
Okay.
section.
Examine clues that feel too perfect but convenient find. Red herrings can often fit too neatly or suspiciously easy to find, such as a letter that's been left in plain sight. And red herrings can tempt you to build solutions around them as a plant. whereas
Okay.
real clues rarely resolve mysteries cleanly and tend to connect multiple threads. So a strategy that you can use is to test if a clue resolves things too early or too easily, and check if the clue leaves loose ends or is too convenient to be true.
Hmm. Okay. Um,
For the resident's obviously Harry. I'm trying to think what else. Maybe the brother.
yeah. Um, and
Oh,
like,
and the chef.
and the chef, and also the wounds on AB's wrists. Um, though that's not what killed him at all. It's made to look like he slit his wrists, but he died. On closer inspection, it appears he died by poisoning. So there's that too. Um, with From, honestly, there's nothing that fits very neatly or is suspiciously easy. Um, there are still red herrings, but nothing that's like super easy to point out. Like, oh, this must be it. Um,
Actually, I can think of one that
what?
they all have to unalive themselves to escape and wake up.
Oh yeah,
I feel like that would
yeah.
be too easy.
Mhm. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, oh, you find out Abby was right in the end, and you know that you find out nobody actually died, and so that would have been in our faces from the very first season with Abby and her belief in that.
Yeah, I think she was
Yeah.
just trying to. I think that was just an evil entity trying to manipulate her and Boyd.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it can't be that simple. It would it would be like one of the worst endings I could think of, actually, if that happened. No, not the worst one. I think the worst ending would be if they're all just dead the whole time and they're literally dead. This is hell or something. But they've already debunked purgatory, so it would be a nasty trick if you find out there's some loophole. It's not purgatory, but it's actually hell or something like that. I don't think the creators of the show would do that. I have faith in them not to do that.
Me too. They've also been tying too many different mythologies together in this.
Oh, definitely.
If they were to go to if they were to go that route, it would be to take on like a more of a Christian mythology directly, and it seems like they're trying to avoid um, going with any mythology directly, whereas they're kind of bringing in a lot of mythologies together, and which says to me that this is really more about the subconscious than it is about any particular religion.
I agree. And and where you see the mythological influences, I think it could just be because as people have been brought there over all of this time, aspects of them have kind of seeped into the place, and they've brought their mythological, cultural um, references with them. Um, and it kind of becomes part of the place. Maybe when they die, like their um, mythology is from whatever culture they originally come from, or their ancestry, or whatever, could just become incorporated there, and that you could explain it that way. It won't just be one mythology that explains everything. Good night, Shadow
And that,
Skulk.
oh, good
Have a
night.
good
Thank you for
night.
joining us.
Oh, new Doctor Who episode. That's something that I've always, well, not always, but since like a couple years ago, I first started really hearing about that classic show, and I know they still make new versions of it, and so far I've been meaning to check it out for a few years, but there's so many different incarnations of it over the years. I didn't even know where to start. It's been on for too many years. It's and it's very confusing to somebody who's never watched any of it before. So it's like, how do you know where to even jump in? I'll have to do that eventually. Enjoy. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. So, Bill Chill said visuals in the background of Elgin's dreams are hallucinations on From. Like the weather report on the turned off television. Oh yeah, they drew a picture on the TV. Yeah.
Elgin is
So
another of
that,
those characters that I feel like is not too reliable, especially since he hasn't told us like the full extent of the dreams or dream.
oh, definitely. He's got that memory loss too. He forgot his dream. So that makes him unreliable. He forgot his dream and he remembered some of it, but I think there's more that he's not remembering yet. Let's see. Purgatory or hell would be fine. Oh no. It's just it's been done already. I want to see something more original than that. Um I wouldn't be happy with an ending like that. But they said no purgatory. They said it's not purgatory and it's not literally a dream. So I'm very happy with that. I'm surprised that the creators of the show would give that much away. They usually are tight-lipped. They don't tell anything. But they debunked those two things. They didn't debunk hell though. So they could get us on a technicality, but I doubt it. That would be a nasty trick. It would be even if you don't mind the concept of hell. It would be a cheap trick to say it's not purgatory and then you find out no, but it's actually hell. It's like, okay, that's a technicality. It's just a technicality.
Yeah, I feel like they wanted to
Um,
build confidence for the show, so they wanted to just come out and straight up tell us, hey, these endings that you're really worried that it is, and we'll be disappointed because you're saying that you'd be disappointed. Don't worry, it's not that.
right. Oh, Bill, thanks for the suggestion. Start with the 2005 seasons. Okay, I'm gonna make a note in my list of stuff to start with 2005 because I just didn't know where to
Yeah,
begin.
I
Dr.
watched a little bit of that, and yeah, that's probably the better place to start it. That's where I was shown to start.
Cool. I will do that. And Shadow Skulk also said that. Thank you. Have a good night to you too. Oh, yes, purgatory or hell would be disgusting. I agree, Muncher Luncher, in my opinion. Amy's okay with it if it's hell. Okay. The behavior of the priest in Camden, Maine, I think it was sort of a red herring, but I have my own theory on what it actually meant. Um, my theory. I've said my theory many times, but just in brief, I think that that priest acted that way because and got Tabitha to open the lunchbox because a Fromville entity spoke to him in his head. I think the boy in white, masquerading as the voice of God, saying that a woman would be coming, you must direct her path, speaking as if they're God, like this is divine mission she's on, and you have to send her in this direction, get her to open the box that she has with her. And it's not far-fetched. It doesn't require a big logical leap because Khatri said he heard the voice of God on the night that he arrived in Fromville. Well, I mean, what are the odds of that? Come on, it had to be an entity out of Fromville. I doubt that God actually, in the canon of the show, I doubt that God actually spoke to him and told him to go there. I don't buy that. I think it was a trick. And if that can happen, well then why not pull out the same playbook again to manipulate another priest? So I firmly believe that. And even if they never tell us the answer, that's my headcanon. um, yes, Father Khatri said he heard the voice of God for the first time in his life. He's a priest. He said that never happened before. Come on, that's too weird of a coincidence. It said get back in his car and drive. 2 hours later, he was there. So
Makes me think of
yeah,
Elgin with the kimono lady. He thought she was an angel.
right, yeah, manipulating people's faith. They do this. This is a part of the playbook of the entities here. Doc's Dieter's got the butterfly and the dinosaur emojis there. That's cute. Please hit the like button. Yes. Please hit the like button. So the next part, where are we here? Um
Questing clues that rely on stereotypes.
there it
Red
is.
herrings tend to hinge on assumptions. For example, the creepy loner or the jealous ex to exploit expectations. Use and red herrings can often use obvious villains that are too shifty to be real. Whereas real clues tend to align with the story's unique logic, not stereotypes. So some strategies are to dig deeper if a clue relies on stereotypes and to question if it plays into expectations rather than the narrative itself.
Okay. Hmm. Do we have any clues that rely on stereotypes? Um, well, I
Victor
mean,
being
I
creepy
know,
initially. Go ahead.
well, someone who walks around with their hands in their pockets all the time is that's a stereotype for a distrustworthy person. And so if we're relying on that as our basis for not
Good point.
trusting Donna, then that could be a misdirection. Her shifty eyes at times and her walking around with her hands in her pockets. It's it's a stereotype. So there's that. Um,
Right. Donna could be just a long lasting red herring.
I think she could be, yeah. And maybe it wasn't even intentional. Who knows? Maybe the
Right. They
creators
could have seen
didn't
they could have played into it after people commented and posted online.
exactly. Yeah, like they've done things like this before. They played into certain fan theories in season 3. They trolled us on several things. So they could have easily played into that. Um, Tilly, the crazy old lady. Um,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
I see that.
that's a stereotype. Um, like there must be something not right about her because she's a crazy old lady, and you know, so maybe she's some kind of villain. That would have been a little obvious if she were, I think. Uh,
And the residents, the pastry chef as being a foreigner
oh yeah,
and
yep.
them not being able to pin down where he's from.
Hmm. Oh,
The next one I
ah,
like. The next one also brings me back to the simulation theory and Jade's software company. It's look for clues that fade out. Red herrings can often lose relevance as the story progresses, such as a hyped footprint that is never revisited. Whereas real clues tend to echo throughout the mystery, maintaining relevance. So two strategies are to revisit early clues later to check their trajectory and to note if once prominent threads are quietly dropped.
mhm. Okay, I don't want to disappoint the people who like the spider thing, but I gotta say, it started with a big bang with the spider webs in season 1, and then it kind of petered out, you know?
That is true. I don't think we've seen anything about it since.
We really haven't. Every once in a while, there might be a drawing that has a spider on it, but that's, you don't start with something. Well, you don't start with the clues that were as glaring as they were in season one and then just fade out. Season two and season three, you see way less references to spiders. Season one, you had Ethan with his spider came down from the ceiling line and multiple drawings with spiders, and of course, the massive amount of spider webs. After that, there really hasn't been much. I mean, maybe a couple more spider drawings have popped up, but then nothing else. So it's losing relevance. It's just it just doesn't seem like they've laid enough breadcrumbs for that to be a likely factor here. The spider thing, not literally anyway. Um, like, well, what else has been hyped? I will say this though. That whole thing with Julie throwing the rope to Boyd, that looked like that was never going to pay off to anything.
Right, and it
It was
did.
just it was just one thing who threw the rope and people kind of gave up and forgot about it. And then it turned out to be something. So sometimes things can surprise you, but yeah,
Yep. None of
I
these
just
are a
don't.
done deal.
Yeah, none of it is a done deal, but it's a good framework um, for trying to figure out what we should take more seriously and what's not likely to be relevant. You know, um, like look at the all the reincarnation clues. Those intensified over time. They started very vague, so you wouldn't have realized it was a clue at the time. You wouldn't even recognize it as a clue. Only looking back now, you see that certain things were clues to that in the very beginning, and it's only intensified over time. Whereas the spider thing, that started out intense and then it petered off. So,
And then the next one is spot the misdirection in dialogue. Red herrings, well, um, can often be found in characters' overemphasis on random details or evasive answers. Um, and red herrings can also steer toward false conclusions through what is said or omitted, whereas real clues are often revealed through careful listening to dialogue. So, a strategy that you could use is to ask if a character is nudging you away from something hidden and to listen closely to dialogue for subtle hints.
okay.
So I think we've seen
Um,
some. I think Victor comes up again with the misdirection in dialogue, although unintentional. Um,
Unintentionally, yes, definitely the what we talked about earlier when he
and then a
said,
lot
I
of
think.
the
Yeah.
the spirit creatures that we see, they tend to misdirect a lot.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like evasive answers, like Father Khatri. Now, Ghost Khatri, I like to talk about how sus he is, but it very well could be that Ghost Khatri acting sus is a red herring, a misdirection.
Mm,
Um, he could be. He could be a misdirection, a red herring, not an entity at all. Um, he gave an evasive answer, though, which made me suspect him more when Boyd said that thing that was out in the forest telling me to give up, that thing was not my wife, so what are you? And Ghost Country said, I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd.
mm.
Well, if that's the definition of an evasive answer. Um, so it's like, is he? So that's in that case, that's an evasive answer that makes me think maybe he's not a red herring. Maybe he is part of an entity. So that's an interesting example.
I have the suspicion that he isn't real at all. That he's really just not an entity. He's just in Boyd's head. He's just a figment of his imagination. That could be wrong. Have they shown us
I,
otherwise? Like any other clues otherwise?
I mean, it's mainly just been
the dialogue, the evasive dialogue like that, the symbolism of the chessboard, him showing up with the chessboard, pointing a chess piece at Boyd while he was trying to convince him to do something, as if he's trying to manipulate him. Those could be clues.
Because if he's entirely in Boyd's head, he's not gonna be able to tell Boyd anything that Boyd doesn't already know. So when he tells Boyd that he can't answer that for him, it's because Boyd has to figure that out for himself. Literally, because
Right.
he's just
Yeah.
a figment of his imagination. He can't answer that for him.
And the fact that he said that with a really, at this point, I think the writers of the show must be aware of the theories. So I think that could very well be an example of trolling and using him as a red herring, because he said that very suspicious, shady thing with a suspicious, shady look on his face. But yeah, that could have been because he's a figment of Boyd's imagination. It just makes him sound sus, and he looked super sus with the smirking that he does. But yeah,
I just
that
feel
could be
like
a red herring.
I just feel like a lot of times when they show us these creatures, they are not what they seem to be, at least not immediately. Same thing with visions and things in this show. So like, for example, Tabitha's visions, a lot of them or all of them were actually just memories from other incarnations. Um, Same with Jade's, and but then some of the other characters, they have different kind of visions, but they get misinterpreted, right? Um, so I feel like there's a trend there.
Hmm. Oh yeah, but things are rarely as they seem initially on the surface in the show, right? Um, Victor is the king of evasive answers on the show, but that's because of his trauma. He's not doing it on purpose, but all of the times he's said, I don't want to talk about that. You shouldn't be asking so many questions, all that stuff. Um, that's just his trauma. Um, but yeah, that's all I can really think of on that. Oh, I didn't realize I had that highlighted still. Bill Chill said red herrings, man in yellow, boy in white, Victor, the monsters. The obvious antagonist may have no actual control or power in From. Yeah, that could very well be that none of those have any actual control or power. Anything that may seem like an obvious antagonist, like any of those things or people, it's very well true. Like right now, the man in yellow, it's easy to point to him and think he must be the big bad, but it could be not. I think it's definitely clear that he has power and connected to the big bad, but he may not be the big bad of the whole thing. Donna sus. Dale deserved better. Yeah,
I kind of
kind of.
hope
She is a bit. What?
I kind of hope the man in yellow shows up and assimilates himself into the town, pretending that he came to the tree in the road.
Oh my god, I thought of that. That would be crazy if he
That'd be
just,
terrifying too.
yeah, if he just like walks among them. Something Doug said made me think of that once when he was on here. Like he said
Maybe I
something
got the
about
idea from him.
he said something about how, you know, it wouldn't be as interesting if he only shows up every once in a while just to kill somebody. He thinks like at the time he said something like if he's interacting with people on the show, but they don't know what he is or what he's capable of, it would be a great way to build suspense and tension. So that would be wild though. If he pretends to be a human. Yeah, that would be really interesting. And it would give Doug lots to work with too. He'd have plenty of screen time. So that would be cool. So I honestly don't know where he's gonna fit in to the plot line unless he's showing up once in a while to kill somebody. I really find it very hard to imagine. If he is going to try to pretend to be human, he'd have to change the way he looks. I mean, maybe he can glamour himself like the monsters. And imagine if he, what if that was like his version of the monsters' form when they changed to their monster form and he can glamour himself to look more normal? That would be interesting.
Very
And it would
possible.
be like, oh my God, imagine if next season we get a new arrival in town per usual. We get in the beginning of the season, right? The beginning of every season, or not it's not always the very start, but near the start, somewhere within the first few episodes. I do believe we will get a new arrival, as we always do, as tradition. Imagine if the arrival that comes into town is just Doug in a yellow suit that's not dirty at all, and he looks like a regular, like the Doug we know,
Yep.
but it's because he's glamored himself, like the monsters can glamour themselves, and he only looks like the monster man in yellow when he kills somebody later.
It'd
That
be
would be
awesome. Yeah.
crazy.
Him showing up with all of his Dougie charm.
That would be amazing. Oh my God. It's like just waiting for him to pounce on somebody. That would be amazing.
I am. So do you think that we are going to see more or like a continuation of the scene at the end of the show when Jim died? Like, do you think we're going to
I
see at any point Julie running away or reacting to what just happened? Or do you think that that's just going to be skipped and they're going to have like
oh
another scene that just kind of glazes over that at some point? Because if
oh
a
no, I
future
think
Julie,
mhm. No, go finish what were you gonna
because
say.
if Julie does it in the future and we see that part of the story, then I feel like we're gonna have to see like what happens after. So does she like just turn and then she's in another story, or what happens from there
Well,
to
that's
that Julie?
that's a big reason why I think we're getting a time jump. I'm gonna have to make a video on this. I don't know how many people will watch it now so far before season 4, but I think that's one of my predictions. I think they're gonna have to do a time jump, because think about how slow the pacing of this show is, how long it takes for time to pass. Um, if we now know that there's some future time that she's coming from, we need to see that future time, and they're shooting for 5 seasons. That's what they're planning or hoping on getting 5 seasons. We don't have time to wait around. Who knows how long it would take to get to future Julie's timeline if we don't jump now. And there's no reason why we can't, because there weren't any major, the only major cliffhanger was Boyd still in the cave looking at Smiley's rebirth. But that's not, I'm sorry, like, I don't even think of that as a big cliffhanger because we know Boyd has plot armor, and Jade, at the end of season 2, Jade was still in the cave where the monsters were, but we never saw how he got out. They skipped ahead 3 days in season 3. They never even said anything about how Jade left the cave. He just left. I think it'll be the same thing. So there's no need to pick up right where we left off. They can jump to whenever future Julie is from, whether maybe it's a year from now. Then they could explain Ethan had a big growth spurt. That would explain that. We'd see the immediate aftermath of Julie failing to save Jim. We'll see her return from that failed attempt, going back to her mother, and just pick up from there. And they could show a flashback to maybe something that happened, when Tabitha found out Jim died or something. But other than that, they really don't need to do that. So I think a time jump is going to be necessary, just given all of that, the nature of the show and how slow time passes. Um, I think it just makes perfect sense. So we'll see Julie like laying in the ruins having a seizure, future Julie. Someone will pull her out, and we'll find out she's learned how to control story walking by having a buddy system where someone stays there with her and she tells them to give her maybe half an hour and then pull her out of the ruins. Because that's how she did it with Boyd and throwing the rope to him. So,
Yeah, I feel like she might be doing that
mhm,
with Randall.
yeah,
I feel like he's the only one she'd be able to convince to go out there with him like that. If
yeah.
they do a time jump though, I think so I don't think that they're going to do what we would like and introduce the man in yellow in that way to build tension. But they might. Um, if they do though, then I don't think they can do a time jump because then Julie would already know who he is, and that would kind of spoil the fun and the suspense. It'd be better if Julie does the story walking and then realizes, oh crap, that guy is bad news, um, and off my dad. So I got to go back and warn everyone, and then there's conflict with that,
Mm,
especially if they're splitting into factions and he's embedded himself with a faction that Julie is not a part of, such as like the Acosta faction
right.
that we're assuming is going to be a thing next season.
Yeah, like they've already that's already been foreshadowed with Boyd telling Kenny that Acosta can't be the one leading the place. Um, she's too much of a hothead. Well, I could see her leading half the place if they split into factions, though. Yeah. If this is not purgatory, then what are the Ankui kids? That's a good point, Bill. In a way, it's kind of like a purgatory for them. You make a good point. They
I, Julie? Oh, Julie dropped off. I feel like in a way though, it isn't purgatory, but it's effectually a purgatory. Oh, I don't know what happened to Julie. Do I have I don't have a comment. 1 second. No messages on Discord. Okay, well, she'll be back shortly, I expect. She must have had problems with her mic. Um,
here.
oh, you're coming in choppy now, but I heard you.
I should be here.
Oh, nope, you're coming in and out. Sounds like that might be a Wi-Fi issue
Oh,
then.
I'm gonna like pull off.
Type it in the chat and I'll read it. We have discovered the story walking Julie. Julie, I cannot hear you at all. Oh, there's a chat. All right, let me see what she said. Oh shoot, okay. She almost fell off the treadmill and accidentally put the laptop in airplane mode. Well, I hope you're okay. Take care of everything in yourself first. Yeah, you're gonna have to leave and come back again. That's what I have to do when my headphones mess up. Whoa, this is now my show. So since this is now my show, let's talk about Godzilla X Kong Supernova, which is going to be coming out in 2027, I think. They just announced it. There's a teaser trailer. Go check it out. And Julie's back.
Okay, how is it now?
Julie, you
Is
said
it
something. I heard it with my ears. I cannot hear you. Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. I hear you fine.
um in a way, I think it kind of is like I was trying to say, it kind of is like purgatory for the Kui kids and anyone who dies there. Like I do think their spirits are trapped there. But I think it's just not like the Christian conception of purgatory, because that's what the creators said, that it's not
I
purgatory.
do
But Bill makes a great point there.
I do think they're drawing on the concept and idea of purgatory and making it kind of like a purgatory, like a living purgatory of sorts, especially
Yeah,
with
kind
karma
of.
and everything. So I think that they might have drawn like some inspiration from purgatory, but I don't think that it's going to be like they are literally in purgatory. I could be proven wrong, but they said that it isn't. Could be misdirection, but I don't think it is. I think they're telling us true.
I don't think
Probably
they
the
would.
true truth.
I don't. Yeah, like there are some people who say you can't believe them, don't believe anything they say. Well, I mean, if they specifically debunk it, then it would be a cheap move to just lie like that. There wouldn't be any need to do that to us, and that would just make the fans angry in the end. They don't want that, so I think we can believe them on that. Donna is a daywalker monster. Honestly, if there were someone, I think that would be an amazing twist. If there were somebody in town who you find out is actually a monster, someone
She's a
who's been
woman
there
with
for that.
pockets.
Yeah, it would be a really funny twist. Um, but if she were, then she wouldn't have any control over it, I think. But who knows? I mean, it would be really funny if there's like a sleeper cell monster among them. Maybe not necessarily one as long else. That would be cool, like a monster mole. Um, they've done this on. They did a mole plotline on Lost, and it wasn't a major character. It was a minor one, so it doesn't have to be a major character to be a mole. And in this case, it would be a monster mole. um, but if they
Could be
make
quite
Doug a
arrow.
monster mole,
No,
that
arrow
would be
also has.
amazing. Um, Donna just waiting for her moment to reveal herself to be the man in yellow's wife. Luncher, luncher. It's great. Um, Panda
Oh
said
my
Dieter
God.
do an AI with Julie driving into town. Oh, that's great. Um, maybe she'll finally get her hands out of her pockets. Yeah. Hi, Steve. Or what if Doug is the man in yellow in real life? What if our Julie is a story walker? Julie story walks on her treadmill. She's story walking in place. Indeed. Yes. Steve said, did Julie just literally just story walk off the treadmill? I almost did.
Oh,
I
so
caught myself.
if Julie brings a treadmill with her while she's story walking, can she like stay in the same place until she stops and gets off the treadmill?
Hmm.
The next one is
um
watch. Oh, go ahead.
from Steve said from is just a documentary, and we've been talking to a demon every week who's convinced us it's all fiction. Now I'm never going to bed. That's hilarious, Steve. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Well, yeah, we're the friends in red, and that's our mission.
That's amazing. Oh my God, that's great. I love that. You win. That's the winning comment. Julie walked towards this dimension. Steve is hilarious. Oh my God, that's so funny. Um, Dieter tell her to get out of the lighthouse. Montreal and your Doc K deep dives. Oh my God, that's great. When shit goes wrong, that's when the chat, like honestly, things get more entertaining and fun when shit goes wrong. And then the chat breaks out the jokes. It's just great. I love when shit goes wrong. It's the best. If nothing went wrong, things would be more boring, right? The only time I say this with one caveat. When we get somebody else on here to interview, no, that's an exception. I don't want anything to go wrong ever if there's a guest on here. Like that would be devastating if something like that happened when there's a guest. But other than that, let it be a total mess. It's fine. It's fun that way. I don't mind.
I know,
Build
Julie. Like, could
show.
you imagine? Could you imagine if it froze on you giving the camera a death stare?
Oh God, that'd be awful.
It did
It would
happen.
be, it would be awful. Oh my God. Because one time it froze with me, like smiling at least. But we didn't have a guest, thankfully. Panda said, "Oh, we cracked the code, guys. Man in yellow is hacking Julie's Wi-Fi." Yeah,
Uh-oh.
we're getting too close. We're solving the mystery with these techniques. We're spreading too much information. We're starting to crack the code of From. They have to shut us down. The men in yellows have to shut us down. Duck carrot dives. I story walked straight off the stream. Indeed, yes. Panda. Throw the rope to Dieter and walk towards the light. That's great. Julie's laptop is Martin. Yes. My laptop is Martin. See you later, Dieter. What did he say? It was Doc's show for 10 seconds. Don't threaten me with a good time, Dieter, Steve said.
Good night, Dieter.
Um, let's see. Donna is played by Wesley Snipes, confirmed. Steve, you have got jokes tonight. You are full of jokes. You're on fire. Phil Chill, there's probably a twist that we've missed somewhere. Is there someone who has appeared to be real or seen by everyone, but they may be an apparition? I would love a twist like that. That would be amazing. It could happen, you know? Could happen. What if Donna's really the man in yellow in glamour? Yeah, Michael. Yeah, maybe she's the man in yellow, glamored. Um, if they have to CGI Donna um, opening her, what is this? Something because she's too pissed at the director to follow scene direction. Oh, opening. I don't know what that means. I wait a minute. Then it's confirmed. Um, if anyone wants to make AI, oh yeah, Dieter makes awesome AI pictures. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. I'll pull up those pictures you shared in the chat too. Steve, that explains it. Steve took an edible, so shit's gonna get weird. Nice, Steve. Enjoy. Well, whatever it is, it agrees with you. You're hilarious.
I just realized
Oh,
there. Uh,
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go
I just
ahead.
realized. I just realized a lot of people on Facebook probably think that I am Dieter just because of all of his images that I'm posting, and because I
Oh,
have
really?
an album of his images,
Mm,
and it says artwork
maybe.
by Dieter.
Maybe. Yeah, they might be confused by that. Michael said knowledge comes at a price. The price is your Wi-Fi. Yes, we're getting too close to the truth. So my Wi-Fi has got to go. Wi-Fi comes at a price and it's a 3-tier subscription option indeed. Bill said Steve is smiling. Amy, why? Talk with the German accent, Doc. Why a German accent? Um, oh, okay. Steve said I meant opening her eyes. It's a Wesley Snipes thing. Okay, gotcha. Okay. in comes the X-Files theme song. Okay, so what's next? We've got Watch the Rhythm right here. Track the story's rhythm. Oh, and I'm almost done with the damn treadmill. Oh, I am so ready to be done with this. So watch the rhythm or track the story's rhythm. Red herrings disrupt the natural flow, like a sudden rush of information or irrelevant lulls, and can act as smoke screens or padding to distract. Real clues build momentum and align with the story's pacing. So for a strategy, note moments where the pace feels off and track pacing to pinpoint misdirection. Okay. I don't think we've had we've never really had a sudden rush of information on From that's, I mean, yeah, not really. Like, uh, everything is kind of, the only information we've gotten that was a bunch of revelations and stuff that we were building toward for a while in season 3. So it's real. It aligned with the pacing of the story over time. The reincarnation hints picked up over time. So I can't really think of anything that was um, like an irrelevant lull or a sudden rush of information that was not relevant. I do think random shit that pops up in the show. I hate to keep her going back to the spider webs, but again, it just seems like it seems like random shit that was acting as a smokescreen, like a big distraction. Like, hey, look over here, giant spiders are coming, The pulling of the tent, also the dragging of the tent. That was a really sudden, dramatic event. A lot of people have fixated on it and still want answers. I would also like an explanation, but that's not really, it's not the key to the whole mystery. It's much bigger than some big giant spider is there and it dragged the tent or something like that. I think that's highly unlikely to be the case, but who knows? In my opinion, it's unlikely. And then the next one is stay loose and resist emotional commitment. Red herrings feed on stubbornness. Okay, this one is really important. This one is very, very important for From fans to remember and understand. Red herrings feed on stubbornness or emotional attachment to a theory. This is probably the number one biggest pitfall of From theory crafters. Emotional attachment to a theory. Refusal to let it go, even in the face of conflicting evidence, new information that doesn't fit with your preconceived notion that you're holding on to, what the answer that you want it to be, and you're attached to it because you've spent a lot of time, you invested a lot of effort into this theory, you want it to be true. That's where you run into the risk of confirmation bias and you start looking at the show to find anything that you can twist and bend to fit your preconceived notion. Rather than letting the evidence lead you, you're looking for evidence to fit your preconceived notion and bending it, warping it however you have to. That's all too common. You have to be willing to throw out your theories. If they don't fit anymore with what you're seeing, if you don't see enough evidence to back them up without having to make a bunch of assumptions or logical leaps, then it might be time to let it go or put it to the side. I've done this with my own theories. I've thrown out theories that I really liked. If I don't think it fits anymore, you have to consider opposing views, consider conflicting information. So there was a season 3 teaser that tricked people by using screams that were from some character that died in season 2. And it threw everybody off. Everyone was trying to figure out who was screaming. And my theory, well, and a bunch of other people also came up with the same theory, that was that Fatima was going to be in the barn having the baby from an accelerated pregnancy, and the monsters would rip out the baby and run off with it. But after I saw the full trailer, I threw that theory away because it just didn't make sense anymore after seeing the full trailer. So I let it go. And I had that theory for months. I really liked that theory, but I don't think it makes sense anymore. And I threw it out. I also had the theory that Acosta was going to show up in town on the ambulance and tell everybody that Tabitha got out and she's on the outside in Camden, Maine. I threw that theory out too because I presented that theory on someone else's live stream before I had my channel, and Tony was there with me, and Tony said, no, I think based on what I said, Tony came up with his own version of the theory and said, I think Tabitha's coming back on that ambulance. And it's not just going to be someone who knew Tabitha. Like, Acosta's not going to just say, oh, I met her. Tabitha will be there. And I agreed with him. Within a few days, I changed, I switched to his version of the theory that I presented, the version that he came up with based on mine. So, and at the time, it was not popular. People did not like the idea of Tabitha coming back that soon. And I was afraid people were going to get mad at me when I said this stuff in videos. And, nobody liked the idea. Most people did not like it. But it doesn't matter if you like it or not. Don't just go for whatever you're emotionally attached to or what you want to happen. Look at the evidence objectively. And the evidence was telling us, yes, she's coming back. Did it seem too soon at the time? Yeah, kind of. But I think they made it work really well. And by the end, I didn't hear anybody complaining about that anymore. Like, people have basically forgotten about it. So anyway, real clues emerge with new evidence grounded in colder facts. So yeah, you have to always consider new evidence showing up. So the evidence that we used, like Tony was looking at the episode titles and the descriptions, that's how he figured this sounds like Tabitha's coming back in episode 4. Cold hard facts, episode titles, episode description. That's it. Cold hard facts. Strategy, avoid locking into one idea too soon. Stay flexible. So that's really important if you want to actually get theories right and not necessarily get things exactly the way you want it to be if you were writing the show. And revisit and rethink theories regularly, analyzing coldly. Exactly. This is so important. Look at it like a science project. You're subjecting this to scrutiny. And in a science experiment, confirmation bias is something you always want to avoid. You don't perform an experiment to try to, you form a hypothesis that you're trying to prove, but you let the evidence lead you to the conclusion. You don't base everything on a foregone assumption, because that's how you get biased. And hold on a sec, you're gonna hear my water running because I'm just getting some more water. I have like a 32-ounce water cup I had to fill. Trying to stay hydrated. I got to have a nice, lovely, bland dinner of pasta with grated cheese on it and no sauce for my messed up stomach. But it worked. I didn't get any severe pain, just some really minor discomfort as I was just walking on the treadmill, but not too bad. And I'm able to drink more water now, so that's good. It would be better if I had some Gatorade. Um, Finally done with that walk. That was really that was water, Dieter. I even said you're gonna hear my water running because I'm filling up my 32-ounce cup of water. Didn't you hear that part? And now I'm gonna drink out of my 32-ounce cup. So give me a few moments here. Oh, Jesus. I probably should have just chugged that much water at once. I think I'm gonna regret that. But I'm so thirsty. I just did an hour and 23 minutes on the treadmill. It is really hot in here. We can't run the air conditioner while the treadmill is running because they're on the same circuit and it could damage the treadmill. Uh, anyway, um, so let me see. Steve said they had to CGI Blade opening his eyes in a scene because Snipes was pissed at the director and refused. So after like 30 takes, they just CGI'd him opening his eyes, and it's hilariously obvious. Okay, that's really funny. Red herring, the smokescreen of Tabitha's memory as Miranda. Uh, I don't know about that one. I don't think they're going to renege on the whole Tabitha's reincarnated from Miranda thing because if they do that, then they really cheapen the emotional weight of that whole thing. Like Tabitha and Jade remembering that they tried to save the children and failed because one of them was theirs, and all that is tied to the whole Tabitha was Miranda and all the other versions of her before that. So I don't know. I mean, if they were to do it about face, I think that would be a terrible terrible thing to write it that way. Like because they portrayed that in such an emotional, powerful way. So I hope not. Michael says red herrings disrupt by chopping down the mightiest tree in the forest. Protect the bottle tree. Yes, yes. I see what you did there, Michael. Yes. That whole like, oh, I should go chop down the bottle tree thing. Yeah, maybe that'll fix it. Maybe that'll fix it. This bottle tree is the cause of all of our problems because my mom tried to go through it and a monster got her. Like that was Victor's line of thinking. So he thought he needed to chop it down. That was like a red herring. Good example. Real clue, they're probably dead. Oh geez, I hope not, Bill. The death of Smiley and rebirth of Smiley may be smoke screens. Could be. Again, that's an awful lot of lore for them to just say, never mind. Psych. I don't know. I don't know. I hope not. Um, Steve said, I think the showrunners confirmed they're not dead because that was the plot to Lost. Yeah, what they said was it's not purgatory and it's not a dream. They were asked point blank, is there anything that you can debunk? And they brought up those two things specifically. They said it's not purgatory and it's not a dream. But it could be something like some trickery where it's actually hell. I don't think they're going to pull a trick like that, though. That's just semantics. It's a technicality. Um, Phil really doesn't want this to be real, do you? Or maybe this is just what you think, huh? Possibly a coma-driven state of the townspeople, and Julie temporarily woke from her coma and is back. Ooh,
I want this to be real, though. I want it to be real, not a coma or being dead or a dream or anything. But that's me. Um, Amy says, I think the original people that this curse happened to was all the people in From's ancestors. Um, it could be tied to bloodlines, ancestry. The people who are brought there could be chosen because they were related to them. That would be interesting, you know. The ones that made a deal lived forever, so maybe the other ones who weren't part of the deal just get reincarnated or not reincarnated, but their bloodlines are cursed. I thought about cursed bloodlines. I was thinking about that after watching season two. Like maybe their bloodlines are cursed. Luncher, I ish bricks if we got a monster next year called Frowny. Oh man, Frowny. Oh, that'd be great. Yes, Bill, the scientific method. That's what we should use when something similar to that when making theories. You know, take that approach. Doc, are you good? What's going on? You there? Or did you fall asleep? I don't know what's going on with Doc. Um, let's see. Bill, here's another one another possible fake answer. The monsters are people in the Camden Main Hospital and on televisions playing in the background. God. Oh man. Butter, Parmesan, and pasta water makes a good sauce. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I put some butter on the pasta, even though you're not really supposed to do that when you have stomach problems. But I just can't eat dry pasta and Parmesan. I can't. I didn't have Parmesan actually. Technically, it was Pecorino Romano cheese, which I think is better than Parmesan. Um, oh, okay, Dieter. I didn't know you were kidding. Um, my theory long ago, Tabitha and Victor are twins, brother and sister. Oh yeah, yep. That's a cool theory. So with Alice, I think Victor and Tabitha are twins from some point in time. You never know. You never know. Um, so let's see. Then there's um so the next part here is check clues against the stakes. Red herrings inflate minor issues to seem high stakes, acting as decoys. Um, okay, so yeah, so like inflating minor issues to seem high stakes, acting as decoys. Real clues align with the mystery's ultimate goal and scale. Um, so what are minor issues that were inflated to seem high stakes in From? Uh, I think I think Randall's whole plot line where he was witch hunting Donna, um, saying Donna's keeping secrets and hold on, I gotta take a drink again. I need some Italian ice. My mouth is parched and water is not feeling good in my stomach right now. Oh, um, food poisoning of any kind, even if it's minor, is very unpleasant. I don't think this has ever happened to me before. I thought I was invincible. I thought I had an iron stomach, and this would never happen. I guess it was only a matter of time. Um, so I know there are a lot of people who would disagree with me on this, and this is absolutely up for debate, but in my opinion, Randall's plotline in season two, um, he and Jim partnering up and like questioning this whole thing. Maybe this is an experiment. Maybe Donna is a mole. Let's kidnap Donna and um they're hiding stuff from us It carried Smiley's body out of the clinic, didn't tell anybody, um, and all that stuff, all those different possible theories that Randall came up with. That all of that seemed to be a red herring. Does not align with the mystery's ultimate goal and scale. This is much bigger than anything Randall was thinking about, or Jim. The scale of this thing, as we learned in season 3, the scale of this mystery is vast. It is vast. It's not like, oh, they're just in some experiment. This is going back many generations of people who were reincarnated, um, coming back over and over again because some kids were sacrificed, and the townspeople were turned into immortal monsters, nightmare creatures. Um, so that's stuff that we got from Randall in season 2. It doesn't align with the mystery's ultimate goal and scale. And given all of that lore that we discovered, that we were informed about in season 3, there really isn't a place for someone like Donna to be that important, unless she's some kind of entity. Unless she's some kind of entity that's not human. Otherwise, I don't really see Randall's point. And I think that whole plot line of season 2 was a distraction. It was made to seem like it was high stakes, but it was a decoy. All of this is, again, my opinion. Just my opinion. Still up for debate. And then, so for the strategy on this, weigh clues against the crime's scale to ensure relevance. And so in this case, we're not talking about a crime mystery, but still, this still applies. So weigh clues against the scale of the mystery, let's call it, to ensure relevance, and question if a clue distracts from larger issues. So all of those questions Randall was asking, they don't really have anything to do with the larger issues we know now are at play: the sacrifice of the children, reincarnation, the people being turned into monsters who sacrificed the kids, all of that stuff. That was more important. Now there was some question in season 3 as to whether the numbers in the bottle tree bottles were a red herring at the time, like within the show itself. Ghost Tom and Jim both said maybe someone just put them up there because they thought they meant something, but they don't actually mean anything. And as it turned out, I think that the fact that somebody said that in the show, that signaled to me, oh no, they definitely mean something. If they're saying, oh, maybe it doesn't mean anything in the show, then it means something. And it turns out it did. I never bought that for a minute, that those bottle tree numbers didn't mean anything, possibly. There's no way that they would have built that up from the beginning, the bottle trees, if it wasn't important. The bottle trees first came into the show in season 1. Of course it was going to be important. So they built that up over time, that mystery, and it turned out to be legit. So that fits with this whole framework, that the bottle tree was not a red herring, and neither were the numbers in the tree. Oh, yeah, I definitely need some Italian ice or something because my mouth is parched, but my stomach can't take any more water. Maybe I can get hydrated this way because I'm definitely getting dehydrated. Sorry, I have to hear about my health crap that you have no interest in hearing about, but well, that's pretty much par for the course on this channel. Because my health stuff is an everyday battle anyway. So I guess you're probably used to it by now. Okay, I need a spoon. Okay, so I'm so glad I already recorded the video that I'm going to be releasing this morning, because after this live, I am not going to utter a word for a long time. I'm so thirsty. Oh my God. Um, I have a new Handmaid's Tale video I'm going to be releasing in a few hours. I just have to edit it when this live is over. I have to edit it, just make a thumbnail, and then I can release it. Finally, it's taken me so long. Oh my God. Episode 7 from last week, and then I have to do episode 8 from this week. I'm really behind. Anyway, um, Ped, we knew you were thirsty, Julie, but we thought it was just for Kendrick. Yeah, I was more than a little bit thirsty sounding when I was describing seeing Kendrick up close at the concert on Monday. The particular view of him that I got, you can't really blame me for it though, because I mean, I had a very clear view of him performing with his back to me and his jeans hanging off completely down below his ass. So, I mean, like his entire ass was hanging out of his jeans, not part of his ass, his entire ass. Kendrick Lamar does not have a very big ass, guys. Let's be real. Kendrick Lamar is not a big guy, but he has that BDE, if you know, you know. Um, he doesn't have to be a big guy. He doesn't have to be tall and or anything like that to have that BDE. He has that swagger. He has that presence. He has that ferocious persona. It doesn't make any difference that he's not a big guy at all. It's like it's like Joe Pesci, except well, he doesn't have a goofy, high-pitched voice like Joe Pesci, but he's anyway. He's not a big guy, and he's got a not very big ass, and his ass was completely hanging out of his jeans. I mean, like I've never seen anything quite like that. I mean, I've seen guys when I was in high school, that was the trend at the time, and I guess the trend is back for guys to go around with their pants hanging off. And I always wondered how they kept them from falling all the way down around their ankles. They'd have a belt and they'd have them hitched partly down. The belt would keep them from falling all the way down, but their whole ass wasn't usually hanging out. It was just part of it. You could see part of their underwear, you know. This was Kendrick Lamar's entire ass hanging out with boxer briefs on, of course. But it was his entire ass. And you can see it not just in my video, which is on my channel. You can go look at it. Someone thought that was funny when I said you could go look at it the other night. But you can, if you don't believe me, you can go look at my video. It's the latest video on my channel. He was performing with his back to me, like standing with his back to me. And like and you know, he was wearing these very fitted like these black boxer briefs, and with the lights hitting it, you could literally see it, like the whole outline and everything of his ass. It was the whole thing. And so you can't blame me for looking at it, and I was at the perfect angle to look at it too, because I'm on the floor and he's up on the stage. I'm looking up, and he was, you know, maybe I don't know, maybe 50 feet away from me. I, I have no idea. I'm not good at judging distance, but he wasn't that far away. Trust me. Let's just say that much. He was right there. I could see him easily with the naked eye. He was right there, you know, life-sized in front of me, and that was the view I had looking up at it. So don't blame me for my mind being in the gutter because I couldn't really help it. Um, I didn't mind it. You know, normally I would say like, "Oh, it sucks having to watch somebody's the back side of them perform," but not that particular backside. I didn't mind. Like, okay, fine, face the other way. Face the other way, no problem. Hey, Rose is here. Yeah, I got a whole show. I'm in a show, Rose. I got a whole show. Indeed, I sure did. I should have brought binoculars to get. I was pretty close though. Binoculars would have given me a really close up view though, like, you know, really ridiculously close. But Julie put some dollar bills in his. Oh, I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I was like, what the hell? At the Super Bowl, Kendrick was wearing tight jeans. They were glued onto his ass. Tight bell-bottom jeans. Like, what the hell is this? Does he? I mean, maybe at the Super Bowl they just did that because, well, I'm sure there was some reason why he went with bell bottoms, but I think part of it had to be practicality just because he had to run all over a football stadium and not fall on his face. If he could not have performed at the Super Bowl with what I saw him perform in, trust me, there's just no way. This dude, there was one song where he had to come down a staircase with those jeans hitched below his ass like that and hanging off. And I, I went back and I looked at a video that somebody else took that I wasn't able to get a view of, and he had to actually, like, his pants were hanging off so low and his pant legs were so low that in order to go down the stairs, he had to take them very slowly, one at a time, foot by foot on each step, and then hold onto his jeans, like hold up his jeans a little bit so that he didn't trip his and fall on his face down the stairs. Like, you can see it on someone else's video. It's hilarious. It's kind of goofy looking, to be honest. Kendrick could never be goofy. Trust me. Like, even he made this. He could make anything look badass. But I'm not gonna lie. He probably should have hitched his pants up just a little bit higher because he had to go down the stairs so slow, so slow and careful, like a little kid having to go step by step because they're just learning how to go downstairs. Oh my God, it was really funny, but I mean, it was a badass outfit, no pun intended. Um, um, he also had this really cool leather jacket, this black leather jacket and a skull cap that must have been kind of hot with the hot lights, but he had a he had a skull cap on. It was like 60 degrees, so I mean it was cool in there. And then he would take off the leather jacket when he was doing the diss tracks because the fire was blazing up out of the stage at different moments, and I could feel the heat of it on my face. I can only imagine how hot he would have been in that jacket during the diss tracks. That's when he brings out the flames. That's when he's got to cook Drake. He had to cook Drake, so he brought out the flames. I couldn't believe it. I had no idea there were going to be flames exploding out of the stage right in front of me, and it scared the shit out of me the first time it happened. I didn't know I didn't watch a lot of videos prior to the concert, and I was right at the corner of the stage, so the flames were right in front of me. It looked like it was gonna come flying at us and engulf the audience. And it was hot, really hot. But you need flames if you're gonna cook Drake. So he broke out the flames every time he played a diss track. You know, wouldn't be a diss track without it. Oh, Doc, what happened? You're backstage now. I see. Okay, you're back.
So yeah, I don't know what happened. So I thought that I couldn't hear you, and I thought that I've been entertaining everyone as best as I could for this whole time, and I thought I finished the
No.
list,
Oh no.
and
I,
they kept like referring to you, and I was like, what are you talking about? Julie's not here. I think she's AFK right now.
oh my God, Doc.
And then
That's
someone said something
awful.
about me being backstage, and I was like, wait, can no one hear me? And I'm like realizing, wait, it makes more sense that StreamYard glitched and I can't hear anyone. No one can hear me because no one's
Yeah.
responding to me in the chat.
Did you just think we
All
were all
right.
ignoring you? That's awful. Did you just think we were all ignoring you?
I thought everyone was
That's
just chatting amongst
terrible.
themselves. A couple of things actually looked like, maybe people were responding to what I was saying, but no, they're saying something else, I guess.
Oh my God.
So where did we
I,
leave off?
I oh my God. I even asked you, are you good? Did you fall asleep? What's going on? Because you were quiet for a really long time. I thought you fell asleep because
No.
I saw you were still here on stage until that very last little, those couple minutes, right? Um, but I thought you fell asleep, so
Oh my
I just
gosh.
so I went through a few more of these bullet points, and
Okay.
then I launched into a tangent on Kendrick Lamar with his pants falling off at the concert again. Um,
That that explains those comments. I'm over here like voice chatting like what are you people talking about? Dieter, stop that. That like what are you talking about? But no, they were chatting with you. That makes so
that's
much more sense
really,
now.
oh my
I
God,
was so confused.
you must have been so confused by the stuff they were saying, like Bill, like I was talking about how Kendrick, his whole ass was hanging out of his jeans. And I was saying like Kendrick is not a big guy, so he does not have a big ass. He has a really small ass, and he's not a big guy. Let's be real. He has that BDE, like big dick energy, but he's not a big guy. And so he must have been so confused by all this random stuff in the chat.
I thought it was all Dieter starting it.
It was me this time. Actually, well, we have Panda Kalima to thank for this tangent because he said we knew you were thirsty. I was talking about how thirsty I was, and he said we knew you were thirsty, but we thought it was just for Kendrick.
So I saw
So that,
comments about water, and I thought that maybe they heard my dog drinking from her water bowl. And I
oh,
was like, no, no, nothing's coming over from Julie's mic. No, that has to be my dog. That's the only water that's been going over here.
oh no, that's awful. That's awful. I'm sorry that happened. That was for a long time too. Oh no. Um,
It's so funny. At one point I said, "Oh man, I really miss Julie. I wish she was on here to help me guide the conversation."
and I was missing you. I was like, oh my
Maybe I was trapped in Fromville. The lines of reality are getting blurred. The veil is thinning. My house is getting sucked in.
God. I think our mystery, this is the second time we had a strange technical glitch like this. So I think our mystery solving technique theme is just getting too close to the truth. We're spreading too much knowledge. It's just, we're getting cut off. From Bill is
Doug's messing
intervening.
with us. He's a mole. He's really the man in yellow.
Yeah. This is hilarious. Muncher Luncher said, I'm listening before bed. Now I'm in dream of Lamar's ass.
Oh my God.
Hey, that'd be a sweet dream for me. But I guess not for you. She told me he took his pants down to show his ass to Julie. Oh my God. Yeah, I got my money's worth, Bill. It was worth it just for that alone. And believe me, that ticket was not cheap. It was worth it. It was worth it. Thank you for the support, Rose. Um, thank you for the support. And also, in more ways than one, Rose, I've been waiting to have the opportunity to thank you, because I haven't seen you pop in, but the last time the last time you were in the chat, um, you sent me an incredibly generous donation for Boo's medical bills. So thank you so very much. I said thank you later in the live, but you had already left. I said thank you anyway, just in case you might hear it, but I've been waiting to see you in the chat. So thank you so, so much. Oh my God, that was incredibly generous of you. Thank you. That was lovely. That completely blew my mind, and it will go to good use, taking care of some of the debt for Boo's medical bills. Much appreciated. Really glad I got to see you in the chat, and my shitty memory didn't fail me, and I remembered to say something while you're still here. Um, Thank you. Boo is feeling better. Boo is feeling better. So, you know, um, that it was money well spent. We've got a lot of debt that we incurred, but it's worth it, because it saved her life. She's still on antibiotics, but she's back to pretty much her regular self at this point. She's like she eats like a pig. It's great. It's her usual self. It's wonderful. So no, don't. Okay, good to know. Sometimes I'm here just listening but can't type. So, well, I'm glad I knew you were here this time, so I can make sure you heard me, so I could say thank you, because I would never want a gift that generous to go, you know, without a thank you. Um, or any gift at all. It doesn't matter what the amount. Everything is appreciated. Everything is appreciated. These are tough times that we're living in. Everything is so expensive. I know that. Prices are skyrocketing. We're living in uncertain times. Anything at all that people give, it doesn't matter how much it is. It's all appreciated. All of it adds up over time. I remember when I started to get some donations trickle in when I first set up these things. Um, like, I didn't get any large, like, I'm not somebody that gets large donations. Usually, I don't. But I was surprised that they eventually, over time, a few dollars here, a few dollars there, it does add up eventually. And it always is appreciated. So, um, Dieter just posted all that info too. It's also in the description of the video, but there's the Cash App and Venmo, which are only good in the United States. So, and I didn't have a PayPal ready. Dieter actually set that up for me. It has his name on it, but it's for channel expenses and also to reimburse him for fronting the cost of the laptop that I'm now using as we speak. Which is so much easier to use, and I can't tell you how much easier it is to do live streams with this and have multiple tabs open and not have to wait forever for anything to load on it. It's so much better. Anyway, so let's see. Luncher and said when I was still talking about Kendrick's ass, Julie, this story is hilarious. Badass or sag ass? Yeah. Yeah, he's I found myself calling him badass, and then I thought, oh yeah, no pun intended. Um, Rose, are you going to see him? Do you have tickets? Oh my God. I'm praying for a wardrobe malfunction when I go see him. It might happen. I'm telling you, like he was at serious risk of it happening. Like, the way he moves when he performs, I don't know how he can have them hanging down that low. He's very energetic the way he performs. He is a beast. I don't know how he can do it, and I
Are
don't
you
know how
talking
he
about his
didn't
pants or
fall.
something else?
Wait,
Hanging
what?
down that low. Just kidding. Just kidding.
His pants. It's honestly a miracle that he never falls down the stairs on his head. I mean, he comes down the stairs. I don't know if he always wears pants hanging down this low. I don't think he always does. He doesn't have the same outfit at every concert. He's not, a boy bander or something. Um, but yeah, like I think he might want to rethink what he was wearing that night because he struggled to come down those stairs in those pants. He struggled. The video is actually really funny. I didn't catch that in my video. I couldn't see from where I was, but not that part. But Rose, oh my God, that's really exciting if you're going too. Yes, that's Rose. Yes, yes. Dieter made a GoFundMe, indeed. Um, just have to find the link to it. But but yes, work with a bunch of animal lovers. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for dropping the link, Dieter. Yeah, the GoFundMe is right there. Anyway, yeah, let us know. Oh my God, you're going to the Chicago show. I was just gonna say, which show are you going to? I'm so jealous that you're so lucky that yours isn't over yet. I've got post-concert depression right now. Like I'm hesitant to even listen. I listen to his music almost every day, well, pretty much every day. And when I feel like kind of depressed going to listen to it because before I was hyped listening to it, knowing I was going to see him, and now it's over, and who knows when he'll ever come back or if he'll ever come back to this area. I hope, but I'm so depressed that it's over. Oh my God, I want to relive the whole thing, and I also would like to redo parts of it because I missed the beginning of the damn show. Don't do what I did. Leave yourself plenty of extra time and show up early don't make the same mistake I did and underestimate how bad traffic is. Oh my God. Around stadiums, I've never experienced any traffic like that in my life. The the gridlock. Oh my God. Anyway, I hope you enjoy and definitely let us know how it goes when you go to your show in June. I'd love to hear about your experience. Oh, that's so exciting. You're gonna love it. It's the best concert. Everybody who I've heard from who went to that concert said it was the best concert they ever saw, and I would have to agree easily. Best concert I ever saw. Anyway, enough about, well, I can never have enough about that topic, but I will stop there. And Julie is randomly screaming mustard several times a day just to cope. Yeah. Yeah. It's a real thing. The struggle is real. Like the post-concert depression struggle is real.
So
Oh,
Julie, I've
yes.
never I've never really been into hip hop, but you inspired me to look into it. And so I was poking around on YouTube. I'm starting to get really into this new artist that was popping up on YouTube. I don't know if you heard of him, Drake. No, I'm trolling you. I'm trolling you.
Yeah. Yeah. The Drake fella, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Um, he's 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 practically a former rapper at this point. Um, he's doing more streaming than rapping these days. Got cooked too
Ooh,
badly.
burn.
Now he's a streamer. And you know what's amazing? Kendrick changed the lyric to his song in Euphoria. Sorry, this is the last thing I'll say on this, and then I will shut up about it. But what's so diabolical is that the beef is still kind of going on in a way. Kendrick keeps twisting the knife in subtle ways. So in Euphoria, one of the first, so Euphoria was the first diss track that Kendrick released in the beef. Technically, like that was the first, but that was just a verse in someone else's song. Euphoria was the first full one, and in Euphoria, it started with um them superpowers get neutralized. I can only watch in silence. The famous actor we once knew is looking paranoid and now is spiraling. And so he called him the famous actor we once knew because Drake started out as a teen actor on Degrassi. Well, now when Kendrick performs the song, every time he performs it, he says, the famous rapper we once knew is looking paranoid and now is spiraling. In other words, he's not a because when he said that originally, he called him the famous actor we once knew because he's not an actor anymore. He's not. And now he's saying the famous rapper we once knew. In other words, because he basically cooked him, go, he's not a rapper anymore either. Yes, we all know he's still gonna have a career, but it's like he's never gonna fully recover from this in the eyes of the rap community. So I just love the subtle
It's so
digs
mean.
that he continues to take. The subtle digs and the twisting of the knife, the famous rapper we once knew. Ouch. Meanwhile, Drake's out there signing deals with some gambling streaming company, and he has to do weekly live streams with a gambling company and get people to gamble. What the fuck? And he
Yeah,
canceled
that's
his
sleazy.
tour. It's very sleazy, and he also canceled. I think he canceled the rest of like some tour in Australia because of poor sales or something. He's struggling. He's really struggling, and his album he released in February, it barely registered compared to what Kendrick's been doing. I mean, you can't even compare. Like he had a minor hit with Nokia, but I mean, as soon as Kendrick dropped his Luther video with SZA, I mean, forget it. Everyone forgot Nokia. It Nokia was gone, history. Anyway, um, I'll
I
stop
don't know.
now.
People still use those cameras, right? They went digital.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Um,
Where'd we leave off
mhm.
with or where do you leave off
um,
with the
let's
red
see.
herrings?
Wait a second. What's this with Alice? Sorry, Dieter, and maybe others. I can't see your comments unless Julie puts them on the screen, so if you ever speak to me again, I can't see them. There's something wrong then. That shouldn't be the case. Um, Reload the stream with Alice. Oh wait, I don't get it. What's the joke I missed? I don't get
Oh,
it.
the oh wait is because she won't be able to read it if she's
Oh,
having trouble reading the stream. But yeah, that happens to me all the time. The stream chat will freeze and I have to leave the chat and re-enter it.
hmm. Yeah, maybe if you reload it, it'll work. Actually, yeah, we want you to be able to interact with people with Alice, so hopefully that works. Anyway, so on the worksheet here, I went through um I went through Stay Loose and Resist Emotional Commitment, and I went on a big diatribe about how vitally important this is to the From fandom, that the From
Yeah.
fandom particularly pay attention to this and avoid confirmation bias with emotional attachment to theories. So important, right?
Yeah, that was like me with the for a little while I was emotionally attached to the Donna is Eloise theory.
I bet. Yeah. But that's a fun theory. I would have liked for that to be true too.
It is a fun theory. I think so.
Um, so, and then I went through check clues against the stakes. Um,
Mhm.
and I said, I think Randall's, in my opinion, Randall's story arc in season two was portrayed to seem high stakes, but I think it
Oh
was
yeah.
probably a decoy. All of his conspiracy theories and working with Jim, um, I think that was a red herring. So that was, but that's, my opinion, obviously up for debate.
Well, yeah, because it
Um,
didn't really go too far. Didn't really go anywhere, especially with the bullets.
right. Yes. So there's that. And
I think maybe because I feel like in this, yeah, in the same episode, Victor was talking about his mom and revealed that he had a sister. So I feel like those were probably like the real clues were probably in the stuff that Victor was telling. They
hmm,
had all that other stuff going on. It's just kind of like a distraction and also throw in some action.
that's a great point. Yeah. Like the real clues were in the the more emotional, um, lower key storyline that was going on at the same time um, with Victor, remembering how his mother used to play violin for him, and um, that whole thing. It wasn't as in your face and seemingly high stakes as Randall and he and Jim partnering up and all of their theory crafting together, like what could be going on here, and you know, um, kidnapping Donna, tying her to a tree, all that stuff. Um,
I
and
think
like,
maybe too, they were offering Donna as a red herring for Eloise in that episode too.
hmm, yeah, could very well be. Yep. So that's really it. I left off at spot clues that defy practicality. That's where I stopped.
Okay. And all right, so we're on the last one. Leverage the power of absence. This one's a little trickier. Um,
No, I didn't do spot clues that defy practicality yet, actually.
okay. So spot clues that defy practicality. Red herrings tend to stretch believability or feel theatrical rather than functional. Real clues are practical and feasible within the story's context. A strategy you could try is to ask if a clue could realistically happen or is too contrived to happen within that, obviously that particular world.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hmm.
That's where I think that I don't know. I don't think that we're gonna have like some big twist reveal that like they all wake up in a hospital, or that's some sort of experiment, or something like that. I mean, we could. I mean, they've laid like little clues that could be red herrings, or it could just be symbolic, or Easter eggs, or hint at something else that we aren't that we haven't been shown yet. Um, but I feel like that wouldn't tie in though with the whole karmic storyline with Jade and everything. Um, I feel like
Right.
it just it defies the current story a little too much. I could be wrong. I mean, they've thrown some surprises at us.
Yeah, I think you're right though, because it would cheapen the emotional impact of the story that we've just been told. And, if they change that around for some big giant twist and, you know, yeah, it would feel more theatrical and not really functional with the story that we've been given so far.
I feel like when they gave us the initial trailer showing Tabitha waking up in the hospital, well, well, when they ended, because didn't they end season 2 with her waking up in the hospital?
Yes.
Yeah. So I feel like that was kind of like a red herring for that whole line of theorizing.
Mm,
And I think that's where a lot of
yeah.
those theories originated.
Oh, yeah, definitely,
And like I've
definitely. That
noticed, they throw a lot of red
was.
herrings at us in the finales.
Mm, yep. Um, that's a great point because, I mean, she gets pushed out of a lighthouse and then wakes up in a hospital. I mean, naturally, the logical conclusion that you would draw from that is none of this is real. This is she's in a simulation. They're all in a simulation somewhere. A lot of people made theories like um she's going to have to sneak out of her hospital room, and somewhere in the hospital everyone else in town will be hooked up to machines, um and like Eloise will be her nurse or something like that, like, there were a lot of theories that came from that. So yeah, that was a big red herring. um so we should ask ourselves what red herring could be part of the Man in Yellow's cliffhanger. There
Yeah, I've
could
been
be a
trying to
red
think of
herring in
that.
there. Hmm. Oh, at the end
Mhm.
of season one, one of the cliffhangers was definitely a red herring when a voice came on the radio and said, Jim Matthews, your wife shouldn't have dug your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. That was a red herring, making us think, well, oh, maybe there really are humans running this thing somewhere. It probably gave
Yeah.
fuel to people's theories that this is some kind of an experiment and there are people that are running
Yep,
this
it did.
thing.
I remember that. It also led to it also gave a little bit more weight to some of the alien theories
Mm.
and secret government agencies and things like that. I remember or a couple people had videos about like talking about like old CIA experiments and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised. Um, so yeah, I mean, there could be a red herring that, I mean, it's a little different though with the I think with the first two seasons, the finale had cliffhangers that led to obvious possible conclusions. With the voice on the radio, the obvious possible conclusion is that humans are behind all of this and running things, watching them. With season two, the obvious possible conclusion was that none of this is real. It's all a simulation. She's in the hospital. They're all somewhere in the hospital. with season 3, I can't really point to something that's really like that could be an obvious misdirect. Um, I mean, you've got a man in a yellow suit coming and ripping Jim's throat out, and it's I don't know. I feel like that's just bringing us full circle from the season 1 cliffhanger that was a misdirect
Mm,
with the voice on the radio. It's bringing us back. Okay, so now we have, if anything, it's leading us now more in the right direction. Okay, this is the source of the voice on the radio from the season 1 finale. Um, I don't know if we have a necessarily have a big misdirect in this one. Maybe there might be something in there somewhere, but if anything, there's just a gigantic question mark from this. The Man in Yellow is the most ambiguous cliffhanger we have ever had by a mile. You could easily theory craft off of the cliffhangers we got in seasons 1 and 2. It's not so easy to theory craft off of what the hell the Man in Yellow is, what his role is going to be. How the hell do you even conceptualize? It's very difficult to even come up with a concept of what his role is going to be next season, what this means, where did he come from? There are so many questions. This produces so many questions and no clear path to
I
an
agree.
obvious theory, you know? It's brilliant in that way. It, it's really it's original. And then I mean the other cliffhangers again, not really. Boyd being in the cave with the monsters, that was that wasn't like I don't see any kind of misdirect there. That was a reveal. That was a reveal of Smiley being reborn. Um that was just pure and simple. It was a reveal. I don't think anything was trying to misdirect us in that scene. And then what was the other thing? Was there a third one? Usually we get three. Uh, well, I mean, I don't think the time travel Julie thing is a misdirect. I don't see how you could come to any other conclusion other than future Julie came from the future. She's got different hair, and she said, "I think this is when it happens." So I don't see how that can possibly be a misdirect. That's time travel confirmed.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of reveals this season, especially compared to seasons before.
Yeah, we did.
I noticed that
Uh,
they like to kind of
mhm.
treat clues and stuff as like puzzle pieces, like kind of like I mentioned before, like and sometimes they'll give us clues, but they'll misdirect us as to where those clues actually fit in. Um, and I think we saw that with the previous season finales. And yeah, I'm really struggling to see where they might be trying to mislead us with this season finale.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
maybe if you believed at face value that that was just Julie and not a story walking Julie.
right. But
I
yeah,
think that was a little too obvious.
it's pretty clear what they're trying to do here. It's pretty clear what the conclusion that we're supposed to draw from it. And as far as the Man in Yellow, I mean, there's nothing clear at all. It's the most ambiguous thing we've ever seen in any finale by far. We see exactly what happens. That part we can bank on. It's just why and what his nature is and what comes next. It's just a giant question mark. Many questions. And I can't think of any other. Oh, the only other thing that was left kind of dangling, sort of, was Victor and his father. You know, uh, with Eloise, but that was subtle. That wasn't an obvious cliffhanger. But regardless, the fact that Victor wasn't 100% sure that was Eloise's body in the grave left some uncertainty there. Um, I don't think it's a misdirect. I think that's directing us. I think that's supposed to, if we're paying attention, direct us toward the conclusion that Eloise is alive. Um, but who knows? Maybe it's a red herring and Eloise is just dead. I'm gonna be really annoyed if Eloise turns out to be a red herring. Really annoyed because you don't you don't continue dragging out a red herring for this long, introducing her out of nowhere for no reason at all, and then continuing to string the fans along while we're theory crafting about it. Um, that would really tick me off. I don't think it's going to be a red herring. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but um, hopefully not. Hopefully they don't jerk us around like that. The whole forgotten sister thing, you gotta introduce that for a reason. She's got to be a Chekhov's gun. You introduce this forgotten sister, but not you don't even say what happened to her until season 3, and then even then it's kind of left iffy.
I want to comment on
No.
that.
Hmm.
I I think that John Griffin seems to be really good at like holding the story together and keeping the parts moving and like maintaining the Chekhov's gun. But there's also Jeff Pinkner there, who is known for the Chekhov's Armory, which is leaving all those loose ends, showing something and then it going nowhere. And it's considered to be a major literary mistake. I feel like that tends to be one of his fatal flaws. Is great at coming up with these ideas, starting to tie them together, but they end up not really going anywhere. I'm hoping that that had a lot more to do with people that he was working with who were also co-writing with him.
Oh. Yeah.
He was used
That,
actually as an example. Well, not him specifically, but Lost was used as an example of the Chekhov's Armory
oh, okay. A Chekhov,
in a
what is
video
it
I
called? A
watched.
Chekhov's
Um,
Armory?
yep, Armory. Instead of having the gun, it's an armory. It's like all these things, but you don't use them.
Oh, that would suck. I hope that's not gonna happen. I think that there's less danger of that now because um Lost had Lost was a traditional network TV show with 20 plus well, in some cases 16 episodes, but other seasons were over 20 episodes long. So they had a lot of space to fill, and there was higher likelihood and probability for uh, plots to be dropped for red herrings. They had to fill space. So with these tighter, leaner seasons, they have to be more judicious about that stuff and hopefully learn from the mistake of ticking off fans, like what happened with Lost for some of the fans anyway. Some fans love the show and still love it to this day. But um oh, my stomach hurts. God damn, I hope this doesn't last long. It's not so easy to do all the walking that I have to do feeling like this. Anyway, um, Amy, you're funny with the dangling and the jerking paws. Um, with Alice, was Julie, Jim, or someone dreaming the entire ending scene? Oh, that would be the worst with Alice. The man in yellow thing. Oh man, imagine if they just say, "Oh, psych." That would be that would be the cruelest to Doug himself. Like, just kidding. Just kidding. He's not real. It's just a bad dream. We don't need you again. No, I don't think they would
Oh,
do that.
yeah, I hope not. That'd be terrible.
That would be terrible. They would never do that. I have more
That'd
faith
be a
in the
betrayal to the fans
showrunner.
too.
Yeah. Now I will grant you that it was surreal and bizarre. We've never seen anything like that on the show before, but I mean, it's late in the series now, and so it's world building. The world of the mystery is expanding, so with a mystery box, that's not so strange. So, but yeah, I will say yes, it felt very dreamlike and surreal. I will say that, but I
Be right
don't
back.
think they would ever do that. Okay, I don't think they would do that. Um, hopefully not anyway. But that would be the ultimate misdirect and betrayal of the fans, like Doc said. It would feel like a betrayal if they said it was a dream. Um, Bill Chill says only Tabitha Miranda can remember Eloise from our point of view. Victor may have forgotten because he was either a kid or doesn't exist or alive anymore. Wait, wait, what do you mean Victor doesn't exist? Like, I'm confused. Wait, explain what you mean. Maybe I'm just having trouble grasping it because I feel so lousy. Um, and it's hard to think straight. Um,
Oh, that's an idea. Like Victor exists in people's heads instead of being a real person, I'm guessing. Kind
oh,
of like The
okay.
Sixth Sense with Bruce Willis. Like he's a Bruce Willis walking around almost.
I I got it. I love that kind of shit. I have to say,
That would actually be cool. I'd be cool with that.
I love that kind of psychological shit, that mind fuck kind of stuff where you find out someone you thought was alive and there was, a figment of someone's imagination the whole time. Oh, I love that kind of thing. Like there was a twist like that in there's a TV series that's an anthology. Every season is a different story with a different set of characters. It's slasher. It's made in Canada. Um, and one season, I won't say which it is because I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it for you, but there is a season of slasher that has one of the best twists I've ever seen, and it was very Alfred Hitchcock because Alfred Hitchcock did something like this too, with one of his old Alfred Hitchcock Hour episodes. It's also very Twilight Zone-ish. The whole season, you think that this guy is really there with everybody else. You think he's just one of the characters, but if you go back and watch it after you see the ending, you realize that there's only one character who ever interacts with him and talks to him. It's because he's not even there. She's he died and she's imagining that he's there. It's oh my God, it's amazing. And then at the reveal, when they reveal that and you see that she's arguing with nobody, you see she's just screaming and yelling at nobody. There's nobody there. It was genius. I love psychological mind fucks like that. I love it. I can't get enough of it. If anyone can recommend, if it, of it, well, you can't recommend something like that specifically to me without ruining the twist. But I love mind fucks. Suffice it to say. So I
But
love that. So I love recommendations on mind bending psychological type twists. That kind
some
of
holes
stuff.
in
It's just so cool.
some holes in that theory
Hmm.
though are that Victor interacts with the physical world way too much. Also, the monsters threaten to keep him in the caves if he goes there again, or at least suggested that they could keep him there in the caves. And I don't think they can do that with the other spirit creatures. So I think Victor's really Victor,
Yeah, yeah.
but that would be that
I
would be cool. I would actually dig that.
yeah. I think Victor's really Victor. Um, and Dieter, I've
But
already taken care of all that. I already ate. I can't drink water any more water because my stomach hurts too much. So I ate Italian ice and I used the treadmill. So all of that stuff is checked off. As far as I don't know what the hell you're talking about as far as bean thing. I don't know what that means, but I'm just gonna move on. Sorry, Doc. Were you about to say something?
nope, no, I wasn't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. I thought I
Okay.
cut you off.
Nope.
Um, so yeah, I would love a crazy twist like that. Someone you think is actually there is not there, or someone who you think is like a human is actually a monster. That would be really cool. But but yeah, I think Victor is just Victor. Um, hey
We
Scott.
might get a we might get a twist like the man in yellow isn't as evil as he appeared in that one scene.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I mean, it could be like the theory Doug really likes. He watched some video essay saying that maybe the man in yellow is not good or evil, but he's a neutral arbiter of the place who just shows up and takes care of certain business that needs to be done. That it's not a matter of evil, but this had to be done for whatever reason. So,
Right.
you know,
Do you
that's
think
that's
maybe he's
possible.
an entity like the ballerina or the kimono lady?
Um,
They seemed less physical, but the kimono
uh,
lady at one point was able to what drag Fatima and stuff. But I think that that might have had to do with where she was. I'm not sure. Anyway, we
uh,
can get into that when we get into monsters next week.
oh yeah. Yeah, monsters will be a really fun theme. Robert wanted to do a theme on monsters, right?
Yep.
And he goes to bed really early, but like he can share his ideas in the Discord. We can discuss them on the stream like we've done before. Like he can share
Hmm.
his ideas. We can discuss them, and then he'll check out the replay, and I'll provide him with the timestamp so that if we go on for too many hours, then he can know where to find his section. So that, yeah, I know he has some really interesting theories about the monsters. Good night, Samuel.
Good night, Samuel.
And thank you, Scott. Appreciate you. Thank you, Panda Kalima. Yes, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Thank you. 45 people. It's really crazy. We've like over the course of the live, we've more than doubled. We were hovering around 19 to 20 people for a little while at the beginning. And now we have 45, 44 now. It's funny. Good morning. Good morning, Critter. You're so sweet. We love you too.
Hey, good morning, Critter.
Critter is such a cute name too. That's wicked cute. Um, hey, Jehovah Sins. Slasher first season is not good. The rest is great. I liked the first season actually. I really enjoyed the first season. I believe that was it's not original. It's very much a ripoff of I think it's a ripoff of a couple different things. I think Slasher's first season has a serial killer who's murdering people based on either the seven deadly sins or either the seven deadly sins or the Ten Commandments or something like that. It's based on one of the two. I don't remember which. It's not an original concept. I mean, there's that movie Seven from the 90s that had something to do with that. That's been done already. So yeah, it wasn't exactly original. I personally thought it was really great though. Um, season two was phenomenal. That's by far my favorite one. That has a serial killer stalking some people at a remote location in the Canadian wilderness in the snow. There's nothing like a remote isolated location like that to amp up the stakes and the tension. And they a bunch of people they're going back there after they did something terrible at that location when they were camp counselors years before. And now they're afraid that their secret is going to come out. So they go back there and then people start dying one by one. It's fantastic. That's my favorite one. Season three was pretty good. It was like I think it was done in real time. So every episode was like a real hour, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really remember the premise that much, but whatever it was, I thought it was good. I don't think I've seen any of the other seasons. After that, it left Netflix, and I didn't know that it moved somewhere else. I tried watching this one that was based on Jack the Ripper, but it changed it to a different it changed the story and it made a female Jack the Ripper and also changed a lot of the rest of the story. And I tried watching one episode and I could not get through it. I hated it. maybe I should have given it more of a chance, but I was not a fan at all. And it's not because they turned the killer into a female. I'm not against making changes like that. I'm not one of those people. I just didn't like the rest of the story personally, um but I didn't give it much of a chance either. So I I I need to catch up on the rest of the seasons. I really like that show. I don't watch slasher movies and slasher shows for the blood and gore. It's for me, I love mystery. It's all about the mystery and the
Right.
suspense. I love a
I
good
noticed that
twist.
too about the slasher movies. They're usually a mystery, and I've come to love that about them. I didn't used to like slasher movies until I started getting into the mystery aspect of them.
Exactly. That's why I watch. I don't watch for gore. That's why I don't watch ones that are too gore heavy. I prefer to have a great story. That's all I need. Um, hey Jesse J2G. Um, Amy said song's almost ready for you, Doc. Nice. Oh, and it's right here. I wonder if we'll be able to play it.
Oh, nice.
I hope it'll work. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work on mine. I mean, I could try. Wait a minute. I'll see if I can play it. Either of us can present our screen and play stuff, but last time we tried, it didn't
Okay.
work, and I don't know why. Makes me sad. I want to be able to play Amy's stuff and other people's stuff when they ask. We played Michael's song once. It worked.
I think I can
Unless I
share my
dreamed it.
screen.
Unless I was like delirious from being on a live for a long time and I dreamed it, but I'm pretty sure we played Michael's song on here once.
We have, yeah, we've played I think a song from Amy before too, maybe. Um, and I know I can share my screen on desktop mode, but I think I'll crash the app if I try to do it.
Let me try it. I've got it here. I'll try it right here. So, all right. Let me know if you can hear it because I'm having
Okay.
speaker problems. So just let me know if you can hear it or not because I won't be able to hear it either way because I'm having a problem with my speakers again. All right, here we go.
Yep, I hear it.
I walk alone, but then I hear that velvet tone. Doc Kaiju sound, it pulls me back where I belong. That voice, it hits like fire wrapped in cherry wine. He speaks, I drift, no escape inside my mind. And when he sings, all hearts ignite, the skies go red. He's got those small white dolls in his arms and they nod their heads. There's always something dark to melt me. He's in that suit so bold and frisky. That sexy voice just breaks my guard. Smooth like velvet, strong and hard. There's always something dark to shake me. The way he moves, it captivates me. Red like fire and cool as mist. Mic in hand, impossible to resist. His words so sharp, yet every line's a soft caress. I feel the spark, his rhythm dressed in raw finesse. The lights go low, but dark he shines with every chord. He's got those Kremlin kings by his side like it's a vocal war. There's always something dark to melt me. dancing with Dino smooth and cheeky. A kaiju's roar inside a croon from Macadamy Sonic Monsoon. There's always something got to melt me.
Oh my God, Amy, thank you so much. I love it. I've never had anyone write me a song before.
That was really sweet. That was really sweet, Amy. That's
I
awesome.
love that it was 80s theme too. She knows me.
Yes. That's great. Yes, she wrote me the sweetest song before too. She's written me a couple. It's, oh my God, like that last one was so sweet and lovely. Amy is such a sweetheart. Just just a huge-hearted person. Um it's so cool. And she writes lyrics too, which is awesome. I don't have that kind of ability, you know. She's said how she writes lyrics and then she uses the AI and stuff to um to put it together
And
and
she
tweak
sings
things.
too.
Oh,
I don't think
really?
she has professional equipment at home right now, but she actually is a really good singer. To try to like work it with like overlay it with the AI and stuff, you'd probably need a really good computer and tech that she doesn't have access to right now. But yeah, I've she's got recordings online.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Amy. That's so cool. I've always envied people who have the ability to sing. I I mean, I can do a passable job so that I don't sound like one of the, you know, mortifying American Idol rejects from back in the day. Like I wouldn't sound that bad, but I in no way can I sing that well. Like I can just do a fairly competent job so I wouldn't be humiliating myself, but I'm not a singer. Like I cannot I don't have those kind of skills. And I always envy people who can do that. I'm in awe and amazement of people who can sing in any capacity at all. And I wish I could. But that's so cool, Amy. That's so cool. And you're welcome. Thank you for being so sweet and being part of our community and making songs for us. It's just lovely. Yes, Amy
You're
is
awesome, Amy.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes. And she's beautiful too. Um
Yes.
yes. We had so much fun on the Tuesday stream. That was so cool. She came on camera. We had a great time. Yes. Great job, Amy. Glad we were able to play it and it worked this time. I'm
Right. Well,
relieved.
she still has. We still have to listen to the Cordelia Cup song at some point. Maybe later on in the stream, maybe paste it out. Unless you want to listen to it now, but it's really good. I liked it.
Oh, yeah, that's the one we tried and couldn't play before.
Mhm. Yeah, we
Yeah.
tried two
Oh,
streams in a row, I think.
yeah, no, we can play that now.
Okay.
Rose, yes, so many creatives in the Familia. Indeed, so many creatives. Um, and people who are like learning how to use this software. It's amazing. I've had multiple people, right, create these amazing songs for
Mhm.
me. And and Amy, she has like Chat GPT help her with some stuff, but she also writes some stuff with the lyrics too. And it's
That's
really
right.
cool.
I made you a
Mhm.
jingle once too.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did, and I loved it. Yes, you were one. Mackie made me one. Amy made me like two of them, and There might have been another one too, actually. But yeah, I love it. It's so sweet. I still want to find a way to use these things for something. I want to make some kind of like outro, but I just haven't been able to figure out how or like what to do with it. Like make some sort of montage and use some of these lovely songs that people made for me. I hate not using them for something because I have a channel. I have a use that I could actually put them to. Like I could do something with them, but I don't have tech skills and I don't know how to make a montage.
Like a
Like to put
montage
at the
music video.
yeah. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how people do that. I know that's something so many people do. Like they make people will put things on YouTube where they'll make a mix with like scenes from shows from some show they watch with a song over it. Or if you have a YouTube channel, like a montage of clips and graphics and have a song on it. I have no idea how to make something like that. I don't have the first clue.
I
So
did one where I put clips together, but it was like just like repeating clips, but I just kind of like spaced them out and reversed some, so they're going like backwards and stuff. But I didn't do like anything fancy, like zooming in or anything. So it's like very rudimentary. So yeah, I don't really know how to do that stuff yet, but I kind of want to learn. I think I need some better software than what I've been using, and I need to look into it at some point. It's a skill I should know or learn anyway.
yeah, I really want to do that because I got, like Bill Chill said, I could have an intro and an outro that would enable me to use more than one of the songs people made me, and I could even have more than one version of the intro and the outro because I have at least four songs that people made for me, and I'd love to use them all. Um, it
Maybe
would
one
be
for
awesome.
live and one for videos or something to differentiate. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, I could do that. Rose said I could use it as an intro for the live while we wait for yeah, because well, I'm always running
Oh
late
yeah.
anyway. I could have it playing when I'm running late too. I could just start the stream and start playing the song. But even if I'm not running late, a lot of people like Jeremy has an intro with with music and clips on it, and some other people do too. So I've seen other people do that. Not everybody does, but I have always wanted to. No, don't be sorry, Scott. It was nice to see you in the chat for a bit. These are strange hours we keep, so I appreciate that you came by for a while. No need to say sorry. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Panda, with the 35 likes. Yes, please hit the like. Rose, you overlay the music over the video file like Photoshop layers. I wonder if I can find software that's more user-friendly and easy than Photoshop, because when I had to learn it in a semester in college and make a website using Dreamcatcher and Photoshop, I struggled so much. And I forgot all that. That was a long time ago, and I never got a good handle on it. So I have no clue how to use that. And it's not user friendly. It's very, very complicated um, Photoshop. And from what I've seen of it, it doesn't look like it's changed much since I was in college. Um, Canva. Yeah, I use Canva. I already pay for Canva anyway to make thumbnails, so I could probably make something decent using that. Thank you for, I should use it for other things since I'm paying for it anyway. Should try seeing what else I can do with Canva. Use different interior for different videos, one for From, one for Yellow Jackets, etc. Okay. Um, Amy can make clips and everything. Oh, that's amazing. And you can, yeah, like you can record, like I know how to screen record. I have a screen recording software, but I'll pull up the other song that we weren't able to play last time. Um, Michael said he hasn't done any new Fromville songs lately. Did a couple tongue-in-cheek pirate shanties though. Pirate shanties are fun. Yeah, sea shanties. You gotta love the sea shanties. Yes. Um, Now a song about me in between Julie, Amy, and Tabitha, like on the birthday stream. Forget Doug. What? No, not forget Doug. Um, and 80s stuff, like that 80s sound. has come back too. That 80s sound has come back, and like there have been songs in recent years I would have sworn were made in the 80s. Hey, Martin. I meant to say hi, and then we got kind of sidetracked with Amy's song talking about it. But hi, Martin. Nice to see you. You missed me going on a tangent about Kendrick's ass hanging out of his jeans earlier. But you didn't really miss much unless you want to hear me uh, making jokes about Kendrick's ass hanging out of his jeans at the concert. Um, and kind of thirsting over over that. Um, yeah, the slasher movies have changed a lot, and some have decent storylines. Yes, and even older ones. There was a period where they got to be too much about gore and not enough about story, but before that, and now more recently, there is a lot of story and mystery to it. That's why I watch that stuff. I don't watch the ones that are like torture porn. With Alice said Victor is sus, sweet but sus. Yeah, I know a lot of people feel that way about him, and I understand why. Panda said maybe they're in uh Recall. What is it? Recall? Like the Total Recall movie, Sharon Stone to Arnold. You went to those brain butchers. I gotta watch that movie. That's another movie I've never seen, Total Recall, and I've heard that that's a great movie. Bill Chill said the man in yellow could be someone who tried to help Julie and or Jim at the scene of an accident. And from Julie's point of view, he caused the blood to leave Jim's neck, but actually helping. Huh, interesting. Yeah, that would be a wild twist if that's the case. Um, Bill Chill said Victor is this mysterious character that I was wondering about earlier, a person who everyone claims to have seen, spoken to, but some people may not have actually interacted with. Right. So like I could see how, especially early on when not many people interacted with him, you could come to that theory that maybe Victor's not even really there and certain people just imagine he's there. Now he's of course been in scenes with a few more people at least. Possibly all of them are in a coma. Our point of view is omniscient and some characters do know one another. True. It's possible. I hope not, but it's certainly possible. Now, I'm guessing Amy's song should be here somewhere on Cordelia Cup, if I can find it, maybe on her account. Yeah, if I go to let's see, sharing a vessel. Oh, I wonder if these are organized by when she uploaded them.
Hmm.
Wow, she's got a lot of songs here. Oh man, there's still more. Wow.
Oh, I don't have my phone, the other one, but I follow her as soon as let's go to soon. Logged in. Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, but I don't
I don't use
see
it
it.
anymore. I have a year subscription though. How do I find people I follow?
She's got pretty artwork for these too, like Fatima in her kimono.
Amy, are you able to post the link to it?
Yeah, Amy, if you have the link to the Cordelia Cup song that we were not able to play before, then we can play it.
What do you? Sorry.
Martin says I've been in and out of the stream. I'm working out OBS at the moment, and I'm adding overlays to Twitch and YouTube. It's a little difficult since I just got my first gaming PC a couple weeks ago. Oh, I bet. I'm sure that's really complicated. Yeah, OBS is extremely difficult and not user friendly at all. I use OBS for screen recording, And even though I've done that many times, I only just recently started using it again, and I still struggle to find where the controls are and how to do basic things. It's not a user-friendly interface at all. It's cluttered. It's a clusterfuck.
There's
It
a new
is a
Suno model.
clusterfuck. Huh?
Yes, there's a new Suno model.
A new
Oh,
Suno model. Oh, okay.
yeah, upgrade. Oh, here we go. I found her profile. One.
See, Michael said Victor talked to Ethan. Jim yelled at him. Jim and Tabitha ran to him and Ethan in the forest after he fired the gun to scare off the dogs. Right. So he had interaction with oh also Donna early on, first scene with Victor, he interacted with Julie and Donna. So even in season 1, he had interactions with the entire Matthews family and Donna. I believe that may have been it actually. And then that changed. Season 2, he had scenes with Jade. Season 3, he had scenes with Sarah for the first time, and of course Henry, and I forget who else, but it changed. Yep. Jesus. Mr. Grant Gregory says I have done over 10,000 songs. Are you for? But how? It hasn't been around that long. AI, I mean. At least not in this way. Not in, software that you can use to make songs online easily. You know, relatively easily for the average person who puts their mind to it. Yeah.
Me a link to a
Uh,
song. She like sent me a Discord. She sent it to me like in Discord, so it only plays through Discord.
if you, well, is it a Suno link?
No, it's not a link. It's just like a how you send like images or whatever. You can send like music and stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she didn't put it on. Oh, there's also a link in the chat now. She put a link in the chat. Hold on. Right here. Okay, I got it.
In the east wings hush, where secrets bloom, she hides in the shadows of the drawing room, binoculars raised, eyes sharp and keen, sketching the silence, quiet and unseen. She's watching the sparrows perch and dart, each bird a whisper, a beating heart. She says the guilty leave feathered clues, so she waits for the wings to choose. Miss Cobb knows what the curtains hide, with pencils and pages truths collide. She walks like a whisper through hallowed halls, and nothing escapes her, nothing at all. Markers in hand, notebook worn, drawing out motives the world has scorned. A red for rage, a blue for lies, the truth revealed in careful She draws the doves that watched it fall, the mockingbird that heard it all. She colors the sky a deep regret, a truth in ink she won't forget. From a shadowed sill, she watches close, catching the glance that betrays the most. Behind each stroke, her mind's precise, each page a trap, each word like ice. Miss Cobb knows with a steady gaze, she colors the world in lay of grace. She keeps her ledger soft and sweet, where justice sketches in pencils beat. She's not just watching, she's drawing the scene in Cordelia's world. Nothing's clean, trust if you dare, but mind her creed. Miss Cobb knows, and she lets it bleed.
That was awesome.
I love it.
That was really cool. Love it, Amy. She has a real knack for this. Love it. Love it. Love it. I love the style of that one.
Yeah, me too. I felt like it was very fitting.
Yes. It was fitting for the tone of a murder mystery, you know. Um yeah, I love the style of the vocals. Yeah, I really, really enjoy the sound of that. Very cool. Glad we got to actually play it this time. So thanks for sharing, Amy. Scarlett, we figured that's what happened.
Welcome back,
She said
Scarlett.
yeah, she said my network dropped me and I fell asleep. That's what we figured. No problem. But hey, yeah, I guess when she looked, there were 49 people. Now it's 46. But yes, yeah, that's as usual. The numbers went up as we reached dawn here. So go figure. It's not a fluke anymore. This is now a trend. This is pretty much what always happens. Very strange.
I guess people are more likely to go on YouTube and watch streams early in the morning when they're waking up when they're early birds, I guess.
I guess so, and also um maybe people in Europe joining as the night goes on. I have no idea. Um, but who is this dater? Julie B. B Boo. What in the heck? Yeah, he can't hear us. He's not able to listen right now. Um, Scarlett said it's World Goth Day.
Oh,
Jeez.
I'm wearing
Yeah.
a black hoodie right now, so I guess I'm already part of the way there.
Jesse said, "Who gave Sarah a guitar with the song?" Yeah, that had a haunting tone to it. I could see that coming from creepy Sarah, the haunting, eerie tone. Oh yeah, yeah, it fits. Um, and I'll show Dieter's images while I'm thinking of it too. Uh, he made some images of me going up into the lighthouse. Um, it always comes up looking more like maybe my sister or something. But there's a resemblance. This one looks more like me than some of them in the face. The the face is more like my face is a little slimmer than that actually. And also, wait a minute, let me see. Wait. Yeah, my
Yeah,
face is a
sometimes
little
these make your dimensions look weird.
yeah. My face is a little slimmer than that. That face is a little chubbier than my I don't have a chubby face, but um I'm not skinny, but my face is a little more, you know, a little smaller. But it's close though. It's close. And the hair, and it's also based on the outfit I was wearing in the picture that I used to use as my profile pic. So it usually gets my body type pretty accurate though. That looks like my body type. My I will say though, my wrists are like freakishly small, so my wrists are like half the size of those wrists. But surprisingly accurate in a lot of ways with the body type. It's freaky how this works sometimes. Like the picture that he used didn't even show my lower body, so I don't know how it got my like sometimes well that actually gives me kind of like a weird lumpy knee, but there are ones where you can see my legs clearly, and it even got the shape of my legs right, and I don't know how it did that because the photo he was using doesn't have my legs in it, so it's
There was
weird.
an image that your hand was backwards. Is that how your dimensions are too in real life?
Are
I
you
know
serious?
sometimes you people on planet Dirt have usual dimensions.
Are you serious? There was an image that had a
It
back
was be,
hand.
it's because when it puts people at a distance, sometimes the details get distorted, so it looked like your hand was like weirdly proportioned and like the thumb long and in the wrong, and on the wrong side of the hand.
Oh my God, that's funny. I didn't notice that.
It was the
Sometimes,
image that I used for the Fromley connection.
oh, okay. I have to look at that again.
I,
I
I
missed
I
that.
I did what I could to fix it. Now it could have just been the images that it was giving me when I was adding on the text, and I was doing that through Grok, so it was using a different image generator. So it could have been that. I didn't go and examine the other version before speaking up.
This one here kind of gave my left hand, kind of made give me a man hand. That looks like a man hand on the left. But the right hand looks smaller for some reason.
Yeah, AI
If
can do weird things like that.
yeah. Is this I'm not like that chick on Seinfeld who had the man hands. I don't have man hands. Yeah, see, look, it gave me a man hand again in this one too. That's a man hand if I ever saw one. Um, that one's cool. I like how I'm looking into the distance like that. I like the angle I'm looking at.
Well, Julie, it's
I
trying
wish
to be politically correct when it's generating, an image of you.
yeah, yeah. Um, also, I wish it put some makeup on me. Where's the makeup? I don't have like I need like lipstick and blush and eyeliner and mascara. It looks like I was too lazy to put on makeup. Which is, to be honest, the vast majority of the time. So that's actually kind of true to life because I hate putting on makeup. I've never gotten good at it. It's such a pain. These are so cool. You can see like the foliage with the fall colors in the background, just like when Tabitha went up the lighthouse. That's awesome. That's so cool. And I've got oh, I even got a little lunchbox. Like Tabitha had Victor's lunchbox. Cute. That's really cute. I'd say thank you, Dieter, but I don't think he can hear right now. So,
He's really good at putting in all those like little details.
yeah. Yes, indeed. So we're going for a date in the lighthouse. I guess so. Yeah.
Picnic in the lighthouse, I'm coming.
Yeah. I liked that included a lunchbox too. Yes. PC Julie in the tower.
But the picnic blanket has to be a darker shade of red than our clothing.
Oh, yes. Yes, it
Maybe
does.
a purple, a deep purple,
Yep.
or dark
Thanks,
green.
Dieter. Those were beautiful images. Thanks, Dieter. Very cool. Um, oh, Amy's funny. Oh God. Scarlett said I can imagine Dieter would make me a pair of walking boobs. That's great. I wasn't trying to zoom in at the boob. I didn't realize I did that. Um, Scarlett, yeah, you could draw me. You have the ability to actually draw. I wish I could draw. I've never been able to draw anything to save my life, let alone people. I don't. I don't know how anybody draws a picture that actually resembles a specific person. I could see maybe learning how to draw a human that's just a random human face, but to make the intricate details that make someone look like who they are, that makes someone look unique. That's what I've always, well, for one thing, I can't do either. I can't even I can't even draw like a realistic looking person who doesn't look like anybody I know. But the idea of doing that and making it resemble somebody specific, I don't know how people do it. I don't know
Yeah,
how
come
people.
on, Julie. You just think of it in your head and then you put it on paper. It's as simple as that.
I wish.
I'm kidding. It obviously isn't. I so wish it was.
Yeah, I wish it were that simple, but it's not. Um, yeah,
Our
'cause I've
our
never
next
been
From
able to do
Academy
it.
will be art lessons by Julie.
You don't want art
Yep,
lessons.
we're gonna get you an easel. We're gonna set up the video. You're gonna paint. And you're gonna give art lessons.
Trust me, you don't want art lessons from me. Do not want art lessons from me, unless you
Well,
want to
that's what's
draw
gonna make it fun.
stick figures. If you want to learn how to draw stick figures, you come to the right place. That's about it. Uh, just,
Actually,
um,
I kind of do. I kind of think it would be hilarious to go on and try to and like do like a live stream and like do like just do lessons for something I have no idea anything about and see what people say in the friggin' chat. If anyone showed
yeah.
up though, that's the trick.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be amusing for sure. Peterson Panda also asked to make some with you driving into the town in his car. It's kind of good, but your face isn't what I wanted. Uh-oh. So I have a weird face. Hold on. I'm looking for the link in the YouTube tab. I wish I could click on hyperlinks. There are no hyperlinks in StreamYard, so then I gotta go to YouTube, unfortunately. Oh shit, it's got. Oh no, oh no, it made me look kind of mannish.
Oh,
Yeah, I look kind of mannish. Yeah, but I'll show it anyway, because it's not actually what I look like, so I don't know. It's not like I'm showing you an unflattering photograph. Yeah. I don't know, maybe not mannish, but kinda. Um, it's got me in a Honda? Is that a Honda? Driving into town? Looks like a Honda. And there's
yeah, it
already a
does.
massacre. Bad timing to drive into town during a massacre. Damn.
Bad timing or bad driving, Julie. Shame on you.
It wasn't me. It was the shape-shifting monsters who did it. It was shape-shifting monsters. And then there's another one
Tell that to the
too.
court.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Everybody will believe that story. This one is awesome.
Holy, holy. And ChatGPT is making these, like it's making like gory images now. It like refused to do like even like gory chat before.
Really?
I remember I became frustrated with it and decided, all right, I'm calling the quits because I was trying to like make some sort of like short kaiju story thing or something, and it wanted friggin' giant monsters to have a peaceful dance off on the stage built by the people in the city. And I was like,
Hmm.
what? It was like, because it was like, sorry, we can't have the monsters battle. So here's some alternatives. And that was like, I'm like, are you kidding me? And I was like, all right, no, this is unusable for me.
That's lame.
Yeah.
It's gotta censor your violence. That's so dumb.
And like I
Well,
could understand like censoring like some like, gore and stuff like and brutality, but like just like basic like city destruction, giant monster scene. Like I don't know. That we have kids movies that have that. They'll say like, "Oh, the city was evacuated" or some such, whatever. But like, it was a little too far for me. I feel like they might have rolled back some of that. I know that they had a really bad issue. I think it was like last month, maybe it was last week or something, where they had put through some update that they didn't realize the implications of, and it basically turned ChatGPT into a yes man and
oh,
became like super agreeable. So instead of like offering like a balanced like opinion and actually like gives you like factual information, it's just telling you what you want to believe, what you want to hear from what it's inferring from the conversation. And apparently
hmm.
it caused a lot of chaos because it led people down some bad avenues by just being a yes man. Apparently like broke up a marriage and led someone else to do something crazy or something like that supposedly.
Wow. Um, well, apparently, ChatGPT must have changed its policy because now look at this.
Yeah,
This
it
is
seems
pretty
like
gory.
now I'm actually thinking about resubscribing. I can make some comics.
Oh,
Anyway,
that's such a cute idea, Amy. Dieter put her as Dorothy and put Boo in the basket. That's really cute.
oh,
That's
that
really
would be
cute.
really cute.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So what was I gonna say? Oh, Grant threw a little song together for me. Let me see.
Hi, Grant.
Yes,
I haven't been looking at the chat.
yes, Grant is here. Rose said Julie is a stick figure master. Yeah, I'm an expert. I can teach you how to make the best damn stick figures you've ever seen. Yes. Um, so, oh, a Hyundai. Yeah, it's a Hyundai.
Oh,
I
there's a
don't know my
Jesse G
car.
here now. Hi.
Yep, Jesse's here. Oh, hey, Papa Socks. Haven't seen you in a while. I don't know. I think arriving after a massacre is the best time to arrive in Frumpville, in my humble opinion. At least that would be my choice. Cool art, by the way. Yeah, Dieter made this with AI. Very cool. Yes. Yeah, maybe after a massacre, it might be maybe like there won't be another massacre for a long time, so good timing for you, but you're gonna be traumatized right away. But yeah, I see what you're saying here. Um, anyway, Grant made a song. Let me see. He threw together a little song for me, and I pulled it up. I could just have to
I don't think I've
share
ever
the
heard anything
tab
from Grant
here.
yet.
Yeah, he's like he's like an AI master himself. Um, okay, so for this one, I'm gonna mute myself so I can play it on my phone and actually be able to hear a little bit better. I was able to hear that second one that Amy did because I guess there was less instrumentation in the background and I could hear the vocals, which were really pretty. But there's something going on with the speakers here, so I'm having trouble. So I'm going to mute myself while I play it. Okay, here we go.
Tape crackle and a VHS clip. The truth just slid behind a curtain, but Julie saw it. She's got a notebook full of notes you missed, a red string dream and a plot line twist. She'll pause that frame and zoom in tight till the shadows spill their secrets in the flickering light. Julie B's on the case, in your mind, in the wires, in the negative space. Cue the glitch, cue the vibes. Welcome into Julie B Deep Dives. Not everything on screen stays there.
That was awesome. Oh my God, I love it.
That was
Thanks,
beautiful.
Grant. That was so cool.
It felt fitting.
Yeah, very fitting for the tone of From. Oh my God, I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Grant. So cool. I love the lyrics. Oh yeah, it was totally fitting for the tone of From and what we're doing here. No, so good. Love it. Oh man. Yeah, and Lord knows I will pause every frame and zoom in on everything. I will dissect every frame if I have to. So the the lyrics are extremely fitting and apropos. That's cool. It's got like I like the red string to the TV and then just an owl chilling there. Because I basically do the equivalent of I might as well set up a murder board with the crazy red string going everywhere with the amount that I dissect everything. That's the only thing I haven't done yet. Make a murder board. Um, I'm gonna do it on the next watch through. I do. Um, I'm not gonna make a literal one. I'm gonna use software like Academy does. He uses software to make a murder board and collect clues and evidence as he goes along. So I want to do that on the next time I do a rewatch. Oh, love that. That was so cool. I liked the whistling little like the little whistling hook in the background too. That was cool. Oh, that'd be great, Grant. Oh, that would be so cool if it's not a lot of trouble. Thank you. He said he could make an intro in the style of From too. That would be amazing, Grant. Seriously, I would be thrilled. Yeah, like a video. Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah, I like that. The whistling made it more cinematic for sure. Love the whistling. Love it, love it, love it. Oh no, the stomach pain is coming back again. Oh, it seems like it's getting worse instead of better. I don't know how long food poisoning lasts or like if it can slowly get worse, but it seems like it's getting worse. All I'm eating is Italian ice, and it's making my stomach hurt more. It's just Italian ice. It's flavored frozen ice. That's it. Oh no. Why did I eat that sandwich? I didn't even enjoy the sandwich that much. It wasn't even worth it. Uh, um, anyway. That whistle was so catchy. It's still in my head, that little whistling hook.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for whistle hooks.
Me too. I love that.
And it
Um,
added like a haunting vibe to it.
yeah. Um, yeah, the
We only
haunting
have
vibe, 100%. Yeah. Sorry, what?
one more to read, and then we finished the red
Oh,
herrings, and
good.
I think that's where we should leave it. And I think we should save the rest for the next time we need a break or time to prepare and do
Yeah.
monsters next. We'll start on them because monsters in the towns. I feel like that's going to be a couple of from academies in and of itself.
Yeah, I agree. Um, so we can save the rest that we haven't covered and, you know, do them in a future week, over the next few weeks. And we can do monsters next time. I'm game for that. So, did we do leverage the power of absence yet? No, right?
That's the last one, I
You
think. Right?
wanna read it? I feel kind
Yeah.
of sick.
Leverage the
Ah,
power of absence. Red herrings tend to red herrings often thrive on distraction, covering gaps in the narrative. Real clues are often found in what's conspicuously ignored or omitted. A strategy you could try is to focus on what's not said or shown, as the truth may hide there. I feel like they've also said the same thing about red herrings before in a way,
yep, yep.
but I mean, it's also true.
Let me see.
So like what's been in dis what distractions can we think of that like didn't really carry the story anywhere? So we had the whole thing with Randall abducting Donna. That was a distraction. That didn't really cover a gap in the narrative. This one I'm having a little bit. This one's a little bit trickier.
Um, yeah. Let me think. Thanks for the tips, Bill and Rose. I put it in the chat too. Thanks. I'll definitely avoid uh, most things other than dry, bland food and get some Gatorade today for sure. I did manage to eat pasta with butter and grated cheese on it earlier, and that didn't that actually didn't bother me. I got away with it. I had I think if it had been fresh cheese, it would have been more of a problem, but it was grated cheese. Um, I've never heard of this, Rose. Boil banana leaves and drink with honey. Huh. I have loads and loads of ripe bananas right now that need to be eaten anyway. Boil banana leaves and drink with honey. It will help your stomach, but make you sleepy. That's all right. I never heard of that. That's really interesting. I don't know if I have any honey, but I need to get Gatorade anyway. Maybe my mom, if she's going out this morning, she could pick some honey and Gatorade up. Because I don't feel up to going anywhere like this. Um, anyway, so Grant said, I'll deep fake Julie's voice over Kendrick, not like us, but change it to From theme. Holy shit, Grant. If you could seriously do something like that, you would be my freaking hero. Like, I swear to God, you'd be my freaking hero, seriously. That would be so cool. Anyway, so getting back to the topic here. Rose said the stones Ethan was playing with went nowhere. Well, the Anuk-Suk. I think they served a purpose. Michael has a theory on that and what kind of role they served at the time, that they played a role at the time. And Anuk-Suk, it ties into Inuit mythology, apparently. I didn't know this, but he researched that stuff, and so initially it seems like it was necessary to use that to summon those Ankui kids. Um, when Tabitha saw the first one in the cave, it was down there in front of the cage. One of the kids rolled a rock out of the cage and knocked it over, and that was like the first point of contact with Tabitha. Kind of, um, you know, I forget. He had a way of explaining what that meant exactly, why that needed to happen. But then the next time, Ethan has his own Nook that he just happened to find. Can't be a coincidence at this timing, but he's playing with it. Tabitha finds him, and as she goes and helps him with it, she looks up and sees two more kids staring at her. And it seems like maybe that summoned them. So when she wants to summon them again, because she's trying to investigate, she brings Ethan's Inuk to the cave entrance because she originally saw one in the cave, and she sets it up there, and it seems to summon all seven of them because they show up after she builds it. At that point, according to Michael's theory, that was the last time that it was needed, because at that point it's like a shamanic ritual, and at that point they kind of she kind of that meant because she went and assembled it by herself, it meant that she got the message. They chose her as their shaman figure. She accepted the role. She built the thing herself, and then they all showed up. And after that point, she no longer needed that for them to show up. So that's how he explains it. He explains it a little bit better than me, a lot better, because he researched mythology and has a theory based around it, around that. But so it may not have been pointless. It may have served a purpose at the time. Bill Chill said, "Who moved the tent?" Missing. That's one that seems to have been dropped. I don't think it doesn't. I don't think that means it doesn't mean anything, but it's definitely, it seemed like a big distraction, like this says here. Um, like as a big, scary, earth-shattering event at the time, and yet it doesn't seem to have any real connection to the overall mystery or significance in terms of uh, finding the answers that are going to get them out of there. So that's a good example too. Let's
Well,
see.
also too, expanding on that. So, sorry, it's starting to get a little loopy because I'm getting tired. Um, some other ways to apply it are to identify expected information, ask what details or questions should logically be present in the context. For instance, in a financial report, why are certain metrics missing? Spot conspicuous omissions, notice when something stands out by its absence. If a key witness in a mystery isn't asked about their alibi, that omission could be deliberate. Question the gaps, consider why certain information is missing. Is it an oversight or is someone hiding something? That makes me think of well, we have some Madonna story, but we don't have a whole lot of it. Um,
Mm, okay.
Also
Yeah.
to why are there no Bibles? But that is pointed out already by Father Kashri.
Right.
So I feel
Um.
like it's asking. I feel like here it's talking about like things that are not mentioned or brought up by other characters. It's something that we're supposed to kind of like notice for ourselves is just kind of missing.
Right. Um. Okay. Um. Let's see. Oh yeah. So So Michael explained what I was trying to get at, setting up. Yeah, I thought that's what it was that you were saying. It was like a shamanic test. Ethan found a block puzzle, and when it's put together, it's basically an Inuk. And then by rebuilding it, she completed the test, setting up set up by breaking in the Inuk in the tunnels. So the test was set up in the tunnels. Um, and then when she completes the test, she does that by rebuilding it, the cave. They come out, lay on hands, and basically seem to kind of accept her as a shaman. Got it. Yeah. Makes sense to me. So yeah, I think that I think it definitely served a purpose at the time. Bill Chill said, oh, I'm getting Italian ice all over myself. Ship horns, also known as foghorns or sound signals, um, are important safety tools particularly near sea town bridges. Um, yeah, yeah, and I think the fact that we hear that foghorn, it's meant to signal to us that it's a warning. Definitely, when that foghorn happens in season one, it's warning of danger,
Mm.
danger that's nearby.
I'm also
The
thinking too of
moved.
the.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
I was also thinking too of like the totems, how they don't really talk about them too much. The ones around the older town cabins.
Yes.
So that could also be a legitimate clue because they keep seeding them and foreshadowing something, but they don't talk about them directly usually.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I think that's important. It's going to pay off eventually. It has to, or they just wasted our time with nonsense. So, so I think that's going to be important. It's a clue to something that will be paid off later. Papa Sucks said the moved tent comment makes me wonder about the hotel, if his statements about the hotel are somehow connected now. Yeah, he asked why there's a pool and a sign but no hotel, right? So, um, what was the moved tent comment? Where was that tent comment about the moved tent? Hmm. Uh, well, sure, I can't find it now. There was a comment about the moved tent, but no, I can't find it. But the fact that Henry noticed that he noticed that about the lack of motel, that's interesting because that's something the fans have talked about, but the characters never acknowledged it until that point. And and so you wonder, okay, did they omit that on purpose? And it does mean something, um like, and then they added that reference in the show, to kind of give us a clue that yes, we're onto something and it does mean something. I wonder. Um, Bill said maybe the sound of the boat ship horn was in Camden, Maine, probably a ship docking or going by the coast or a bridge. Yeah, they might be able to hear it. Maybe they're like hearing through the veil, the hearing through the veil outside in the real world. Um, so Rose said, "Can someone explain the Roanoke theory connected to From?" I think, um, well, Roanoke was like that, civilization that disappeared, according to legend. So, there's a theory out there that maybe this place, it was in the real world and then it vanished, into who knows where, but like the lost colony of Roanoke was an early English settlement on Roanoke Island in present-day North Carolina that mysteriously disappeared between 1587 and 1590. The colonists, including Governor John White, vanished without a trace, leaving behind only cryptic clues like the word Croatoan carved on a post. The event remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history. It's really wild stuff. So, um, yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, 1585, a group of colonists were sent to the island to establish the first permanent English settlement in North America, and they had to deal with disease, famine, and conflicts with Native Americans. Governor John White left Roanoke Island in 1587 to return to England for supplies and reinforcements, but was delayed by the Anglo-Spanish War. When he returned in 1590, the settlement was deserted and only the word Croatoan carved on a post was found. And theories include, assimilation with Native American tribes, disease, or conflict to starvation or a violent end. So, um, so yeah, yeah, so that maybe something similar happened with From. I'm not really sure how you would adapt that to From, but maybe someone else knows in the chat. Um, it's really an interesting mystery. I love unsolved mysteries like that. Oh no, stomach pain is getting worse. Oh boy. Definitely gonna have to wrap this up shortly. So, good night, Amy. Oops, I clicked something wrong. Good night, Amy. Oh,
Good night,
Amy's
Amy.
got another link here. Let's see. Where's the link? I gotta find the link Amy just dropped. Oh, hey, Fletch is here. What is this? Oh, cool. We'll play this, we'll play this on the way out. Amy, dropped
Hi,
another
Fletch.
song in the chat here. So, Bill said black puzzles in hospitals can be used as a form of entertainment, recreation, and even a tool or block puzzles, not block puzzles, and even a tool for cognitive stimulation and therapeutic purposes. They offer a way to pass the time and reduce stress. Yeah, and I can believe it. Yeah, keep the mind busy. Good morning, Fletch. Yes, we're still here, but not for much longer. Um, they we don't have confirmation, but the rumors are still that they are going to start filming in June. We just haven't got any official confirmation yet. But you'll be the first to know as soon as we hear anything, if we hear anything. Fletch said the Roanoke theory is that the colony was the first ones that arrived into town, the original people. Oh, okay. So the people from Roanoke who
I could see
disappeared.
that.
That's interesting. I could see that because of the time frame, near the Puritan era. That's that's based on the Puritan and Jade's visions and the Puritan paintings. We all just assume that the origin story happened during the Puritan era, so that's really interesting. Um, so Simon Webster, word on the street is Simon Webster and Liz Saunders have made some little stray comments, not publicly, but that they might start filming in June, but no one has confirmed anything officially. So yeah. So don't take that to the bank, but winding down, falling asleep. Trace. Well, I wonder what time it is there. Maybe you're on the West Coast. It's almost 6 a.m. here. Um glad you could chill with us. Let's see. Wait, what? What is this? Um Amy said I have to tweak it, Panda Kalima. It has you as a she. What is this that she posted? I don't know what that is. Oh, she posted a song that has Panda Kalima in it. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. That's so sweet, Amy. Good night. Get some rest. Sleep well. That's your song. Yeah, now you've got a song. Yay. That's so nice. Amy's so sweet. Dieter says, Julie, Doc, and people in the chat, I have to go eat and gonna take a nap, so I'm ready for the watch party. Bye. Take care of
Bye,
yourself.
Dieter.
Thank you. Good night. Bye, Dieter. We'll see you later. Um, looking forward to it. The watch party. We're gonna do a watch party for Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4 at 10 p.m. tonight. So, thank you so much, Dieter. Thank you for everything that you do. Um, what is this? Uh, I show Speed doing a live stream playing both Last of Us games. He will finish the stream once he finishes both games. It will. Someone is doing it at all at once, like in a marathon live. That's, if I'm understanding that right, that's bonkers. Wow, that's insane. See, there are people even nuttier than me. You think my marathon streams are crazy? Papa Sucks says, "What were some of the popular predictions? I don't have any because the show moves so slow. It could ramp up like season 5 of Lost that did time travel with the cast being integral to the story." Um,
Mm.
yeah, I'm actually in season 5 of Lost right now, and I'm seeing how that's happening. Um, I don't know. Oh no, I'm getting really bad pain in my stomach. Um, so some of the popular predictions, like what were some of them? I mean, I think that it's a pocket dimension. Um, that I mean, we pretty much got the backstory of the town, basically. And I think Julie's going to do more story walking into various cycles, and we'll see more of the history of the town. I I have theorized that Julie goes back and she's the one who saved Eloise and pushed her into a faraway tree, and she'll be alive. Um, I think we're gonna have a time jump. It will start season 4 with future Julie's timeline. We'll start from there. Well, those are some of my predictions. I don't know what some of the popular ones are now in terms of like the show overall. Um, we got some pretty clear-cut answers as to what's going on here. So I think they need to figure out how to save those kids. What does that mean? Free their souls? Maybe free their souls who are trapped. Oh, I'm in the song too? Nice. I'll definitely play it before the stream ends. Cool. Amy's a sweetheart. I hope Julie posts the art. That was so freaking cool. What art? What art are we talking about? Um, oh, I love Nightmare 3. Nancy rocked. Yeah, I've never seen it. It'll be my first time watching it. Okay, bye, Dieter. The song Amy made will help with your stomach pain, Julie. Okay. Pocket dimension check. Story walking check. Time jump check. Yes, those are my big predictions. My main ones. Pill Chill says we got the ambulance. We will soon see more hospital evidence in season 4. Subtle clues. Okay. So Bill Chill, I think, believes that there's some kind of shared coma state happening here. Sounds like. And Papa Sock says, "My hope is more children arrive. People step up and fight the monsters." the residents work together and come up with plans to combat their suffering. Yeah. Yeah, maybe go on the offense more. Um, they were supposed to be going on the offense more against the monsters in season 3, but we didn't really see it actually come to fruition. Boyd said he was going to do it, but he didn't really do it. Now as for the rest of this worksheet here. Oh my God, I keep dripping Italian ice all over my shirt. These stains
Oh
are never
no.
going to come out. It's melting too fast because it's hot in here.
The rest of the
So,
worksheet's basically reiterating what we already went over. I had converted it all
okay.
to bullet points and put it at the front.
Oh, wow, yeah, this is a lot of stuff. Yeah. So it's just basically what we already went over, you said, so.
Yep, I
So,
shortened it to bullet points. This way, it'd be mostly us talking rather than reading.
nice. Says, yeah, you can, so if you do all of this stuff, applying these strategies, you can sharpen your ability at distinguishing between red herrings and real clues. Focus on questioning obvious or emotionally charged clues, verifying sources, ensuring narrative consistency, and staying open to new evidence. This approach helps you navigate misdirection and uncover the truth in any mystery. So all the stuff that we've been going over with the red herrings, um, I think it's been very, very useful. I mean, I think any From fan should know all of this information. You know, if you enjoy, trying to tease out the mystery and make theories, then you definitely should learn all of this stuff. And learn how to spot the difference between real clues and red herrings. And it's not always clear. You're going to get things wrong, of course. And this show is extremely ambiguous. With a show like The Residents, I think red herrings tend to be more obvious, um, where you can immediately point to something and say, okay, yeah, that's way too obvious. I don't think that's a real clue. Um, Harry being ridiculously suspicious and that kind of stuff. So with From, it's much more difficult, but not impossible to try to identify red herrings. You still might get it wrong, but I think following these strategies is really helpful. And the biggest thing, the most important thing, I think, out of all of this entire thing, this entire set of worksheets for red herrings, I think for From fans is stay loose and resist emotional commitment. Red herrings can feed on stubbornness or emotional attachment to a theory. Real clues emerge with new evidence grounded in colder facts. Avoid locking into one idea too soon and stay flexible. Revisit and rethink theories regularly. That's If I had to identify one takeaway that's the most important for fans of From, it would be that, because it is so ambiguous. So it's really important to try to stay unbiased, reevaluate your theories, be willing to bend and change, and even reject a theory and move on to something else if it doesn't seem to fit anymore. That's what I do. So, anyway, my stomach is starting to hurt really, really bad. It's getting worse. Um, oh God, it's getting
I
like,
think we should say our good nights
yeah,
and roll the credits.
I think so. Now the pain is turning sharp. Um, I'll just look through a few more comments here. Papa Socks wants to see more action, more death-defying scenes, close encounters, action, action, action. Not the promise of action. I want Boyd to be a badass again. I want the cast to rock individually too. Sarah, Donna, etc. I hear you. Like I want Boyd to get off the sidelines. In season 3, he was sidelined too much. I didn't like that so much. That was one of the weaker points of the season for me. I loved it, but I wanted more Boyd in action. Boyd was at the center of things in season 2. and in season one also, but season three, he was off to the side and the place was attacking him through his family, and he was just, you know, reacting to it. It just was not, it didn't give Harold enough to work with. I want Boyd to be a badass again too. He gave some badass speeches. He gave some really badass speeches and told people off. I mean, we got that part of Boyd, but I want to see him more actively engaged in the plot again. Um, Papa said I used to be so excited to get in the chats I would forget to like. So maybe there are others that are like me. I literally just forget. Old age, I guess. No, it's not just you. It's not old age or anything like that. I forget too. I No matter how much I'm enjoying a stream or a video, until recently, even now, sometimes I forget. I get so into it, I forget to hit the like button. So I actually I like it when people remind me, or otherwise, many times I'll forget. So is alien theory still on the table? Oh, absolutely. It's not, I don't think it's aliens myself, but it's definitely still in play. Yeah, it has not been debunked. I haven't seen anything on the show to debunk it, so I don't think it's off the table at all. Nope. Some people thought that one of the interviews debunked it and they were giving Tony shit over it. Absolutely not. It is not debunked. Jack Bender never debunked it. And he was asked point blank in a kind of unfair, cheap tactic, asking him about, can you debunk aliens? Well, he wouldn't be able to. If aliens were the answer, he wouldn't be able to say, would he? So of course he has to say, he has to like pretend, oh yeah, no, absolutely not. He didn't say no, he just like made a face or something. Aliens are definitely still in play. Oh my God, you would not believe how much I am spraying myself with Italian ice juice right now. I just did it again. Jesus. Oh my God. Um, Play our way out, our song on the way out, Julie. Absolutely, I will. I will. Um, you should like when you start watching anything, then unlike if you don't actually like it. Yeah, just make it a habit. Hit the like button automatically. Good idea. Papa said, my theory was Boyd and Kenny were about to really kill the monsters when they went to the caves, and the monsters heard them. That's why Victor and Henry couldn't find them later. They got scared. That makes sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense because the monsters moved. I think another reason why they may have moved their location is possibly because Victor and Tabitha went down there and walked right past them. So, and then Jade went down there, and when Jade went down there, there were no monsters anywhere around. That was the next time we saw anybody go down there. By the end of season two, Jade was down there, no monsters around. And I think they may have moved because of Victor and Tabitha being down there. That's another possibility. Um, could have just, you know, I think that either way, I think you're right that the monsters were intimidated, which is interesting. Why be intimidated if they're immortal beings? But for some reason, it seemed like they felt threatened when they were sleeping down there. Are they more vulnerable somehow when they're sleeping? It makes you wonder. Why did they move? They moved to a different spot and they were in a weird little crevice, so Victor had trouble finding them later. So that's a really interesting point you make there. And I had forgotten about that part of the season. Yep. Yeah, Jade went down in that same area. But no, but you make a good point though. I think the monsters did feel intimidated in some way, and that's why they moved. I just think it was probably because Victor and Tabitha walked right through their space in season two. But I think you're right that they felt intimidated somehow, because why would they move? I remember thinking, what the hell did they move for? If they're especially when we found out they're immortal, why would they move to a different part of the cave? So yeah, it's still it's still a completely valid point, regardless of why they, what the reason was why they were intimidated. I think they were intimidated. And we know Jade was in the same part of the cave because when Jade is down there, he's in the same spot Tabitha and Victor were in where all the monsters were sleeping. And we know it's the same spot because in the background there are the two Ankui kid cages when Jade is down there, but no monsters anywhere around. So, yep. Um, wow. Apparently my stomach can't even handle Italian ice, guys. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna eat then. I mean, I was able to eat some plain pasta with grated cheese earlier. Maybe for some reason Italian ice just isn't agreeing with me. It's making me feel worse. But I needed something to try to hydrate because I couldn't tolerate drinking any more water. Oh, I better get off of this stream and oh man, my stomach is killing me. Another question. Why a trap door in the cellar where Fatima was being held? What the what? And why the door only opened for lack of a better word? By for lack of a better word, magic. Yeah, I believe the trap door needed to be there because that was a direct entrance to get to the cave from where the creature pod was delivered. So that room is there for when one of the creatures has died and is being reborn, and the creature would need to be brought right down into the cave to come out of its pod. So there needs to be a trapdoor right there. Nice easy access to the cave. Now, as far as why the door opened by itself, that's a little weird. I'm not sure why it opened by itself. It didn't need to. I mean, Kimono Lady could have just opened it, but I don't know, maybe just to make it look more dramatic or something. Bill says the monsters are psychological slash emotional. They left because some people were no longer afraid. They can't leave because it's in their minds. Hmm, interesting. Wait, so they left because some people were no longer afraid. They can't leave because it's in their minds. Hmm. So maybe it's a matter of if people were just not afraid anymore, they'd be able to leave. Like it's fear that's keeping them there. That's a really interesting idea, Bill. That would be fascinating. It would be an interesting allegory for life too. Like your fears are the only thing really keeping you trapped and holding you back. You know, crackers and 7-Up. Thanks for the suggestion, Panda. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna be eating some bland, boring stuff today, for sure. Um, emotions slash fears are immortal. Mmm. Yeah, Bill. Um, maybe passed down generational trauma. Papa sucks. Yeah, the door was covered by dirt. Um, yeah, I don't know why the door would be covered by dirt like that. Yeah, I don't know about that part. Um, it was covered by dirt and Fatima tried to open it and couldn't. Maybe it was covered like that in case any people stumbled on that room so they wouldn't find it, but she tried to open it and couldn't anyway. So yeah, I don't know why the dirt exactly. The whole floor was dirt, but it also covered the trap door, which is weird. The townspeople can't leave from because emotions and fears are immortal. Could be. So is Bill Chill's theory like Nightmare on Elm Street? Krueger only exists. Oh, is that true? I've only just watched Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and 2 for the first time. So Freddy Krueger only exists because of the fear? Is that true? Wow. That's pretty wild. Gee, I did not know that. Fear is the mind killer. Oh boy. I wish I had learned that lesson a long time ago. Not to let fear run my life, believe me, because it screwed up my life in a lot of ways, being too afraid to try things. Yeah. The subconscious is under the room. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it could be symbolic, Bill. The room was hidden, so the door didn't need to also be covered. Yeah, I agree, Papa Sucks. That wasn't necessary. It didn't need to be covered with dirt. I agree with you. And also, even if they didn't, even if they wanted to make sure people don't go down there, well, even though it was covered with dirt, Fatima pulled on it and couldn't open it anyway. Maybe she was just weak and she couldn't do it because she was not strong enough physically, but it seems like it was locked and like the average mortal person wasn't able to open it. So there really was no need to hide it. Okay, the fear made Kruger stronger. Okay. So he was feeding on it. That's a strong parallel to From because it seems like the evil entity in this place feeds on fear. So fear may make the evil entity here stronger too.
Mm, I agree.
So Kruger said something like the souls of the children kept him alive or something like that. Interesting stuff. I'm really looking forward to the next two movies. And it's looking like I might really need the distraction because um I don't think I'm gonna be feeling much better today from the way things are starting. Um Bill Chill is going hard on the coma slash in your mind theory. Yes, he is. He really is. It's he's very much into it. I'm impressed. Yes, you know. You know, I like that. I like it. I like to hear everybody's different theories and interpretations, and I like that there are still so many different possibilities. Even with all the answers that we've already gotten, there are still many possibilities um, for what could be going on. There's still so many questions, and I know that frustrates a lot of people, but I think it makes the show much more interesting. So I don't mind that. We got some answers. I'm happy with that for now, although the answers produced more questions. The only thing that will upset me is if the show ends without answering all the important questions. That's all. Answer them in the end, and I will be satisfied with that. And I think that they will. I don't think they're going to leave a ton of plot holes. JT Moore, I tried watching Doctor Sleep, and I really enjoyed the references to The Shining in the beginning of it. I loved that was the best part. I loved the flashbacks with new scenes using look-alike actors, um, playing them in playing the kid in the 80s and stuff, and the mom and stuff like that. So I loved that because I'm a huge fan of The Shining. But then I don't know, Doctor Sleep, some of the themes in it started to trigger me, so I had to shut it off. Like there was the theme, well, like the fact that the guy in the movie, I mean, yeah, well, not the is it a movie? Yeah, it's a movie, not a miniseries. The fact that he works at a hospice, it was a triggering kind of subject for me at that point in my life, so I shut it off. But maybe I'll give it another try sometime because I've heard it's really good. Papa Sock said I need to think about that room. The room was hidden, and in the hidden room was a hidden trap door. So the monsters were human. The monsters had humans helping them. I don't know what the what. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. That could just be like I don't know, like an unnecessary thing that they did with the dirt over the trap door. Unnecessary. Um, and the fact that honestly, the whole kimono lady thing, um, they didn't really need the kimono lady. They could have just, well, I guess they kind of did. She was kind of like the midwife, um, delivered the pod down to the monsters. Uh, but because otherwise it would have been kind of creepy if Elgin delivered the pod himself, kind of violating. So maybe they did that. instead of having Elgin deliver the baby based on voices in his head. They could have had the kimono lady be a voice in Elgin's head, but then he would have had to deliver that pod himself, and that would be a whole other level of violating Fatima, which would be gross. So maybe that's why they came up with this conceit of the kimono lady, to be honest with you. Um, some of the most important questions to me, are, well, I want to know what is the nature of the boy in white? What is his origin? Like, what is he exactly? What time period did he originate from? Was he a human child? Is he some kind of ghost? Um, I really want answers. I believe I know what function he serves, that he's a helpful entity. I want that confirmed or denied too. I want to know, is he trying to help? I think we will know that in the end for sure, but I want answers as to his origins. And the same with the man in yellow. I want to know his origins. Where did he come from? What kind of entity is he? Um, I want to know. Those are the biggest things for me. And other than that, I mean, obviously, how did they get out of there? But I think I think that'll definitely be answered. Can they get out? How do they get out? We should find out in the end. That's the most important question in the whole show. The whole point is how do you get out of here? Um, so there's nothing more important than that. But other than that, yeah, the boy in white and the man in yellow, all of that stuff needs to be explained. And I could live with it if they never tell us who pulled the tent. I I don't really need to know. I would kind of like to know why there were so many spider webs in season one, but I could live with it if they don't explain that either. Could just have been some kind of weird, like, hallucination that both Boyd and Sarah saw. Um, Bill Chill said, "Remember, Fatima never showed her belly in front of anyone until she got to that room. Elgin may be different or delusional." Yeah, but that's true. But yeah, she didn't. She had like an accelerated pregnancy in there, and we saw a tangible result. Smiley's back, so as long as we see Smiley and Boyd saw Smiley, so we know Smiley's back. So I think we can be pretty much convinced of what happened there. Smiley's reborn because of her. So Elgin showed up on a bus, and there are bus stops near hospitals. Coincidence? I don't think so. Oh, yes. Yeah, that would feed into the Bill Chills theory with the hospitals and the coma and stuff. Could be. Um, okay. So we need to wind this thing down now. Um, Doc must be falling
Yeah, I
asleep over
agree.
here. Yeah. Thanks for staying on for this crazy amount of time. Sorry that you were like
Of
by
course.
yourself and for so long and talk. That was a while. Sorry, I did. I just figured you fell asleep. I didn't know what was going on. I asked you, "Hey, what's going on?" But you couldn't hear me.
I thought you had to very discreetly go and use the restroom. And I
Oh,
noticed
jeez.
that I noticed that chat was getting highlighted. I thought it was like you trying to signal that you were like kind of there, but I don't know. I was just so confused.
Oh God.
I should have figured out that it was me.
Oh.
It's all good.
Next time, like, if that ever happens again, if I'm not acknowledging you or writing anything in the private chat or something, just assume that I can't hear you,
Hmm.
because I would never
Well,
ignore
I couldn't
you.
hear you.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you
So
either. So,
so at that point, I think I would probably if you couldn't hear me, I would find some other way. I'd write to you in the private chat or something. So because I would never just ignore you and just have you talking by yourself and just take off. I would never do that.
I didn't know what happened. Life happens.
Yeah. Oh, glad you stuck around anyway. And were able to come back. Um,
And
so
so
I figured he fell asleep, but it's all
no,
good. Um,
I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. That's gonna be entertaining to listen to tomorrow, or I should say later, after I get back up. I don't think I'm gonna make it to go and to retrieve my phone today. That's okay. I've got another phone here. I'll just use Wi-Fi. I don't think I'm going anywhere anyway.
yeah. Well,
Me-
good
uh,
luck with that situation.
Yeah, I'm more worried about my keys than my phone. My phone I know is there at the office. My keys, I'm pretty sure they're there at the office.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
they might be in the linens or in a barrel. Because I mean, I have to throw out a lot of garbage and stuff, so I'm just kind of like worried that I drop them and stuff.
Right. Well, yeah, I hope not.
Oh well. But anyway, so for next week, I'd like to start covering the monsters and the towns from. So if people want
Sure.
to start prepping images, submissions of theories or information that folks have found, anything like that, please do. You can submit that to the From Academy channel on the Discord.
Yes. Um, especially like, you know, if you can't attend because we stream so late, that's an even bigger reason. Um, if you want to participate, but you can't attend, like if you're somebody that is joining us now because it's early in the morning, but you can't make it when we start. Um, we officially start the From Academy segment of the live at 12:30 a.m. But if you want to contribute, if you have ideas and theories about the monsters on From, then you can put them in the From Academy channel in my Discord, and you can find the link to the Discord, of course, in the description of the video if you're not in there already. And we'll discuss your theories, anything that you post in there that you'd like us to discuss and share. We'll share it and talk about it on the live. Um, so that'll be next Friday. At well, I'll start the live at 11:30 p.m. Doc will join around 12:30 a.m. And JT Moore, yes. How I want to know about the massacre of 1978 too. That's another big one for me. I want answers. What happened? Why did Christopher pose a threat to Miranda's kids? Why did they have to hide from him? What triggered that massacre? And I do think we'll get answers for that. As for how and who is or was Martin, that's an interesting one. How Victor survived for 40 years. Um, I Doug had a really interesting idea. Just that makes so much sense, and I completely agree. Doug said if this big bad entity, if it feeds on fear, then it would maybe it would leave a lone survivor to feed on, to have a source of a food source, essentially feeding on Victor's fear until more people showed up. It wouldn't make any sense to kill him off because there would be nobody left there to terrorize. It's not just about killing everybody, it's about also terrorizing the survivors and feeding on their suffering. But why kill Victor if there's nobody there to be terrorized and devastated by his loss? So I think that makes so much sense as to how he survived for 40 years. So that's my theory that I'm going with now that Doug basically put forth. Um, yeah, it is hard to believe a traumatized child survived for 40 years on his own. There has to be some intervention, and if so, why? And I think it's just for that reason, Papa Socks, that the big bad needs someone's fear to feed on, and it feeds on the fear of a child. And also, he made a great puppet. Um, a traumatized person like that naturally tells people don't go looking for answers. People who go looking for answers don't come back because he lost his mother that way, and that works in favor of the big bad who doesn't want people to go looking for answers. So there's an incentive to keeping him alive, I think. So some entity protected him and helped him survive. Clearly, could not possibly have done it on his own without help. Uh, yeah, Boyd doesn't reveal much, so it isn't a stretch to believe he might keep Smiley a secret. I don't know why he would need to, though. But yeah, you're right. Who knows? He might keep him a secret. Good morning, SL Rhodes. Nice to see you. We are just wrapping it up now. Um, Fletch, we are doing a watch party for Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4 at 10 p.m. Eastern, and that that first the third one that we're going to show is Dream Warriors, and I've heard it has a lot of parallels to From, and I've never seen that, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. So that's tonight in the Discord. Anybody who wants to join, you're all welcome. 10 p.m. Eastern time. We'll show Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4. Yes, we all want answers, Fletch. But once we have all the answers, all the fun will be over. I like theory crafting and speculating. So, um, canned peaches. Oh, Bill, you are going all in on this. Canned peaches are commonly served in hospitals due to their ease of digestion and soft texture, which can be beneficial for patients with various medical conditions or those on soft diets. You got a whole theory going here now. Boyd saw fear or is afraid of something new, or again, Smiley represents some fear or emotional trauma that Boyd is passing on to Ellis. Wow, David Agiel would like this line of thinking because David is always, thinking in terms of, psychological, uh, you know, like how all of this connects to the psyche and how this could be a process of the mind that we're seeing in the show. Storywalker Julie helped Victor survive. I think that's highly likely, Fletch. I think Storywalker Julie saved Eloise, and maybe
I
she's
was
the one who helped Victor survive.
I wondered about that too.
Yeah, indeed. So Fletch says peaches are a symbol of immortality in Chinese culture. Oh, I didn't forget about those cans of peaches inside the secret chamber where Fatima had the baby. Oh, well, that makes sense if they're a symbol of immortality. Yeah, there were cans of peaches in there. Yeah, good eye, Fletch. Fear is created by children and fed by adults. Absolutely, Bill. Um, if that theory is correct about the entity feeding on fear, then it might also be plausible that the entity cannot bring people to Fromville, only attack people once they arrive. No, I would say it would need to bring people there, you know, as food sources, bring people there, to feed on them. And also, I don't think it's just about that. I think it's bringing people there to manipulate them, cause chaos, cause more damage and pain, suffering, and then that's again more fuel for the entity, I think. Seems like the boy in white helped Victor initially. Yeah, Michael, I think so too. Um, what's Abby's connection to Tabitha and Jade? I don't know. She might not have one, but it's possible she has some kind of connection. Um, Yeah, I think I will. From what I've heard, I think I'm gonna love Dream Warriors Papa Socks. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Indeed. Stephen King with a new movie, The Long Walk. People have been saying the book is amazing. Oh, cool, Fletch. Like Stephen King's work. There never was winter because hospitals are climate controlled, so winter might just be a window left open by a careless janitor. Hey, we can really run with this theory if it's all in a hospital and they're in a coma. Oh boy. I want it to be real though.
Oh
Yeah,
my
the
God, I
boy in
can
white
vouch for
helped
that with
him.
working in a medical facility, being a janitor, that friggin' the doctors tend to leave the temperature all wonky in the ORs because they'll be adjusting the temperature to accommodate the patient and the surgery, and sometimes the nurses, when they go in and clean, they don't go and they switch it back. They don't think of it and so I have to
Uh,
check every shift and make sure, because otherwise things could go yeah, it could get like really, really cold. The OR area is always really cold.
so I suddenly feel even worse. I think I better get off now. So I'm gonna like mute myself and just play a few things. Maybe maybe by the time I'm done, I can at least like talk about my schedule and stuff. But I'm gonna play that song. I'm just gonna mute myself for a minute.
I don't hear any music, but I can entertain folks for now, I suppose. We
Sorry,
have
I'm
a
looking
lot of.
for it.
Oh, okay. We have a lot of chat I haven't seen. There's like 78 messages.
I found it. Suddenly, I just felt like I
Thanks,
was gonna
Mark.
throw up. Oh, um,
That's like the worst.
I'm trying not to, but for a second, I thought I was going to, and I don't want to do that on stream. I've already cried on stream. I don't need to throw up on stream. I don't ever want that to happen. Anyway, I found the song, so I'll play the song and then just run through the schedule for the next few days and then sign off. But Doc, please don't feel obligated to hang around if you need to go to sleep. Um, but I'm gonna play the song and then just quickly run down the schedule for the next few days and that's it. That'll be it. Um, okay, here we go. So this one. Is this it? No. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. I got the right one.
For a moment, I can hear now every whisper, every pow. Panda dances in the chat, booty bounce, and that's a fact. Leather boots, tight jeans, on the floor I gleam, feeling sexy steam, rising like a dream. Julie's got a secret, she's holding it back, but that chilly last night's on a full-blown attack. Ooh, she's clenching, oh, she's fighting, it's a battle, thunder's lightning, but girl, you ain't alone in this war. I need a hero to save me now, one who ain't afraid of the sound. You gotta let it out your crack, toot it loud, don't hold it back. We were born to break the mold, even if that mold explodes. Gas and bloating ain't no crime, be the hero, girl, it's time. Here comes Panda Kalima, boots and a stare, saving queens with wild hair. She's got the fire, she's got the pride. Panda Kalima saves all the beautiful ladies from the monsters outside. Ooh, the chat is going wild now. Panda drops it low, pow, pow. Julie smirks, she's had enough. I need a hero to save me now, one to free the air somehow. Let it echo through the halls, from the mall to bathroom stalls. This ain't rude, it's liberation. Flash all in celebration. Yeah, toot it like you're born to shine. Hero moment, take what's mine. You thought it was just a little breeze, but now you're begging on your knees. Turn and run, there's no escape. Someone's gonna shout at your face. Panda Kalima rides with thunder in her heels. Monsters vanish when her courage reveals. She don't just slay, she frees. It rumbles low in the depths, you know. Girl, unleash your storm. You were Julie's free, the throne is claimed. Now no one farts in vain. And it kinda saves all the beautiful ladies from the monsters outside. And someone's gonna shot at your face.
I am dead. Oh my God. The beginning portion about Julie. And oh my God, Jamie.
Okay, that was hilarious. Yeah, that was hilarious. Amy has quite the sense of humor. Oh my God. Yeah, that was funny. She must have just made this on the spot. What the hell? Yeah, she just made this at 5:47 a.m. That's awesome. Um, chest and bloating. Yeah, nice. Short at your face. She's hilarious. What the hell? Jeez, it's so graphic. My God, just let it out. Holy shit. Yeah, Amy is too funny. Um, making that. Oh my God. Yeah, Fletch, that would be really cool. Scarlet was hoping for that too. Like maybe Julie was the one who called and caused Thomas's death. She, if they don't have Julie being the one calling home when when Thomas died, I'm a riot. Yeah, that would be a really dark twist, but a cool twist. I could see it. I could see it happening. Um, yeah, Papa Socks. The thing is, Miranda left during the day. Like I say this all the time, you know. When she got to the tree, it was nighttime already, and Eloise was nowhere in sight. So there's a missing piece to the puzzle. Eloise ran after her like 10 seconds after she ran out of the root cellar. So where did Eloise go? She must have caught up to her mother unless someone was there to stop her. And my theory is that it's future Julie. She stopped her from following her mother so that she'd survive. And Julie somehow got her out. Maybe put her in a tree. Who knows? Pushed her through a tree, somehow saved her. That's my working theory, anyway. But all I know is there's a missing piece to that puzzle. Anyway, so let's see, that would explain why Miranda arrived at the tree at night. Victor's reveal about Christopher helped her realize they all had this place wrong, and she needed to warn him too and hid Eloise. Yes, maybe she figured something else out in between, and that could be like the missing piece. There's a missing piece to that story. There's a missing chunk of time that we're missing where Eloise ran after her and it was still daytime. So there's something we're not seeing here, literally, because it didn't show us that section. So Miranda sacrificing for her kids would explain why Victor is allowed to go into the tunnels. Yeah, I mean, Fletch, maybe because she sacrificed herself for her kids, Victor gets special privileges and the monsters let him come down there. Who knows? Could be. Um, if the world was larger back then, the numbers on the maps are distances getting smaller over time. It may have taken longer to get to the bottle tree, so she left at day to arrive at night. Oh, yeah, that could very well be too. We just have to, you know, I just wonder, okay, where's Eloise? We saw her running through the woods at night, and we didn't see Eloise. But maybe we're missing a piece of that flashback. Maybe Tabitha's memory was incomplete. Who knows with this show? Who knows? I mean, Tabitha is getting flashes of memory from a past life, so maybe there's a piece she's not remembering correctly, or there's something missing here.
is it possible Eloise and Christopher are both alive? I don't think so, because not Christopher, because they figured out, they had that epiphany that Tabitha was Miranda in a past life and Jade was Christopher. So Christopher would have to be dead. The only way Christopher could somehow be alive is if he time traveled to the future and he died in the future, like but not yet. You know what I mean? Like he could exist in the same timeline with Jade only if there's some kind of weird time travel twist from the future, like. But I don't think so. Personally, I think he's probably dead. That would be too complicated, even for this show. Yeah, like Michael said, Christopher must have had to die for Jade to be reincarnated. Um, and Jasper was in the tunnels. So they take things from people who died and then they bring it down there in the tunnels. Yes, like Fletch said, exactly. Miranda's stuff was down there too. Henry found it. Fletch said I show speed is on Joel's scene right now. He's beyond pissed. Oh, I take it he didn't know Joel was gonna die. Oh man, I bet that's entertaining to watch him react to that live. Anyway, has anyone confirmed who the wedding dress Tabitha found in the caves? Says she recognized who it belonged to. No, but I think it's a safe assumption now that it probably belonged to Tabitha in one of her past lives. That's why she said, "What the fuck?" Like she recognized it now that we know she's reincarnated. So, um, so I think it had to be one of, so maybe someone before Miranda. So like, I don't know how that would work though, because the suitcase was from the early 1960s. So if it was the person who Miranda was reincarnated from, who owned that suitcase and the wedding dress, I don't know if the math would really work. Maybe it was Miranda's wedding dress too, and they have a whole suitcase full of Miranda's stuff down there. It's possible. Um, anyway, Michael said my theory is that Eloise eventually caught up to Miranda in the forest. Miranda had at least a little bit of head start, and at that point there wasn't time to go back, and Miranda had to hide Eloise. Okay. And sacrifice herself to Smiley. Gotcha. That's a great theory. It's a great theory. Are the monsters mimicking people who died, or are the people that died, or are they the people that died? Dun dun dun. Hmm. I think they're literally the people who died transformed into these things. I think. I think that's how I took it, but like I think they're literally like the same beings. They're just rotted from the inside and turned into these shape-shifted creatures. So yeah, literally the people who died, I think. Anyway, guys, it is almost 7 in the morning, and I appreciate you guys so much. It's been such a fun stream. It's been such a fun stream with Doc, diving into more mystery solving techniques and red herrings. Thank you so much for doing this marathon stream with me. Appreciate it. It's been a really
Of
welcome
course, and thank you.
while I've been feeling like garbage. Hmm. So,
Well, of course, and thank you.
oh,
I had a
you're
wonderful night.
welcome. You're welcome. Well, I I really love that I found my tribe of fellow vampires here and that you enjoyed being on at these ungodly hours because it's awesome. Um, this is another great conversation, and the red herring topic is so it's so important to this show to try and figure it out. What how to evaluate the clues that we're seeing. So like we're all we have all these new tools now to analyze the show because of all this research you did. And there's more where that came from too that we'll get into in future weeks too that we haven't even attacked yet. But next week we're going to do the theme of the monsters in Fromville. So if anybody has theories that they want us to discuss on the live, and you're not sure if you can make it live or you just want to post them ahead of time, which you can certainly do anyway, there's a FROMacademy channel in my Discord. It's just specifically labeled FROMacademy, so it's for this exact thing, and you can share any theories you'd like, and we'll discuss them during the live. And if you're not here when we discuss any theory that you might post there, I'll put timestamps in the video and link them in a comment so that you can find where we discuss your theory. If anybody does want to share any, and I think Robert Saunders definitely will, so we'll do that for him. And anybody else who wants to share your theories but can't necessarily make it to the whole live, because I know we do very long lives and most people can't be here for all that time. It's almost 7 hours now, so um okay, just a few more and then I'm gonna sign off of here. Fletch says my theory now is that we got into this time loop with different cycles because of Jade and Tabitha, or only Tabitha because Jade is evil. Saved two kids like we see in the paintings. Okay. Interesting, Fletch. I don't think Jade is evil, but we could have some kind of terrible twist. I mean, Christopher snapped, so who knows? My worst fear was that original Jade was part of the sacrifice of the kids. That was what I was thinking was going to happen, and I was really glad to be wrong about that. I would have been very upset to find that out, that Jade was going to inevitably possibly turn into that, or his origin Jade was like that. OG Jade, Jade Prime. But um yeah, maybe they saved two kids. Could be. So yeah, Tabitha could see all the same chosen ones before her now, maybe. Or we might not have to see it through Tabitha. I think Julie's story walking could help us see various cycles now. It's a great storytelling device. Julie can go view different chapters in the story according to Ethan. So we could see different chosen ones who came before through Julie, just visiting. So I think we're going to see that. That's one of my predictions. I'm going to make a whole video of my predictions for season 4. That's something once things wind down with The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale, I'm going to make time to actually make a video of predictions for season 4, even though I know it's really early. I just want to get my ideas out there since I already have a whole bunch of them. Fletch thinks so to break the curse, they have to sacrifice those two kids that got saved in the original timeline. Oh, geez. That would be dark. Shit. 7 Up, Julie. I used to like 7 Up, actually. I forgot about 7 Up. I was always a Sprite person more than 7 Up, but 7 Up was good too. Yeah, I gotta get something else to drink other than water today. Need some Gatorade. Um, yeah, Vision Quest would be cool too, Michael. Using some mushrooms and see their past lives. So Fletch thinks, yeah, the creatures are the original townspeople that made the sacrifice. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they definitely are. I think that's definitely been confirmed. But they update their look from time to time as new folks enter town and leave their clothes behind when they die. Yes, Michael. So they don't look like colonists, Puritans, Norse, whatever. It would be cool if somebody finds a whole trove of old clothes somewhere, like a bunch of old Puritan rags, whatever's left of them somewhere. Helps them blend in, score a few extra kills since they look less out of place. I think it's about time for them to update their wardrobe, though. Jeez. They still look like they're from the 60s. That was a long time ago now. Anyway, thanks, Michael. Thanks, Panda Kalima. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Yes. Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your day or night. Enjoy your weekend. Um, as for my schedule, I am going to. So I recorded a Handmaid's Tale video last night. All I have to do is, well, bunch of editing because I made a ton of mistakes, but I have to edit it and I'll release it this morning. It's going to be a deep dive on episode 7 of The Handmaid's Tale. and it's a really deep dive into how each character has come to a turning point, a crossroads, and they're being tested. And are they failing? Are they passing? Do I think they're on their way to passing the test? Are their eyes being open to reality or not? So I go through all of the characters and how this has become apparent in episode 7 of Handmaid's Tale. So even though it's a bit late and that episode came out last week, it's still relevant because I'm going at it from that angle, and there's still a lot that we don't know yet about what's going to happen. So if you watch the show or you know anybody who watches the show, check it out, pass it along. If you know anybody who does watch it, I'll be premiering that later this morning. And then I'm going to be getting right to work on my next Handmaid's Tale deep dive so I can catch up, which will be on episode 8. Gonna try to release that by Monday. And if I have time, well, I'm most likely gonna have to release this late. I'll do a quick, shorter deep dive video on The Last of Us episode 5. I'm not gonna put a lot of time into it. I don't have a lot of time to do it. Um, and it's much easier to cover. It's not as complicated. So it's probably gonna be late. I think I'll premiere it after the new episode of The Last of Us, but since the next episode is looking like it's going to be mostly flashbacks, it'll still be relevant to cover episode 5 of The Last of Us, even though it's going to be late for sure, because I'm going to prioritize The Handmaid's Tale right now. It's going to take up a lot more time, so I'm going to get right to work on that later. And so that's what I have coming up for videos. If you do see the notification pop up, even if you don't watch the show, you want to help out in a way that doesn't cost anything, you could give it a view, maybe just let it play for a few minutes. You don't even have to listen to it. You can mute it and hit the like button, throw an emoji in the comment section. All of those things actually trigger the algorithm and push it out to more people so that the people who do watch the show can find it. And I think since I started asking people to do that, it's helping. It's working. My videos are now seeing much more traffic for this show, way more than I expected I would get. I got my first Handmaid's Tale video over 1,000 views this week, which was big for me. So I appreciate everybody who's helped, throw me a few views and likes. It does help. Every little bit helps push the video out to more people so they can find it. That's how the algorithm works. So thank you in advance for that. And tonight we'll be doing the watch party for the Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4 at 10 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. If you want to join, you can. If you're not in the Discord, the link to the Discord is in the description of the video. Sunday night will be our Last of Us watch party at 9 p.m. Eastern for episode, what are we on now? Episode 6 of The Last of Us. And that'll be 9 p.m. Eastern right when it drops. Then we'll do a voice chat. And Monday night, we'll do The Last of Us live. That will be the next live stream. I'm going to try really hard to start on time at 10 p.m. Eastern and see if Smitty Snippets would like to join and see if anybody else I can grab, see if anyone else wants to join. That'll be Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern for The Last of Us. Wednesday next week will be a From related live back to normal. If Doug wants to join, we could have him on. If he's not able to, then we'll just do a From theory chat. Because I'm still trying to catch up on backlogged material. So we're gonna pick up with the From rewatch again very soon. Just need a little bit more time. So Wednesday will be From theory related chat for the Wednesday live next week. And of course, FROMacademy next Friday will be diving into the topic of the monsters on From. You can share your theories in the Discord and in the chat when you show up, but you can also put them in the Discord in case you can't make it for the whole thing. So so Michael dropped his playlist of sea shanties, pirate sea shanties. So I will be checking that out. I find that very entertaining stuff. So very cool, Michael. Thanks for sharing. Now, as I sign out here, as I sign off, I'm going to be playing a few things back to back, and I'll just end it right there. So I'm going to play, let's see, Dieter uploaded my birthday cameo from several members of the community, including Doc here, and I'm going to play that again, which it still blows my mind. I just treasure this cameo from David Alpay, and I'll close with Doug's amazing sweet cameo playing the sax for me from Dieter, another treasure. Thank you guys for all that, uh yeah, maybe I'll throw in Dieter's roast too because he uploaded this too. If you want to get a personalized cameo from Doug Hughes, you can find him on Cameo. It's starts at an affordable only $30, and it's well worth your money, believe me. I'll add his link to the description of this video so people can find it. And I've got Doc. I should have Doc already in the description. No, actually, I think I forgot to put anything in the description of this video earlier. Wait, yeah, I forgot that the description of this video has like next to nothing right now. So I'm gonna fix that. I forgot. I didn't even put hashtags. So when the stream ends, I'm going to add Doc's channel. Please subscribe to our friend Doc Kaiju. He's going to be putting out a From podcast soon on his channel. We'll let you know when that's going to be there. But in the meantime, please give him a subscribe. I'm going to put his channel in the description of the video, and also I'll pin it to a comment at the top of the comment section. So make sure if you're not already subscribed to subscribe to him.
Well, I'm probably going to create a separate channel for that. So I'll announce that when I make that. I'll probably make that tomorrow. At least
Okay,
the
let us
channel
know.
portion. Yeah.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know when you have that set up. But in the meantime, I would still encourage everyone to subscribe to your channel. And you know, because lots of people have more than one channel, and I'm sure eventually you're gonna do content on this one, right?
Yep. I post intermittently.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely make sure to subscribe to Doc. We'll let you know when he has his secondary channel for From up and running, his From podcast. What is it? The Fromly connection?
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Awesome. Oh, and Michael's got a Fromville playlist too. Very cool, Michael. Next time we'll play more stuff here. So many people have these amazing songs they create. It's so cool. Um, it's a whole playlist. Fromville, the musical interludes. Love it. Love it, love it. Okay, so with that, we're gonna sign off right after the 7 hour mark, 7 hours and 2 minutes. Jeez. Have a good
Night,
day or
everyone.
good night. Well, thanks, Doc, for hanging out with me.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
And we'll see you guys next time. First, I'm gonna play Dieter's roast first, and then a couple others, and I'll just sign off from there. So, see you guys next time. Thank you all so much for the support. Truly appreciate you guys.
Hey there, Data. Miniman in Yellow here. So, I heard a rumor that you wanted to get roasted. Well, wrap yourself in tinfoil, buddy, because here it comes. So, you're from Belgium, right? I remember seeing a movie once that was set in Belgium. What was it called? In Bruges. Yeah, that was it, with Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson. And the first line of the movie was, Bruges is a shithole? And I remember thinking, copy that. I mean, look at the place. The buildings are so old, they probably got cave paintings in the basement. I mean, would it kill you guys to build a skyscraper or two? Maybe some apartment buildings? You know, join the 21st century? Sheesh. And speaking of Belgians, I remember seeing this episode of Monty Python once where they did this skit about a game show called Prejudice. And that week's episode, they were trying to come up with a new derogatory term for the Belgians. And one dude suggested, let's not call them anything, let's just ignore them. And the second guy, the runner-up, came up with the Flems, which personally I thought was genius. but the hands-down winner was Miserable Fat Belgian Bastards. But, listen, buddy, I gotta ask you about something. You and Julie B, you know, from Julie B Deep Dives, what is going on there? Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, I adore her so much. Dude, you're a family man. Get a grip. I mean, you live on the other side of the freaking Atlantic, for God's sake. Let it go. But you know, I'm a romantic soul, and I gotta say, this unrequited love of yours has inspired me. I've written a poem about you. Do you want to hear it? Of course you do. Okay, here it goes. This crazy-ass Belgian named Dieter fell in love with a content creator. But he felt so afraid that the dude never paid for a flight to the U.S. to meet her. What a pussy! But seriously, dude, I gotta tell you, I really appreciate everything you've done for Julie B. And I know she does too. Your support has just been amazing. You were there for her all the time. You are a rock, my friend. And I just want you to know it hasn't gone unappreciated. So, how's that? You feel sufficiently roasted? You know, crunchy and brown on the outside and pink and squishy on the inside? Take care, my friend. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Julie, it's me. It's David Alpay. And this cameo, by the way, and I got to get this out of the way first before I completely fuck this up. This cameo is from Ryan and Samuel and Tabitha and Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. Lovely, lovely Dieter. We love Dieter. I love Dieter. Dieter's the best. But not as good as you, because you're fucking amazing. Julie B, thank you for your podcast. Thank you for spreading the word about From and having such insightful commentary about the show. I swear to God, I think you probably think about the show on a level that exceeds anybody else talking about the show. You're so insightful, and I love it. I'm not even joking right now. I think it's really, really great because we work so hard to make the show. The writers, the directors, the actors, me specifically, work so damn hard. I just want the show to be as amazing as possible and layered and intricate. And you know, I want it to trigger thoughts. I want the audience to meet us halfway and to engage with us interactively as much as possible in a television show, right? So you're doing it, and I love it, and I'm so grateful. So fucking awesome. Dieter told me to make fun of your legs. I'm not going to do that because I'm not rude like Sean Majumdar. I would never tell you to chop off your legs and go on skis because A, that's totally impractical. It's not like there's snow everywhere in the world. I don't know where you live. Probably not, you know, the Arctic Circle. If anything, I would say roller skates. It's much more efficient. You get places a lot faster, and you can, like, if you were on the asphalt, like over here, you'd be fucked on skis. But skates, boom, roller skates. You're everywhere. You're up there before I can even say, hey, there goes Julie B Deep Dives. Right? Listen, so sorry about the pain in your legs. That's terrible. I know what that can be like. But don't chop off your legs. No matter what your friends tell you, don't do it. It's not a good idea. The risk of infection is far too high, and then, you know, how sure can you be that the saw is going to be clean? You can wash it, but by the time you dry it and all that stuff, it's not a good idea. Don't do it. Save your legs. Justice for Julie B's legs is what I'm talking about. That's about it. I could keep babbling on, but this video has gone into the realm of the absurd in a way that even I wasn't anticipating, and I anticipate everything. So from my heart to you, I wish I was there to cuddle your legs and to make them feel better, but I am not. So that's a job for Dieter. You're gonna have to get him to do it. He told me that he's buying the first plane ticket out to see you and your legs. So have a fabulous birthday. I literally forgot the reason for this video, but I'm remembering it now. Julie, happy birthday. You're turning 37. Congratulations. I remember 37 as if it was 8 years ago, because it was. Time flies, honey, but 37 is an excellent year. Make it a good one. Reach for the things that you've been too shy to reach for. Do the things that you've been putting off. You will feel amazing. You will feel an incredible sense of accomplishment, and your year will be spectacular. 37, you're at such a young age. If the world's your oyster, anything's possible. Go and do it and have an amazing year. Have a great birthday. Surround yourself with the best people. Eat lots of dessert. Have some cake. Choice is yours. I would recommend Black Forest cake. That's a very good birthday cake. Also, Baskin Robbins Jamocha almond fudge, always a winner. Unless you're lactose intolerant, like me, but then truly, I mean, that's a problem for other people, isn't it? Lactose intolerance. You know what I mean? All right, that's it for me. Sweetie, happy birthday. Congratulations. You are surrounded by people who love you. Well, look at that list of names. I'm going to read them again so that we can all enjoy them. Ryan, Samuel, Tabitha, Doc Kaiju. I hope I'm saying that right. Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. They adore you. And so do I. Julie, keep doing what you're doing because you're doing it great. And I, for one, absolutely love it. Happy birthday, kid. Bye.
Julie B, honey, baby, sweetheart, how you doing? Mini Man in Yellow here. I just wanted to drop you a line to wish you a very happy birthday and many happy returns of the day. I know it's been a hell of a year, but I hope this next year brings you everything you wish for. Because if there's anyone on the planet that deserves that, it's you. And listen, have a great time tonight at the Kendrick Lamar concert. I know we gotta keep it on the down low, because if your mom finds out, she's gonna freak. But don't you worry, these lips are sealed. What am I talking about? I don't even have lips. Anyway, I know the big guy would like to pay tribute to you as well, so I'm going to give the floor over to him. But in the meantime, I hope you have an awesome day. See you soon.
Happy birthday, darling. Hope it's one for the books.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi Julie B Deep Dives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY.
We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Kaiju thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you. 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Don't stream and drive.
Working. I hope it works. Scarlet, it's Jade. I found this old, broken down cell phone, and I'm hoping it's got a little bit of battery left, and I might be able to send this signal. I'm standing next to the signal tower over here that we rebuilt, hoping this gets out to you. I just wanted to say that your co-hosting work on Julie B. Deep Dives Lives is fabulous, and I've been reading your Diesel Punk book series, Wild Marjoram, and it's the only thing that's keeping me sane in this crazy place. Your film is amazing, and you know what? If I could get out of here, if I could just get out of here, I think we could take over the world. You and me, baby. Endless possibilities. That's all I'm saying. Possibilities, endless. Obstructions, minimal. But unfortunately, I'm stuck here in Fromtown. Penelope the goat, really the only person who puts up with me. Victor's got his own friends now, so, that whole thing. Scarlet, speaking as David Alpin now, thanks so much for watching the show. And thank you for being a fan. It tickles me absolutely raw that you love our show so much. All right, sweetie, have a happy holidays, happy new year. I will see you season 4. And now I got to do something about this hair. It's getting in my eyes and it's really fucking me off. Also, half my diet these days is mustache and beard. All right, bye. Bye.
Hello, this is Mark Geller, Keir Egan on Severance, and you're listening to Julie B. Deep Dives.